당신도 언젠가 칼바람 나락으로 떨어질 수 있다. 칼바람 나락 퀴즈쇼로 인사드립니다. 자, 2024 LCK 스프링 시즌이 개막이 성큼 다가왔습니다. 배혜지 아나운서 어떠십니까?
그래도 올해도 이렇게 많은 분들과 함께할 수 있어서 너무 설레고 기쁩니다.
네, 오늘의 게스트 LCK 분석 데스크에서 활동 중인 전문가 4분을 모셨습니다. 안녕하십니까?
안녕하세요.
반응을 보니까 그래도 오늘 누군가는 떨어지겠다라는 생각이 듭니다.
칼바람 나락 퀴즈쇼 시작합니다. 첫 번째 게스트로 포니 임주환 분석관을 모셨습니다. 과연 포니는 어떤 분석관인지 전지전능한 챗 GPT 통해서 알아보도록 하겠습니다. LCK 분석 데스크에서 활동 중인 포니, 이전에 프로게이머로 활동한 포는 현재 LCK 분석 데스크에서 활동하는 분석가입니다. 포니입니까? 폰입니까?
저는 이제 포니, P-O-N-Y.
칼바람 나락 퀴즈쇼 시작하겠습니다. 자, 포니님. 이번 2024 LCK 스프링에는 신인 선수들이 대거 데뷔를 하게 됩니다. 포니님이 눈여겨보는 유망주가 있으십니까?
혹시 뭐 명단 같은 걸 미리 좀 주시면 제가 한번 골라볼 수도 있을 것 같은데.
신인들에 대해서 잘 모르시는 것 같습니다. 자, 문제 나가겠습니다. 다음 중 2024 LCK 스프링 로스터에 등록되지 않은 사람을 고르세요.
나만 아니면 돼.
원래 저희 업계가 닉네임으로 많이 활동을 하잖아요.
저희 업계요?
네, 뭐 이런 e스포츠 전반이 약간
저는 실명을 다 알고 있습니다만.
뭐 대본 있으시니까 아시는 거 아닌가?
분석은 물론 해설까지 맡고 계신 포니님이십니다.
이게 이제 신인 선수들이잖아요. 그럼 이제 연령대가 좀 많이 어린 걸 일단 기준으로 하니까 이름이 약간 세련된 선수들은 신인이 맞고,
아, 이름이 촌스러운 사람을 고르겠다.
그러니까 촌스럽다고는 제가 하진 않았고요.
그래서 정답은 몇 번입니까?
3번 하겠습니다. 김진현.
김진현이 가장 촌스러운 이름이다. 이렇게 생각하시는 걸까요?
촌스럽다기보단 약간 동년배일 수도 있지 않을까 하는 생각이 들어서.
포니님께서 말씀해주신 3번 김진현 정답입니까?
3번 김진현. 정답입니다. 담당 PD였습니다. 담당 PD님의 성함이 바로 김진현이었습니다.
분석가와 해설가를 겸업하고 계신 포니님께서 네, 루키들의 이름을 모르시는 걸로. 이번 롤분 토론에서 락은 외톨이당이라는 당을 맡으셨다고 들었는데요. 외로우십니까?
가끔씩 외로움을 느낍니다.
문제 드리겠습니다. 다음 중 최애 애니메이션을 고르시오.
와, 이거는 진짜
이걸 고민하십니까?
저게 뭐야?
우선 아케인 굉장한 명작이죠. 그 라이엇 게임즈에서 이렇게 제작을 또 했고, 또 제가 이제 봤던 장편, 그러니까 이 애니메이션 중에서는
그래서 몇 번이죠?
소환사육국에 있는 캐릭터들에게 다가갈 수 있는 아주 멋진 또 자매나, 근데 이제 보치도록 같은 경우에는
또 죄송한데 지금 시간이 별로 없습니다.
보치도록 하겠습니다.
뽀로로를 이겼어? 뽀로로는 얘기도 안 해? 아니,
그러니까 대한민국과 라이엇보다는 더 사랑하는 보치더락. 명대사 한번 해주시죠.
무리.
취향은 존중해야겠죠? 여기서 보너스 문제 드리겠습니다. 이번 문제는 대답만 하셔도 포니님의 이름으로 팬분들께 게이밍 마우스를 선물로 드릴 수 있습니다. 가볍고 성능 좋은 게이밍 마우스가 걸려있는 이 문제. 도전하시겠습니까?
당연히 도전하겠습니다.
소데스까?
소데스.
네,
이키마쇼.
문제 나갑니다. 다음 중 가장 폐지가 시급한 컨텐츠를 고르시오.
1번 리플레이, 2번 롤리나잇, 3번 시크릿 보드룸, 4번 롤분 토론.
사실 이제 저희 시크릿 보드룸이 또 2024년에도 계속 하게 되었고 롤분 토론은 말할 것도 없죠. 또 양질의 내용들이 담겨 있고 저희 또 이제 리플레이는 또 저기 있는 저희 헬리오스나 이제 캡틴 잭 같은 친구들도 나왔고
저 안
롤리나이스다?
나가는데.
그럼 롤리나잇?
근데 롤리나잇은 또 이제 훈이와 또 김유중 그러니까 당군 MC님도 나오시는 굉장히
선택을
좋은
하시겠습니까? 포기하시겠습니까?
팬들한테 마우스 주기 싫은가 보다.
그럼 아까 사비로 뭐 준다거나 뭐.
리플레이 고르겠습니다.
자, 리플레이를 고르셨는데요. 담당 PD님께서 제가 알기로는 어제 밤새 편집을 하시다가 오늘 새벽에 귀가를 하셨다고 들었는데 어떤 게 그렇게 마음에 안 드시는 거예요?
아래 둘은 제가 되게 재밌게 하고 있고 또 롤리나잇은
네,
또 이제
알겠습니다. 포니님 이제 끝났으니 자리로 들어가 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 전체적인 포니님의 의견은 라이엇에 잘 전달을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 두 번째 게스트 캡틴 잭 강형우님 모셨습니다. 안녕하십니까?
안녕하십니까?
네, 캡틴 잭님에 대해서 챗 GPT에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 캡틴 잭은 본명은 조한규입니다. 독수리 부리는 왜 노랄까? 본명이 조한규입니까?
아닙니다. 제 본명은 강형우입니다.
칼바람 나라 퀴즈쇼 시작하겠습니다. 다음 중 하나를 캐삭해야 한다면 자, 재가입은 불가능합니다.
아니 이거 너무 쉽다 이거는.
들어간 돈은 왼쪽이 더 많아.
얼마 정도 쓰셨죠?
약 1억 정도가 아마 들어갔을
건물이
가능성이 있기는 합니다.
하지만 리그 오브 레전드에는 추억이 담겨 있죠.
그렇죠. 하지만 또 리그 오브 레전드는
직장이죠.
무료로 또 즐길 수도 있고
공짜다.
스킨 없어도
그렇죠.
된다.
즐기는데 아무 문제가 없는
다시 한번 말씀드리지만 재가입은 불가합니다.
로스트 아크를 삭제하겠습니다. 네.
1억이 넘게 들인 계정을 삭제하겠다. 알겠습니다. 자, 그렇게 사랑하는 LCK의 초대 우승자인 캡틴 잭님, 문제 드리겠습니다. 다음 중 가장 감동받은 뱀픽은?
이건 좀 너무한 거 아니야?
난 솔직히 진유민 할 만했다고 봐.
아무래도 감동은
왜 여길 봐?
모두가 다 공감할 수 있게 럼자오 자레를 모두가 감동 깊게 보지 않았을까.
실례지만 어떤 부분이 그렇게 감동적이셨나요?
어떤 특정 하나를 감동을 이렇게 뽑기보다는 저 5개가 이제 하나에 모여서 그게 감동이라고 생각을 합니다.
그러니까 상대팀 입장에서 감동이었다는 거죠.
잘 알겠습니다.
자, 그렇다면 보너스 문제 드리겠습니다. 이번 문제 음질이 굉장히 훌륭한 게이밍 헤드셋을 선물로 드릴 수 있습니다. 도전하시겠습니까?
무조건 대답하겠습니다.
아내분을 얼만큼 사랑하시나요?
최고로 사랑합니다.
네,
이건
사랑꾼
대답
캡틴
빠르네.
잭님, 보너스 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 문제 주세요. 본인의 이상형을 고르세요.
극악의 남자.
뭐예요?
누구냐고.
죄송한데 왼쪽은 어느 분이신지 제가 잘 인지가 안 됐어요.
접니다.
그런데 이게 꼭 여기서의 선택이 그 와이프를 사랑하지 않는다라는 건 아니잖아요.
그런 말씀은 드린 적이 없습니다.
큰일 났다. 이미 큰일 났어. 이건 진짜 나락이다. 이거.
고르는 것도 웃긴데.
그리 어려운 문제가 아닌 것 같은데요.
절대
그래도 제 와이프가 이제 앞머리를 가지고 있습니다. 앞머리가 그래도 있는 사진을 가지고 있는
네?
배혜지가 싫다.
왼쪽이 제 와이프와 그나마 비슷하다고 생각하여 왼쪽을 고르도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 캡틴 잭님. 캡틴 잭님 이름으로 게이밍 마우스인가요? 헤드셋을 선물 드릴
이제
수
알겠고요.
있게
이제
됐습니다.
들어가세요.
안녕. 잘 가. 꼬꼬가 고수진 분석가님 모셨습니다. 안녕하십니까?
안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다.
챗 GPT에게 물어봤습니다. 코코가는 꼬마 버스 타요에서 주인공인 버스로 활약한 적이 있습니다. 버스셨습니까?
버스 기사였습니다.
재미없습니다.
코코가의 칼바람 나라 퀴즈쇼 시작하겠습니다. LCK 대표 꽃미남인 꼬꼬가님, 남주혁보다 내가 더 낫다 뭐 이런 발언을 하셨다고 들었는데요. 사실입니까?
농담식으로 이렇게 섞여서 한 거지만 그게 좀 와전이 된 게 있는 것 같습니다.
남주혁보다 잘생긴 꼬꼬가님께 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다.
아니, 제 말 할 권리 없나요?
나와 가장 닮은 연예인을 고르시오.
이걸 고르는 것도 제가 되게 웃긴 것 같은데 1번과 2번은 아예 없어요, 저한테.
그럼 3, 4번은
3번과
있다?
4번은 있다?
와, 3,
이렇게
4번은
자신감
있다?
봐.
이렇게 말하는 것도 좀 웃긴데
정말
저희가-
본인과 닮았다고 생각하십니까?
기분이 너무
아니.
안 좋습니다.
아니 그런 거 있잖아요. 뭐 박재범 닮은 사람도 있고 뭐 박재범 닮았는데 뭔가 쥐 같다 그런 느낌도 있고.
박재범이 쥐 같다?
아니 그게 아니라 박재범 닮은 쥐 같은 사람도
진짜
있다.
나락이다. 이거는 진짜 나락이다.
그런 사람들도 있다. 뭐 그런
거기서
느낌인
이런
거죠.
발언을.
제가 어떻게
그래서 몇 번을 고르시겠습니까?
3번 하겠습니다.
자, LCK의 박서준 꼬꼬가님. 다음 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 다음 중 가장 못생긴 사람을 골라주세요.
야, 이거 잠깐 사진이 진짜.
이건 잘해야 돼요. 형, 우리 잘해야 돼.
잠깐만요.
이거는 진짜로.
이거는 제가 이거 담당 작가님 때리고 올게요. 이거는 사진을 다른 사람도 군대 있을 때 사진 가져오라 하세요.
이거 지금 누구한테 하트하는 거죠 지금?
와이프한테.
와이프에게.
혹시 저한테 하시는 겁니까?
아니요. 전혀 아닙니다.
멋있게 코스프레를 많이 동진이가 원했었거든요. APL리오스 막 밀고 해보고 싶다. 그걸 했는데도 저 퍼포먼스라면
네, 박서준님 얘기하시죠.
네 헬리오스로 하겠습니다.
네, 헬리오스가 가장 못생겼다라고 LCK의 박서준님께서 얘기하셨는데요.
이진아, 너가 그래서 여자친구가 없는 거야.
면전에다 대고.
앞으로 못 보겠네요.
미안하다.
자, 꼬꼬님.
네?
작년 롤분 토론에서 광동 프릭스의 광세를 예측을 하셨습니까? 기억나십니까?
그랬었죠.
이 광동 프릭스가 서머 시즌 10위를 할 걸 예상하셨습니까?
전혀 못했습니다. 어떻게 했죠?
자, 그렇다면 문제 드리겠습니다. 2024 LCK 스프링 정규 시즌 꼴찌 팀은
진짜 너무하다.
주관식입니다.
약팀 쪽에서는 일단 피어폭스도 뭔가
피어 X입니다. 피어 폭스는 혹시 어떤
피어 X 죄송합니다. 스스로 무덤을 파네요.
진짜 나락이다, 진짜.
그래서 꼴찌 팀은 어느 팀일지
아니 씨 이거 좀 너무한 거 아니야? 근데 씨 이거 어떻게 오르라고 시작도 안 했는데 저 브리온 할게요.
누구요?
OK저축은행 브리온 하겠습니다.
OK저축은행 브리온 밤새서 엄청 열심히 연습하고 있던데.
자, 들어가 주시면 되겠습니다. 더 이상은 이야기를 하고 싶지가 않습니다.
아니 씨 이거 뭐 어떻게 하라고?
다음은 헬리오스 신동진 분석가님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 퀴즈를 시작하기 전에 전지전능한 챗 GPT에게 헬리오스님에 대해서 물어봤습니다. 헬리오스는 CJ 엔투스에서 서브 정글러로 활동한 적이 있었습니다. 현재 LCK 분석 데스크에서 활동 중인지 정보는 알려져 있지 않습니다.
저게 더 슬퍼.
반이라도 맞춘 것 같네요. 네, 반이라도 맞췄고 분석 데스크
칼바람 나라 퀴즈쇼 시작하겠습니다. LCK 팀들 중에서도 이번 시즌에는 유난히 눈에 띄는 변화를 맞은 팀이 있습니다. 바로 피어 폭스 아니고 피어 X인데요. 자, 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 다음 중 피어 X의 로고를 고르시오.
일단은 가볍게 추리를 좀 해보면은 3번은 절대 아니에요.
3번이 좀 똘망똘망해 보이지 않냐?
3번은 오히려 눈이 징그러워서 아니에요.
그럼-
근데 뭐가 다른 거예요?
진짜 뭐가 다른지
뭐가 다른 거예요?
뭐가 다른지 모르겠어.
일단은 갈기 디테일이 살아있으니까 저런 거 괜히 살릴 필요가 없는데 2번, 4번은
5초 드리겠습니다. 5, 4.
저는 1번 하겠습니다. 1번.
정답은 2번입니다. 말씀해주신 1번은 갈기가 확연하게 다른 것을 볼 수 있습니다.
미안하다 상우가. 미안하다 내가.
분석가가 팀 로고도 모른다.
죄송합니다.
만약에 지금 프로게이머 제이가 온다면 도전하실 생각이 있으십니까?
연봉 많이 주나요?
네.
연봉 많이 주면은 하죠.
프로게이머에 다시 한번 도전해보고 싶은 헬리오스님에 대해서 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 프로제이가 온다면 가장 가고 싶은 팀을 고르세요.
근데 저는 예전부터 정해놨었어요.
제일 올 리가 없는데?
프런트가 미친 거지.
죄송한데 혹시 왜 정해놓으신 거죠?
꿈이었어요, 꿈. 드림. 저는 연봉을 안 줘도 T1 가고 싶습니다.
너가 돈 내야 돼. 뭔 소리야?
그러니까 오너 선수를 밀어내겠다 그게 아니라 오너 선수
보너스 문제입니다. 이번 문제는 대답만 하셔도 헬리오스님의 이름으로 팬분들께 키보드를 선물할 수 있습니다. 게이밍 키보드가 달린 이 문제 도전하시겠습니까?
갈 때까지 가서 뭐 이 문제 정도는 뭐 쉽겠죠.
네.
도전하겠습니다.
문제 드리겠습니다. 누구의 자리를 빼앗을지 골라주세요.
아니 이게 준비가 돼 있네.
와 진짜 아니 이게 문제가 제가 제일 센 것 같은데 아니 아까 뭐 남주형 뭐 그런 거는 아니
뭘 진지하게 고민해.
헬리오스님이 들어가기 위해선 반드시 한 명이 방출되어야만 합니다.
실직이 되는 거죠.
방출이에요 심지어?
예.
방출이에요?
네.
포기하시겠습니까?
나 포기해도 되나요?
키보드를 많은 분들이 기다리실 텐데요.
팬들한테 키보드를 안 줘.
그러니까 팬들은
여러분
있다
키보드
이건가?
받고 싶으시죠?
마우스와
저기서 내하는 게 어딨어요 저기서.
마우스와 헤드셋 다 있는데 키보드가 없습니다.
알겠습니다. 저는 정했습니다. 마음을. 1번 제우스 선수의 자리를 뺏겠습니다.
월즈
왜냐면-
2023 월드 MVP 제우스를 방출시키고 헬리오스님께서 T1에 들어가겠다. 알겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
아니,
헬리오스님의 이름으로
아니, 저도
게이밍
말을 좀
키보드를
할수
팬분들께
있어요.
선물할 수 있게 됐습니다.
너의
저도-
자신감.
2024년 LCK 분석 데스크도 많은 응원을 부탁드리며 칼바람 나라 퀴즈쇼 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. LCK뿐만 아니라 다방면에서 현재 활동하고 계신 배혜지 아나운서. 월크를 꿈꾸십니까?
월클이면 좋겠죠.
그렇다면 월크를 꿈꾸는 배혜지 아나운서께 질문 드리도록 하겠습니다. 문제 주세요. 다음 중 월클 라인에서 빠져야 할 사람은 누구일까요?
와 이거 진짜 나락
아까 웃을 때부터 알아봤어.
맞아요.
어떻게 골라? 어떻게 골라? 어떻게 골라? 아니 어떻게 골라? 어떻게 골라? 이거 어떻게 골라?
우승입니다.
하나생명
승리 쉽잖아 쉽잖아.
하나생명 대박전 시작. 마스탈 파이팅. DRX 승리 요정 와우.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Spring 2024. I did it right. Yeah! High five! It wasn't last year. It wasn't 10 years ago. We nailed it. 2024. That's the year that we're
First
currently.
try.
Yeah, and I'm Atlas and you're Chronicler, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're nailing it straight out of the gate. We've got 2 new teams to introduce to you guys. Of course, not 2 new organizations, but we've got some new faces on some old teams here in the LCK. 2 more to make their debut here on this beautiful Friday in Seoul. And I couldn't be more excited to do so. Life Esports, a very interesting team for a lot of reasons. And they'll be taking on DRX here in our very first game.
Yeah, of course, Hanwha is taking a substantial part of the core of Genji, the team that three-peated the LCK. Now, Delight was a part of 2 of those wins, and I think over the whole year, probably the best support or most consistent support we had in the LCK. Incredible player that really came into his own with Pays last year. And then Peanut, the man has been credited endlessly for the success that Genji has had, and domestically in particular has been impressive. And Doran, self-explanatory, it's Doran. You know what you get.
Yeah.
Some games, Doran will win you the games. Then that makes up for the games where sometimes Doran goes a little bit too hard.
Yeah, it's basically Genji, but then they added a couple of world champions.
Not bad.
It sounds all right on paper, of course. The trade of Chovy for Zeka, even though, you know, the world championship situation is there, does not necessarily feel like an upgrade, but Delight and Viper may just be the best bot lane in the LCK. That might just be a thing. We know that Viper is absolutely extraordinary. We know what Delight is capable of, especially after his incredible year domestically last year. So could be a fantastic team here in the LCK, but we'll just have to see how they've all meshed together. 10 years at the LCK for Peanut and 3 days for Sponge. That's a difference.
Yeah, I wouldn't really want to be in Sponge's shoes right now. DRX already took a pretty rough loss against Nongshim, a team that they should be expected to at least be on a similar level with. Didn't really come out. And then we take a look at the AD carries, and Teddy, of course, a true veteran. And if you look at the score, things don't look too bad. But, you know, you have to take into account Viper also left the LCK for a little bit.
Yep.
And he was also on a 10th place team, which is quite a while ago. But gotta imagine that nowadays, Viper, the clear favorite.
Absolutely. Let's hear from the teams, what they have to say.
DRX 정글 스펀지 배영주입니다. 사실 이렇게 빨리 1군으로 될 줄 몰라서 당황스럽고 물론 좋기도 했습니다.
새롭게 시작하는 거라서 맞춰가야 할 거나 갈고 닦아야 할 게 좀 많다고 생각합니다.
되게 분위기 좋은 것 같고 노래에 진심인 것 같아서 같이 지내는 데 있어서 즐거운 것 같아요.
제 스스로 좀 변화를 줘야 될 타이밍이라고 생각하고 있어서 하나생명이 다시 돌아오게 됐으니까 좋은 모습 보여드리는 게 제일 우선순위일 것 같아요. 피넛 선수가 신인 킬러라는 별명이 있으신데 이번 협곡이 좀 크게 달라서 적응하는 시간은 다 똑같기 때문에 근데 아무래도 제가 좀 더 어리고 교전력 그런 부분에서는 제가 우위가 있다고 생각해서 잘 이겨보겠습니다.
DRX도 물론 저력이 있겠지만 지진 않을 것 같고요.
발포 딜라이트 선수 상대로나 전체 상대로나 주의할 느낌이 없는 것 같아요. 그냥.
하나생명 바텀 듀오가 무조건 이긴다고 봅니다. 모든 부분에서 꿀릴 게 없다 생각합니다.
특별한 각오 같은 건 없고 최대한 좋은 모습 보여드려서 마지막에 이제 웃고 있으면 좋겠습니다.
팀적인 목표와 개인적인 목표 둘 다 우승이라고 생각하고요. 어떤 대회든 나가서 꼭 최고의 자리에 서는 게 목표입니다.
2024년도도 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 끝까지 또 열심히 달려보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 어떤 선수인지 제대로 각인시켜드리겠습니다. DRX 파이팅!
Don't worry, Sponge, with a name like that, you've already made an incredible impression on the LCK. But first, we're going to be welcoming Hanwha Life Esports to Lowell Park. And yes, it is pretty much just 3 parts Gen G with some Zeka and Viper thrown in there from last year's Hanwha Life Esports. And we'll just have to see how they all mesh together.
And I do personally feel like Chovy and Peanut were the core of that Gen G roster, and Zeka is a very different player, but a talented player nonetheless. And as much as I like pace, you gotta imagine that the Light's gonna be very happy to play with Viper. This is a player with incredible pedigree, a ton of depth in his champion pool and playstyles. And for Hanwha, particularly given how successful a large part of this roster has been, I say anything below 3rd place is going to feel like a disappointment.
Oh, yeah.
And they should be expected to dispatch handily of DRX today.
And this is a former Hanwha Eagles baseball player, Kim Taekyeon, in the audience today to cheer for their League of Legends team. He's retired, an absolute legend here in Korea, so really cool to have him cheering for the boys. See whether he can give them some of his energy. I hear the baseball team not necessarily going super well at the moment, but with him at the helm, things were fine. Let's welcome DRX once again to Lowell Park as we have Sponge delivering some it looks like pirate booty.
It's got to be chocolate coins, right?
It's got to be.
One can only
Rascal's
imagine.
Already on the stage, by the way.
Yeah.
He's just pieced out.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to chalk it up to a One Piece reference. They're giving out the love.
See, look, it's already there.
It's waiting for the rest of the gang. Great pirate head there on Satep. Obviously not the start that they were looking for in their first series. But maybe to come in as the heavy underdogs, even if this was the first match, really wouldn't have changed, I think, the perception of many of us. And we'll see, particularly Teddy and Rascal, to me, are the players you're going to look towards today. Teddy really didn't look the way that you would expect of such a veteran in the first series. I was actually really impressed with Plata, specifically his Nami. Wasn't enough to get them the win, but we'll see if today maybe they can withstand the might of Viper and the Light in their bot lane.
Yeah, it was back-to-back Lucian games for Teddy. Didn't quite find too much success there. We might see a bit of a change-up when it comes to the draft. But let's have a look at why not? Hanwha Life Esports, their tagline is why not? And why not? Just get Peanut, who has so much writing underneath his name, as you can see. You may have seen as well, and you may, if you haven't been watching the LCK for the last 8 years or 10 years, Peanut say coming back to Hanwha Life Esports. Of course, Hanwha Life Esports used to formerly be Rox Tigers, and that was where Peanut really did make his biggest mark in early League of Legends. Was a part of one of the greatest best of fives to ever happen between Rox and SKT back in 2015. So that's what he was referring to. And as you can see, yeah, the accolades are pretty long for the man.
And to me, the funniest part of this, besides the great slogan, why not, is Zeka compared to a lot of the other players on his team, where it's just like, he got one, and it's the one that matters.
Yeah, he doesn't waste his time with the other ones. No,
waste the time and energy, just the one Worlds win. And of course, in that tournament, he was also absolutely incredible. Played insane games against Viper as well, right? 2022, played against EDG, did an incredible job there in the quarterfinal. I think many of us will remember for a very, very long time. And last year, Hanwha Life didn't really come to fruition. We saw some glimpses now and then, but it didn't really come together. But with such substantial changes, I think they might struggle a little bit to find their groove against some of our stronger teams, right? T1 and Gen G are the one that come to the forefront. But a team like DRX, we'll see if they can challenge Hanwha, but they're still figuring things out.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really interesting looking down the list of names on both sides, especially the top lane matchup. You know, you've got Rascal and Doran, 2 titans of Gen G in the past, also played for DRX, both of them in history as well. So walking similar paths, even though they have had very different results. And then Viper versus Teddy. This is a matchup that brings us back to like 2019, you know, with Griffin taking on T1 that year, and T1 being an incredibly stacked roster. That's when Teddy was playing alongside Mata. They had Khan in the top lane. It was that was a crazy roster. I think it was Peanut that was jungling for them. No, it was Clid that was in the jungle for that particular roster. But they were very dominant domestically. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether Teddy can put up as much of a fight as he did that year against Viper, because we haven't really seen that fountain laser that we got so accustomed to in years past.
Really haven't. Last year on the Sandbox was quite a rough one as well. And I do think, as you already pointed out, the draft is going to be a big one for me. The Lucian Nami has won one series, which we saw T1 pull it out with the doubles. And even there, the Lucian part of that didn't even look that great.
No.
The double support item was cool, but
I played Lucian last night, also didn't feel great.
Well, there you go. That's all that I need to know. And to me, we've seen this in the past where a champion in scrims very clearly is having insane success. But if the stage success doesn't actually come through, eventually it'll drop more and more. And I think we're already slowly starting to see that. We have seen Lucian go to like the final ban in a rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if we give it up a few more times, see what happens. Don't think you should do that against Viper and the Light specifically though, if you are DRX, so I wouldn't be mad if they ended up banning it away here. And the big pick outside of that has been the Azir. Corki has also been another one, as Rascal will be denied the opportunity to have fun running around in a storm.
Yes, he did play it a lot in their first outing here at the LCK, so not going to be doing so once again. We'll see whether the answer is going to be K'Sante taken away, and maybe we'll have something a little bit more interesting on the top side of the map between Doran and Rascal. No, will be the Corki ban. Azir up and available for Zeka if you would like to play it. But another thing that we do need to talk about is, you know, is it a Zeka meta? Doing a Zeka check is often a very good thing because he has been a player that has a lot of mastery on a relatively narrow champion.
It's Akali Sylas.
Yeah, but Akali Sylas are in the meta. Azir in the meta. Another champion that he played extraordinarily well at Worlds is Viper. He's the one that's going to pick up the Lucian this time around. We'll see where Teddy's going to go with it. And up against it anyway.
Yeah, they do take the risk, as mentioned. Not surprised that Viper snaps it up immediately. But now you have the choice to give yourself the Azir. But I don't think you want to blind Azir against Halma specifically, because as mentioned, Sylas and Akali, Zeka would both love to play, has played many times in the past against any form of Azir. And I think that the Corki pick does signal that they might want to look towards that. That is going to be a big risk. Does raise the value of a Poppy, and then we'll have to see what DRX actually end up with. The Rumble Maokai, though, that is definitely a strong team fighting combo. And for DRX, I think we saw them try opt into some more early game compositions in their series against Nongshim, and that didn't quite work out. This is a very clear callback to instead, we're going to focus on strong team fighting, because already you have a really good core here.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see whether it is a confirmed Maokai. You know, maybe we're going to have a Maokai center, bringing it back towards the bottom lane. Peanut's been hovering Fiddlesticks for a long time. It's not going to be the lock-in here, as Delight is considering a Nami. This is exactly what Teddy and Pleta were playing. Pleta was very, very good at it, as we mentioned previously. This time, it's going to be on the other foot. Pretty serious is Delight here as well, and there are so many expectations for this bottom lane. See how they are going to do with a combination that can be deadly in the earlier stages. Oh,
yeah,
Zeka. This is another one. Yeah, this is the fourth on the list, I think, of Zeka champions. Definitely an option here is the LeBlanc, and we'd prefer not to talk too much more about it. So thankfully, the K'Sante is going to be locked in. And Satab, considering a Tristana, works extraordinarily well with the Maokai, as we saw D+. Or actually, it was Gen G, wasn't it, that was utilizing Tristana very, very well.
Did use
D+
well.
that used the Maokai well.
And there is also, you have a low resource jungler, right? So there's a lot of resources that can be absorbed by Satab, and you already have a really great AP source in the Rumble. Do you think this makes sense? It is really interesting, though, because I feel like DRX also would have been happy if Zeka went to the Azir. Zeka goes to Azir often. I don't think it's his most impressive champion, but he's perfectly serviceable on it.
Yep.
Because Satab himself also really enjoys playing things like the Akali. Well, it has always been one of his favorites throughout the last couple of years in Challengers. But instead it's going to go for the blind Tristana here. This is, of course, still technically a flex, can be taken towards the bot side of the map, but that isn't going to be our expectations. I would also expect Hamba Life to try and ensure that they get a decent matchup towards the jungle, but we see DRX already banning away the Sejuani. Wouldn't be surprised if we go for another ban here towards the jungle as well. No, it's going to be the Azir after all taken away from Zeka.
Yeah, so no more Azir. See where Zeka is going to land with that one. One final ban to come through for Hanwha Life Esports. Expecting that towards the bottom side of the map, as of course they are the last remaining pieces. And Rakan banned away. Of course, with the Nami locked in, not going to be a time where Delight is going to lock in his most famous champion. And Teddy, thinking about just locking away the Aphelios. This was what they lost against in both games in their first series here in the LCK. So that is what they're going to opt in for. Not going to have the Milio to back him up, though, which is what we saw, I believe it was Nongshim completely destroy them with over and over again.
Might just be a Lulu. R5 Lulu, not the most exciting pick, but definitely something. And here the thing is, for Zeka, you can't really opt into something like the Akali or the Sylas into the Tristana.
Is it actually Fiddlesticks? I'd love the Fiddlesticks, but it's not happening.
Oh,
it's a Yone. And
that
it's
is
a
full
Rel.
AD.
That is, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I was like, oh, the Fiddlesticks angle, it's there. But no, it is in fact not. The Lulu that you were talking about is going to be locked away here. And so a lot more well-rounded on the DRX side of things. But if Hanwha Life Esports get off to a good start, then, you know, full AD doesn't matter if your opponent cannot afford armor, you know?
Yeah, DRX picking in full order as well, which is quite cute. And I don't dislike the matchups that they have for themselves individually. The main thing is that come mid-game, I have a lot of faith in Peanut, specifically on things like the Rel, to set up these early snap engages. If we get to a stage where Zaytab gets to build an early lead just through relentless shoving, we have the setup where Teddy is there with an item or two, has a really strong front line in front of him with the Maokai, a lot of peel from both Maokai and Lulu. Like, that's the type of scenario you want to go for, but given how the early games played out for DRX, I think particularly in their second game against Nongshim, getting there is going to be the big issue, and that's where I look at Hanwha and see that, yes, this is a team that, of course, has been newly formed, even though a large part of it was playing together. But with the amount of tools that they have, there is no excuse for them not to pull the trigger. And I think these early skirmishes, I don't know if Hanwha is going to, or rather if DRX is going to be able to withstand the might of Hanwha in those. Because Zeka on a melee character is always something I'm going to be very scared of.
Yeah, it is. It's Zeka with some comfort, but Zaytab should be able to keep his distance. Of course, once you get level 6, you do have Buster Shot to try and get rid of the Yone, which can be used defensively. We'll see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to hop onto the Rift for game number 1. Ooh, the DRX fans out in force, and we can see as well Sponge employing a Juhan skin there from the World Championship himself, so representing his own team. Very, very cool stuff. Let's do the check, and Rascal has passed the test when it comes to the summoner spells.
Yeah, Runes is we'll see what Huni feels like, but the Flash Ignite, a marked improvement.
Oh yes,
over what we've seen before.
And
so
if he
that's
goes,
a start.
Yeah, and then you need to see Sork Shoes into Leandri's.
Yes.
And if he does that, then best rumble possible outside of maybe having a Comet. But First Strike's fine. It's an optimistic choice, but we don't mind it.
I don't mind the First Strike. Yeah, but Leandri's in a matchup where you're going to be playing against Doran and Peanut makes complete sense. And was one of the reasons why we had a Mad Huni on day 1. Oh. I do love Mad Huni, though, so I think it was a win for the broadcast.
We had Mad Dan as well. It was a rough day yesterday.
Hey,
Huni Cam! There we go.
Is that a thumbs up? I think it was. He was like, it's Flash Ignite. It's okay.
He was ready for the Huni thumbs up. I'm sure he was. All right, Teddy already stepping pretty far up in the lane. As Peanut just doing some double duty here in the jungle. Not going to see too much from the junglers just yet, though. Pretty of the tanky variety, you know. We're just going to be cruising around the jungle, not going to be doing too much battle. But this is where we're hoping to see a little bit of action, hoping to see Delight and Viper able to push the envelope a little bit, as they are going to race to level 2. They'll get there first. Relentless Pursuit from Teddy. From Viper. Does cancel a couple of autos, I'm pretty sure.
And looking at both junglers, as you point out, bot lane already not looking too bad here for Viper and Delight. We are seeing opposite paths. And Peanut actually going in very early, and it makes sense. They have a really big wave that is about to crash her, and Teddy already used barrier, heal already used by Plata, but looks like they first want to ensure and know where Sponge is before they commit even further. As expected, Zeka struggling a little bit early on.
Ow! Yeah, that explosive charge doing some work as Satab gets another auto. Zeka still queuing forward. And we'll see how this Yone is going to do as the game progresses. So far, it's Peanut stealing away a blue buff. Successful. Of course, Shattering Strike does allow that to happen relatively comfortably for the Rel. Buff secure, something that she's very, very good at. And Zeka just still playing with a relatively low health bar, but otherwise should be okay.
It was very nice use as well of the priority that his bot lane was able to get. And it's something that Peanut, as mentioned previously, was very used to doing, mostly from the mid-prio that Chovy often generated. Sponge now is going to be pretty substantially behind. We'll see.
Oh, favor returned. There we go.
Very nice. That's a big win. If he doesn't end up picking that up, I do think he is at the risk of falling substantially behind. And Peanut is actually wasting a lot of time. His top side is up and has been up ever since the beginning. So if this gank doesn't work out, they are in a rough spot. The wave is pushing away from Teddy and Plata, but Peanut is taking a bit of a gamble here. This does need to work out, otherwise there might be an opportunity. And I think we're seeing some suspicions because Sponge is also heading towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, you got Peanut channeling it back right now. Vision available. And so Sponge will be spotted as he makes his way in, relying on Delight and Viper to play safe. Here on the top side of the map, Doran just getting skewered a little bit by the Harpoons. Rascal having a pretty good time, as to be expected for the Rumble in the early stages, especially with his Summoner spell choices. 34 to the 25 that Doran has amassed for himself.
And so despite the early invade, Sponge actually not doing too bad when it comes to the experience. What we do see though is Satab is facing against Zeka, who has already backed, so picked up a refillable as well as a dagger. So he's going to have a much better time in these longer trades. Satab does still has his teleport available though, so once he does back, is going to be able to be a decent amount stronger. But post 6 does really change the matchup if Peanut ever decides to visit. Things can be a lot riskier, and Zeka didn't actually get into any CS deficit. I think even if Satab gets the full wave, which should be able to get with his TP back, isn't really going to be any advantage. As we do see, early on, Rel probably the best at taking the Kevins.
Yeah.
Early on, due to the fact that you can break the shield with your Q very, very easily.
And we did take the name Kevins from the Spanish broadcast, so shout out to them. But yesterday, Valdez and Wolf were opting into the Steves, and I really do like the Steves as well. So why don't we do Kev, Steve, and Bob? And that I would be the Grubs.
Yeah, no, that works for me.
Yeah.
Can we call Bob Robert as well? Both
Sure.
fine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, is that you get all of the good parts that we've been looking for.
That's
Satab
amazing.
Going to back away.
So, is the second iteration, is that junior or the second?
Oh, as in like the next spawn?
Next spawn, or is it
no,
just
it's
the same?
just when they come back. It's
Okay.
Kev, Steve, and Bob.
Okay,
Just,
I like it.
They just come around again for a second go of it. This is going to be the first go of the Dragon, though. And Sponge is going to be able to lock that one down. Nicely done there by DRX. This is what we've been seeing, is a trade of, you know, Kevins for Drake. That has happened once again here. So the collective can be Kevin's, but if we're talking about them individually, it's Kev, Bob, and Steve.
Makes perfect sense.
I think so.
So it's Kevin, and then Bob, Kevin.
Yeah, and then Steve, Kevin.
Yeah.
Good old Steve, Kev. As Rascal taking a bit of damage here. Doran going to be pushing another wave in. Oh, finds him with the Q. Pretty cute. Not going to find too much more, though. And he had already used the ultimate. Rascal still has his. So has a lot of control about when he goes home and things like this on the Rumble. Because, of course, you can just lay down the equalizer and choose a back timing for yourself. Pretty convenient. As Viper not really finding the trade that he was looking for, although still does win out.
And we haven't mentioned it just yet, but he did also pick up the support item. So this is something we saw T1 do as well. Has been quite the rage in solo queue as well. Basically, even though you are in an ideal scenario, you're splitting CS between Delight and Viper, you are generating so much gold that I think in the T1 game, they were down, what, like 20, 30 CS as well as 2 blades, and they were still ahead in gold. and Viper was ahead in gold, which in of itself already is valuable, but so was, or rather Viper, the Lucian is, oh, hold up.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage. Good polymorph there from Pleta to make sure the Viper wasn't able to do anything at all. Still a bit of a wraparound opportunity here for Peanut. Not a opportunity, it's an opportunity. Still relearning.
Maybe next game.
It's been a bit of time.
Yeah, no, but as I was saying, you basically get a huge gold lead on both the Light and on Viper, which is very valuable, and it gives you a lot of space to rotate around the map as well. And then once you finish your quest, you get access to Bloodsong, which is PTA on an item,
yeah,
as well as a
good
shield proc, which Lucian loves, as we do have a possible dive being set up, or only Pleta.
Oh no, gonna have to flash. Skippy does come out, and now the Kevins being put to good use as Viper and Delight will gather themselves their first plate. Peanut will have his back stopped due to the glitter lance of Pleta. So that's at least something. Going to be delaying the jungle a little bit. We'll see what Sponge does with this extra little bit of tempo that he does have available. With Humble Life Esports, they're going to look for a little bit of reset here towards the bottom side as well. It's kind of going well here for Hanwha in the earliest innings.
They really are, and a lot of credit to Viper and Delight, because we have seen Aphelios and Lul actually take control of this lane early on. And if you don't, especially post-6, I feel like the lane becomes obscenely oppressive.
Yeah.
If you don't use the power of the Lulu level 1 plus the Lucian Calib, or Aphelios Calibrum rather, then Viper and Delight have just been able to maintain pressure on this lane, basically from the get-go. And you saw there as well, Teddy had to back early, they had an experience disadvantage, Plata has to flash defensively, they're dropping blades. And in a lane like this, that can really come and snowball when we get to the mid-game. As we're going to find out soon as well if Rascal is really going to make our deskers happy or not.
Yeah, that's one of the guys that builds into two things.
I know, I'm trusting him. I think he'll do right by us. Also, actually went for, which we didn't talk about yet, but went for, what is it, triple time tonic?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Has been able to get both a decent amount of extra damage and now gets an early extra skill up, as well as a finished item that is, it's the right one. It's the good one first, which I love. Very happy about it. The percentage damage is incredibly valuable against the two tanks that you're mainly going to be playing towards. We'll see.
And it's good against Wild Growth, right? That just gives you more health.
Love that.
He's psyched about it. Peanut looking to complete his collection of Kevins here. Steve, Bob, and Kev under a little bit of strife in the Baron Pit.
They're gone.
Yeah, that is going to be secured, so a lot of extra siege power for a composition that can split push pretty well. Their 4-1 capabilities with Yone, very, very strong. Shattering Strike, extremely feels good there, but this may not, as Sponge comes down towards the bottom side. Moonlight Vigil from Teddy is big. The Arcane Smash, fantastic. Twisted advance from Sponge to collect the second, and it's a double for Teddy. Much better performance here in their second series.
Really nicely done there. They wait because they do have the confirmation already with the ward in the pit. Wait for the final confirmation. Peanut takes the Kevins, and immediately Sponge was already in position behind them, was able to evade the wards, and with that Maokai ultimate has the guaranteed lockdown. There is no clans available for Viper or Delight. And as a result, Teddy, the biggest win condition outside of Rask getting a big multi-man ultimate, already off to a great start here, has his Kraken Slayer. Humble Life will be able to get the counter punch, of course, got the Kevins, and will also set themselves up for a first dragon, but for DRX, they're going to be feeling pretty good, and they're looking for the contest.
Absolutely. Satab getting an explosive charge onto Viper here. He's going to share it with Delight. Not too many charges on that one. Teleports to come in. Doran going to commit to this fight as well, but Rascal, he's already here. Shattering Strike does come down. Magnustorm should be able to get rid of Sponge, but he flashes away! That is going to keep the Maokai alive, but he's not really in this fight, and that equalizer could have been better. Satab tries to get Viper out of there, but I don't think they're going to be contesting this dragon anymore, and that is secured. Good knock up there from Zeka as well, but I think Rascal is okay. As we have an Infernal Soul, and Rascal's going in once again. The Flamespitter doing a lot of work, as all out from Doran wants to pull this Rumble in, but I don't know whether that was the right call. And Doran will go down. Humble Life Esports, they lose one. They get themselves a Drake, but DRX are getting all the kills this game.
And really big there was that there was no ultimate available for Sponge. And as a result, as you pointed out, I don't think Rascal ult was the best, but the best tool for setting them up also wasn't there. So Humble Life felt very confident to play aggressively for this Dragon, but DRX not just gonna let them have it, actually contesting really aggressively, and it looks like it ended up working out. Yes, the Drake goes over to Hanwha, but kill goes over to Satab as Rascal.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna ult away. Good bubble from Delight. As Rascal does use his flash. We'll get some plate gold as well here for Humble Life Esports. Rascal will deal with the wave, and Satab, he's splitting on the top side as well. Tristana really does like a little bit of extra space with a turret. Satab is going to be able to have that here for the moment.
And there is Sponge. We talked about it already, and I'm loving it. First item, Frozen Hearts. Gonna have a ton of values. We go back to this. Again, they're very aware that Peanut is on the top half of the map. There is no opportunity for any counterplay here. And Teddy gets off the two-man ultimate right from the get-go. Really nicely done here, setting up their AD carry for success, something that crucially they weren't able to really work out in the series against Nongshim. Kraken Slayer now done for Satab as well, so power spikes being hit across the board for DRX. And while I think the Hanwha Life comp, and I really want to reiterate this, is a really powerful team fight comp, no matter where we get. Eventually, the fact that they have such a one-sided damage profile, and there are 3 huge threats that all are in a pretty good spot when it comes to money and items on DRX, could become a really big problem.
Yeah. Viper also sold his item. Just didn't want the Bloodsong in the end. Felt like it just wasn't going fast enough, I guess. Maybe he could afford the Stormrazor if he does sell it or something like that for a bit of an extra power spike here at this stage of the game, but I'm not entirely sure. Have to work it out. Maybe the Deskers have some sort of better idea as to why that decision was made. Zeka also will clear out this wave, push it towards Satab, who will very gladly pick that one up. So Dust settling, 600 gold the lead here for DRX based on their 3 kills, but we're even on Drakes. We've got a Rift Herald up and available. And I think there is still at least a few team fights in this one before we really have an idea of who the favorite is. As Peanut has found Sponge and Satab. Zeka in the area as Peanut's crashing down.
Satab actually being pretty quick there. Of course, has both phase, and there are the embers on the ground, which if you pick them up, turn you into a very fast champion for just a little bit. Want to highlight, the one thing that I do think Humble Life will be able to rely on, especially with how the game is played out thus far, is that Zeka is basically unmatchable inside. Like, neither Rascal nor Satab really is going to be able to deal with this Yone as we get further into the game. And we'll see how they're able to actually leverage that. We're already seeing Satab having to play really respectful in that sideline, even with all the safety that Tristana has. Doesn't have his Buster Shot right now, so as a result, really needs to be somewhat careful. As
Speaking of careful, Viper is diving forward. That is another Moonlight Vigil as Peanut collects the Nature's Grasp, but he might just die for it. Wild Growth does not come through just yet. You can see Peanut able to at least limp his way out. The turret may not be able to do so, though. It is pretty stationary, and that explosive charge damage really starting to stack up here for Satab. Still, not going to kill the turret just yet. Humble Life Esports live to tell another tale as Teddy taking down to 50%, the culling not quite enough to really be a problem. He does get the barrier out from Teddy relatively late there in the story.
yeah, heal as well from Pleda, but I would have actually preferred if they just went for Herald there, because with Peanut being completely zoned off, going for Herald is pretty low risk, particularly with Delight also not having the wave available, and that would have gotten you the mid lane turret guaranteed. That chart's not going to be the case, so now they'll probably end up trading the Herald for a Dragon, as Satab is a level down. I'm pretty sure Zeka is going to go for a similar build that we saw Chovy go for, which is a more it's the Ghost Blade with a tanky touch.
Blade of the Ruin King.
Oh, sorry,
then,
there you go. Yeah,
what is it? The
Sunfire.
Shield
Yeah. I mean, last time we went for Shield Bow, but Zeka already is going for a straight up tank item, so he's going to do probably the opposite of Chovy, maybe go for Shield Bow afterwards. And it does mean that his engages are going to be even more of a threat because he can go in with much more impunity. It also means that more damage is going to have to be done by Viper specifically.
Oh, it also means that Humble Life Esports deal with their lack of magic damage problem if
there
he has
you go.
a Sunfire.
We all know how much magic damage Sunfire does, so...
More than most champions, absolutely. Speaking of fire, the Infernal Drake is going to get started off here by DRX. And the Rift Herald going to make a little bit of Visit to mid lane. Full information now given over to Harmalife Esports, but I don't think they're going to be able to get over here and actually stop this. They're going to trade it for an outer turret, or at least try to. Satab going to turn up. Peanut going to get out of there, and DRX not going to get challenged for their dragon. Zeka wants to be able to take down this turret here. Has some Void Mites, or some mini Kevs, as we like to call them here. And Sponge going to come down and protect what remains of that outer. So, no turrets have fallen yet for either side, but some of them are looking real worse for wear.
Oh, they're tattered. Yeah, they're about to be beaten up by whichever champion finds access to them, as long as there is a wave in front of them. But there's a lot of wave clear, particularly for DRX as well. I do like this rotation towards topside. Looks like they should be able to get first turret, but off of that, as Peanut is very tanky, not really in any threat as of right now, but I think they might have a suspicion that a lot of people of Hanwha are towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, quite a few friends down here towards the bottom side, as there's the Flash Magnus Storm. Sponge going to get pulled in as Zeka's trying to at least do something here, but it does not work out. 500 gold over to Sponge, and DRX just hold on to their monopoly of the kills.
And I'm very impressed with DRX, their read, because this is the second time that Hanwha invest multiple people towards a side of the map, and DRX has an actual counterplay ready. Send their bot lane towards the bottom half of the map, where they know that they're gonna have a numbers advantage, and you're also collapsing on the member on the enemy team with teleport. If you try this on the opposite side of the map, Zeka can teleport in, can try and turn the tide, but since he's the one getting dove, not going to be the case. And topside turret did go over to Hanwha Life, and they got the first turret blood, so when it comes to gold, they're still looking relatively decent, but we are starting to see DRX actually look markedly different from the first series that they played.
Yeah, feels fantastic to be a Teddy fan in this particular game, as Peanut tries to do something with the Magnet Storm Flash. Does not quite work out though, and there is just a lot of damage available to DRX here towards this bottom side once again. Some great support by Pleta. I'm starting to become the biggest Pleta fan with the way that he's played this week already. Just looking real clean.
It was part of the mythical, what was it? That was then dethroned the year afterwards and, by DK, but the win streak that DRX 2022 had was remarkable in challengers. They were able to do insanely well. This was, of course, the lineup where Peach was still with them, and Clear as well. As Baron now on the table, but DRX do actually need to close, and this is where I want to draw attention again to the fact that yes, Hanwha's behind, but it's not by that relevant of an amount, and they do still have a lot of firepower in these mid-game fights, but they do need to start winning some of them. No kills have been found by Hanwha just yet, and just trying to play through this win condition could be an angle, because the engage for DRX isn't great, but if they just start up a Baron, you're going to be forced to respond to them.
Tell you what though, I am very impressed with Hanwha's teamwork. You can see sharing the kills amongst the entire team, everyone taking one. Now we'll see whether, you know, instead of the deaths column, we can fill up one of the other columns.
Yeah, it's good for morale.
Yeah.
Everyone's the same.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one to blame now on the side of Harmalife Esports. As Sponge, they're getting softened up a little bit there by Viper, who does dash away from Teddy, looking a little bit aggressive there. Satab getting some work done here on the top side. Zeka returning the favor down south. And Hanwha just trying to hold on to this outer turret. Peanut moving in. Viper taking a lot of damage though. Like, look at this. This Aphelios really was not challenged too much in the early game, and in fact, he rose to it. And now it's only going to get worse from here when it comes to this bottom lane matchup. So Teddy sitting pretty for now. Zeka going to unbind the soul and look for a little bit more. As I say it, the caster curse is real. Wild Growth and Flash both invested to get Teddy to safety. He's going to be able to make it out.
A really big win there for Hanwha Life. Those cooldowns, even though right now they don't lead to anything, might be a difference maker in a later fight. Could be an opportunity for them to try and hard force a fight around, say, a possible third dragon for DRX. And knowing that Teddy is going to go down is a big win. But don't forget, Satab also in a great spot. Finished his Quick Blades, sitting on 2 items. Same for Rascal, just finished his Void stuff. We've seen a lot of Crypt Bloom as well, but particularly with him not going for the Sorkband boots, but going for Lucidity instead. I think the extra percent or extra magic penetration percentage of Void Staff is going to feel very, very good as they desperately want to take on this mid lane turret. And this time around, it is going to fall. And we'll see. Teddy, no sums. Should be bigger for Hanwha, but can they actually make use of it?
Teleport in, trying to even out the Drake count is Life Esports. We'll see whether they can actually lock down this next Infernal. Doran just standing in that front line, trying to be that tanky boy. And Zeka continuing the pressure here in the side lane. Can easily rotate over, but Sponge has already started off this dragon. DRX do have a foothold here in the river. Viper moving in. Life Esports still not quite in position as Rascal does turn up. He has the equalizer at the ready. Both summoners as well, as Doran does hold on to the aggro on this dragon, but it looks like Life Esports want a team fight. Blast Cone gets Peanut over, and he does have his Magnet Storm back up and available. All buttons there for Life Esports as there's the Nature's Grasp. Doran trying to get the work done. Sponge just takes it away. Grey Bubble, and it's a 3-man ulti! Magnet Storm comes in as well as Teddy is still just huge. Life Esports still yet to get a kill as well, even though the Wombo combo looked good. And Peanut has to crash down his way out. It's just all DRX.
It's a little bit disjointed on the side of Hanwha. Yes, they find great knockups, but they're individual, they're not layered, there's no actual follow-up damage to Sponge!
Oh dear, the Sponge delivery is massive. The equalizer finds the air, or the ground, I guess, as Zeka. He's made it towards this turret, but it is not long for the world, and it will go down. Oh, that's a lot of damage with the double tap of Viper, trying to get some stragglers here. As a little alpaca will slow him down. And DRX are going to back away. They get themselves a turret as well. That gold lead is slowly but surely extending. And now with Soul Point, DRX are sitting pretty.
And it's Infernal Soul Point nonetheless, right? Infernal Soul is going to make this composition of DRX even more lethal. And as another equalizer doesn't really find the market, highlights again how much damage there is on DRX and how good of a job Sponge and Plata are doing keeping their backline safe. As we take another look at the fight here, even with Doran attempting to knock away Sponge, doesn't actually get to, a little bit too much damage too early. And then we have this great knockup, but due to Teddy hitting a multi-man ultimate, Delight, Viper, and Doran don't actually get to walk up. We saw as well Viper actually has very little damage in this fight, and they have Rel, Cassante, and a tank Yone. So if Viper isn't hitting someone, they're not going to end up dying. Now, this play is definitely very aggressive.
It's a bit
DRX.
Sponge, yes.
It is a bit Sponge. To be fair, he does get the flash out of Viper, and even though the equalizer doesn't hit the mark, Viper going the other way, they do now have that cooldown gone, and Sponge is perfectly happy if he can just play defense, which even without flash he'll be able to. And DRX, the gold, still not that further or that far ahead, and I think it is mainly due to the side laning of Hanwha. But still, for Hanwha, they need to actually win a fight. Still no kills.
Yeah, they still need to find themselves some way of doing some champion damage to DRX. This is something that we already illustrated could be a problem with their damage profile.
Yeah.
Not helped at all by the fact that the Yone, who does theoretically do mixed damage, now has a Frozen Fist, which is an odd choice. I was hoping for
it's not even Sunfire.
Yeah, Funfire Cape is my personal favorite.
Funfire?
Yeah, because it's
Love
fun.
that. No,
Yeah.
I've never heard that. Did you make that up?
No, it was definitely not me. That one's been around for about 10 years, I'm pretty sure.
It's first I'm hearing of it.
Well, there we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Great.
So he does have the ability to at least 1v1 inside lanes very effectively, can keep people locked down a little bit more, and is now building a little bit of added crit. So that's going to augment the damage a little bit. Might be something that they've just realized they may need a little bit more of. As Doran here does have the claw, as well as his adaptive helm now completed. Pretty tanky is this Cassante, as the alpaca gets a little angry at the Cassante as well. Doran clearing out vision where he can. Looking at the gold numbers, DRX retain control towards the middle, with Doran and Delight a little bit further ahead on Life Esports' side. And the gold is dead even, as the turrets were evened out. So pretty crazy that we have almost every fight being won very considerably by DRX, but Life Esports are still well and truly in it momentarily.
Yeah, main reason again is the extra number of turrets that they have been able to get. And then additionally, we do see CS leads across the board. Not in of itself, not necessarily that big, but they do add up, which is why DRX isn't that far ahead. When it comes to actual value though and stats, DRX with those two Infernal Drakes, I think are already going to be feeling great.
Oh, yeah.
And the big thing now is that look at the complete lack of control they have of the Baron pit. That doesn't really matter that much. As long as they know when Hanwha is doing the Baron, they can be perfectly happy trading Baron for an Infernal Soul. You only need to withstand the one blow that is going to come through. And as long as you can hold on to your inhibitors, and they do have great ranged wave clear with Equalizer and with Satep and Teddy.
Yeah, and they just need to whisper to Baron and say like, hey dude, just build a Thornmail, you'll be fine. And they don't need to worry about the Baron pit at all.
I mean, a lot of people ask like, when are we doing Baron, but never, how is Baron? And maybe Baron should get an item or two as well.
Yeah, and we do really like Bowling Alley Baron. It's our favorite pit. It's the most fun, it's the most change. It's the hands Baron, isn't it? The one with the bowling alley. I think he's got the extra hands.
I think it's the yoinking one, yeah.
Yeah. Hands Baron. All right. Viper just trying to take care of the wave. Does manage to do so. There's a culling as well for Sponge, but Sponge is going to wander away. That's going to do it. Walking to the left is his strategy, working out quite well there as Humble Life Esports should be able to get their second dragon. But can they finally win themselves a fight as Doran gets slowed down, mitigates some of the CC, and now he's looking for a team fight. Nature's Grasp to come in as Zeka rebinds the soul. They get behind Doran quite nicely here as Sponge has to flash. Moonlight Vigil goes wide this time around, and DRX, they are just going to back away. They can give up a Drake, but they don't want to lose a fight here as Doran dives on forward. The all-out is good. The bubble is even better. And finally, some kills come in. Magnus Storm as well from Peanut, but it's Teddy that's in trouble. Viper collects the kill there, and Humble Life Esports, they pick up their first 3, and they are not done yet.
And off of the back of finally a great engage, Hanwha Life are able to get themselves the dragon. That one, they just straight up got to the objective first. DRX caught a little bit of guard. Hanwha Life pulling the trigger, but then the fight, finally, they're able to get a target taken down. Now, Rascal does have his ultimate still available. We'll see if they're able to contest this. Can't imagine that it is going to be very successful. Pleta and Rascal trying their best.
This is going to be a real difficult one. Rascal will be able to do a lot of damage and will put down the equalizer there. Another culling comes in this time. A lot of those bullets are finding the mark, but Viper deciding to go back to the Baron. Zeka is extraordinarily low as these harpoons are pretty scary. Bubble is good, and there goes Rascal. It's a valiant effort, but it's not going to get them a Baron as Doran teleports back in with a massive health bar. And DRX are on the back foot now.
And it was a close and tense game, but now Hanwha Life getting a decisive team fight win, picking themselves up a crucial dragon. And it all starts with Satep getting caught off guard by Doran here. Really nice response from Hanwha, all standing behind Doran, and Sponge going in a little aggressive, and that ultimate from Teddy, I think the crucial part. If that's available, Hanwha Life can't quite go in as aggressively, but Satep gets hit out of his knock-up by the ultimate, I think, from Doran. And as a result, Zeka immediately follows up. They take down the backline, and then Teddy is left alone. Pleta wants to help his buddy, but he can't get over the wall. And with that, and the Baron going over, all of a sudden DRX in a very tough position in this game.
In hot water, absolutely. Just watching Delight, the tidal wave bubble combo looking absolutely gorgeous to make sure that those first 2 kills did go down. The question of POG is going to have to come into your mind relatively soon, Chronicler, and it's a tough one. I think if it's DRX, it's probably Sponge. But if it's Hanwha Life Esports, I have no idea. As the culling, just barely escaped from there by Satep. And Nature's Grasp out one more time. This time avoided pretty comfortably as Doran dives on in. Viper just trying to skirt this fight a little bit, find some pot shots. And Rascal taking care of that mid lane, where Zeka is pushing wave after wave. And with this Baron, it's getting dangerous. Viper now finding some damage on the Sponge. Twisted Advance now on cooldown. Equalizer, Moonlight Vigil, both not really finding very much value. And there's the Magnus Storm. Rascal goes golden, but it's delaying the inevitable. And Viper will take that kill for the double. Teddy for the triple. Could it be even more than that as Satep? He's going to go back to his fountain. 3 kills for the Lucian, though. And I think Hanwha Life Esports may just end game 1 here, as there's the cue to pull back the Tristana. And Zeka is diving in. First Nexus turret to go down. And Hanwha Life Esports, I think, are they going to back away? They're going to look for more. Looking a little bit indecisive, but they're going to collect another inhibitor at least. As look at these Void Mites, the mini Kevs taking down these structures. The Nexus going to be next on the chopping block, and after having 0 kills for what felt like the entirety of the game, it's Humble Life Esports that will take game 1.
Slow and steady wins the race. We knew Hanwha had a composition that with just one good team fight could still get it done. A lot of backline threat. But I gotta imagine the coaches will have a lot to say about that one.
Yes.
DRX, particularly in the early to mid game, able to be very successful on the cross map. And yeah, PUG for me, kind of a tough one, because it feels like the game really was decided in like a play and a half.
Yeah, play and a half. I think Delight and Doran for me are probably the two that are closest to the top. I don't really like Cassante POGs in general because it's Cassante, but I think that Doran played a very key role in creating that front line for the team, allowing Peanut to get these flank angles and things like this to get stuff done. Viper, most damage in the game to be expected here, but I really felt like DRX had so much control until they just didn't.
And a couple of key things for DRX. Rascal, while the Rumble itself was fine, the ultimate's not really hitting the mark in general. Not that much setup, but I needed more out of that. And Teddy, couple of key ultimate misses, I think, gave the opening to Hanwha Life that they were looking for. We'll see if they can get back in game number 2.
Yep, exactly right. There is another opportunity for success here. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2. See you there.
내려와 볼래? 나 옆에 한번 줄게 이거. 우리 여기 참 괜찮아? 마오 괜찮다. 마오. 야 마오 노플 이거. 앞에 누구? 이거 럼블. 럼블 노플이야. 야 럼블 봐줘. 럼블 봐줘 럼블. 럼블 노플. 또만 봐줘. 앞에 노플이야. 버프 있어. 이거 타워만 깨면 무조건 끝나. 이거 피움만 해줘 피움만. 이렇게 쓰냐 이거? 스타 노공이야 스타 노공. 스타 풀 안 돌아 이거. 아. 롤러 풀 있다. 야 큐이텍 스크 봐올게. 나이스. 나 타워 할게 그냥. 끝. 위에 타워. 미녀 하나 있는데 하나 무조건 끝날 듯? 필드 버프 줘. 버프 있어. 미녀 웨이브 오니까 기다려. 다 죽었다. 천천히. 야 폭탄 누구야? 너네였어. 천천히 보자 천천히. 못 끝내나? 끝낼 것 같아. 할만해. 유충 있잖아. 한번 해봐. 천천히 해야 돼. 천천히. 스타 점프 받았다. 가운데로 볼래? 유충 나오거든. 버블 1초. 보자. 나이스.
안녕하세요. 이번에 2024 DRX 정글로 데뷔하게 된 스펀지 병주입니다. 어릴 때부터 계속 좋아했던 애니메이션 중에 하나인 스펀지밥, 거기서 이름을 따왔습니다. 가장 자신있는 챔피언은 니달리. 실제로 대회에서 쓴 적은 없지만 그래도 솔랭에서 나 이거 하면 무조건 이긴다 이런 생각으로 뽑는 픽이어서 그런 것 같습니다. 가장 친하게 지낸 선수는 플레타 민우 형인 것 같고, 평소에도 뱃살 자꾸 만지고 그런 부분에서 좀 친한 것 같고, 잘 챙겨준 선수는 라스칼 광희형인 것 같아요. 항상 뭐 먹을 때 많이 먹으라고 하기도 하고 그런 부분에서 좀 잘 챙겨주시는 것 같습니다. LCK에서 오래 한 선수들이다 보니까 자기 플레이를 하면서도 약간 남 플레이가 어떤 게 잘못됐는지 그런 걸 좀 자세하게 짚어줄 수 있는 부분, 그런 게 굉장히 좋은 것 같습니다. 아무래도 프로를 한 만큼 목표는 롤드컵 우승이지 않을까 싶고, 단기적인 목표는 많이 배우고 성장해서 팀을 약간 이끄는 그런 정글이 되고 싶습니다. 이번 스프링 시즌 기대도 되고 걱정도 되고 하지만 제 스스로 부끄럽지 않게 많이 노력만 한다면 좋은 결과 낼 수 있을 거라 생각해서 저희 팀 한번 잘해보겠습니다. 응원해주세요.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We are here after game number 1 of How Life Esports up against DRX. I'm Valdez, with me is King Poro Robert, and I also do have Ox and Hooney with me with a new friend as well. Hello guys. What did you guys think about that first game? That was kind of a losing until they weren't kind of situation there for How Life Esports.
Yeah, I feel like it's a sort of game where Hanwha Life managed to out-teamfight their opponents because they have such strong team fighters, but for a lot of the game, I feel like DRX really were driving it, and then they kind of just lost that momentum later on. If we look at the draft, I feel like there's a lot of things like the Lucian Nami, which we've seen struggle recently, which requires a lot of finesse, whereas for the side of DRX, their comp is kind of just everyone grouped together in team fight. It seemed simple, but the execution didn't come through in the end.
Yeah, I mean, DRX was actually be able to lead, like, because like the first of all, they were actually just sacrificing all the top side like object, which is the cabin, you know, and also they were actually mainly focused on bottom. Like, I really respect their like the main plan. They actually took down the whole boat deal, and it's like be able to Affilius and Lulu was actually become stronger than enemy boat deal, and then they were actually mid. They had a control. Based on that, they were actually be able to contest like the middle game object, and they had a control, the vision control. So those kind of things were kept, actually they had to do it, but I think the HLE like was better team at the momentum fighting at the team fight.
Yeah, I do agree. It kind of felt like Hanwha Life Esports, they got behind, but they were still able to claw it back just because they're better at team fighting. And we are going to see some of that in the future highlights we have. Let's take a look at the first one, though, because this is kind of how the game got started really well for DRX. I mean, they were in a very nice lead. They killed the bottom lane twice, a couple of different members in the bottom lane, and you know, for all intents and purposes, they should have been able to pull something through after this.
And honestly, this is like the power of Maokai is in these bot lane fights. The ult, you can angle it just to spread across. It's so hard to avoid. The mechanics aren't really the important thing here, because with the Maokai, I think it's very hard to fail this dive. But this setup, allowing this to happen from the side of DRX was really good, and they got some positive early game objectives from that.
And their lead with the Dragon's Tech especially, they almost got their soul point, and it's like, I mean, it's a little bit sad for the Rumble. I don't know why he went to CDR boots. I was a little bit mad, and also not able to use that all the time, the ulti. I think he could have kind of make the reverse, you know, at the team fight, like making disengage, but like as I said, like before, like just the Hanwha Life was a better team, and they were not actually giving all the space to be able to contest those kind of objects to be, you know, fightable for DRX.
Yeah, Huni was definitely mauling the entire time. There were some questionable moments for sure. We can take a look at the second highlight, which is basically the big one. Hanwha Life Esports win the team fight in a big way.
Yeah, and honestly, I think part of the problem was the Lucian Nami were such a presence in mid lane, and DRX were late to set up on the objective, and you want to be on the objective first as this composition. Here the objective's gone, we get a beautiful engage to catch out the Tristana here, and then Zeka following up with the ultimate. And at this point, the fight is over, and it's just DRX trying to escape as Hanwha Life clean up, and then as a result of this, they get the Baron as well.
Yeah, I mean, as you see, like, the 3 people was actually going back, and 2 people was just going back to the auto dam. Like, I think they're just teamwork is not actually 100% not there yet. So that's why I think DRX, even though they have momentum in from the early game, it's just a middle game. As a team, they're just not solid. So I think they're like over the time, I think they're gonna have a better chance, have a higher chance to beat actually, you know, higher team, because the expectation not that high. So I think still, like, I really respect the early game, how they lead the game against the HLE especially. I think that was awesome.
Yeah, it was good for a long while. I do feel like with the Maokai and their composition, the double AD carry and the stacking Infernal Drakes, they had so much going for them, and they absolutely could have controlled the game a little bit better, but just kind of slipped away from their fingers. But guys, let's take a look at the POG here for Hanwha Life Esports and see who does pick it up for game number 1. Will be Doran.
Yeah, I think he made that pivotal play where he caught out the Tristana. I think it's probably the moment we're going to be looking at. And really, this was kind of the thing that turned this from being, okay, we secured a dragon, to, okay, we get the team fight, and on top of that, we actually get the Baron as well and the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you see, it's just eyes on Tristana, and I think Doran actually clutched this moment like so well. He entrapped the Tristana jump and into the Zeka just extremely well, the follow-up. And everyone wants to actually be able to focus on Tristana, and just game's end there. They get the Baron, they got the tier 2 mid, and then they just drop a gate, and they straight up just go to Nexus.
Yeah, I feel like it's a weird POG because it's like there was that one fight, and then after that the game was kind of done.
Yeah.
You know, before that there wasn't much to talk about for HLE, and after that there wasn't much. And this spread, yeah.
Well, at least you guys had media alongside of you to support you in your decision to go for Zeka.
Yeah, they knew. You know,
Very
I mean,
much
Zeka he played kind of well in the Drake fight, though. We actually watched it together in replay at the Drake fight. But originally, I was gonna go to the Doran, but you know, I think both players played pretty well.
Yeah, for sure.
I stand by a decision.
I stand by it, especially more than the Viper votes, to be honest, for me. I feel like, you know, kind of fell behind, and then he pressed R a couple times.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, a little bit of a shaky one, all things considered, for Hanwha Life Esports for the majority of that game, but they did pull it together. It's kind of hard to pick a POG in games like this, and you see that DRX has moved on to the red side, and we'll see what happens for game number 2. So guys, let's go back to the casters right now.
Cheers, astronauts. Thank you so much for the breakdown. Doran going to pick up that POG. Sad that there is not a single Delight vote there. But I think they illustrated it beautifully. Very difficult to vote in a game like that, where the good times for Hanwha Life Esports were the last 5 minutes of the game. That's basically it.
Yeah, and what do you say after a game like that as well if you are Hanwha? Because yes, you got the win, but I can only imagine that you want to try and avoid what Hanwha was last year, which was a team that was, yes, very good against weaker teams,
Yeah.
But not in a very convincing way, and then really struggled to take wins against teams that were above them, not unlike what we saw from D+. And it's the first game of the season. We're not going to draw any sweeping conclusions, although we actually are going to do that on Sunday's POG stage, so that's going to be very...
We save that for the POG stage.
Yeah,
right? We
well, exactly.
We don't do that on the main broadcast. And, well, we do a little bit.
Not right now.
Yeah, if Beryl's playing, we do. And by we, I mean I.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, let's jump into the draft here for game number 2. As Valdez did inform us, it is DRX sticking to the red side once again. Peanut, as per usual, with a gigantic grin on his face. Sponge looking a little bit more serious. We'll see what that is going to mean for what this draft will look like. I'm kind of hoping that the Lucian priority just falls off a cliff. I just don't want to see that one first picked again because it just hasn't been very well.
It's happening,
you know?
Because you know what? Because they had mid-prio, because of Lucian, that's why they got the Dragon, that's why they got the fight that won the game.
Stop.
I'm just telling you what's going to happen, Atlas. I don't want to be right, and I hope I'm wrong.
Hey, there we go.
We're wrong.
Love
Let's
it.
go. But now DRX will probably do the same thing, but I hope they learn from their series against Nongshim and realize that it is not, in fact, the call to then snap pick that here. I would love Satep to go for one of his comfort picks and pick up the Akali, but we'll see if he wants to risk that against Zeka. His Tristana was perfectly fine, but it'd make, I think, partially Doran played well, but also him stepping up to that tank was a big mistake that I'm sure he's going to feel quite rough about. Sponge, though, no notes. Played a great game of Maokai, so them going back to that does make sense.
Certainly does. This will allow Half Life Esports to have a magic damage, which is kind of nice. That's the biggest change up in my mind. Peanut doing some thinking, and we'll see whether it is going to be a save the bottom lane till last type situation, or whether they just grab it here, and they certainly could. Kalista being the consideration right now and will be locked in. Is it Kalista Hui yet again? Is Delight going to go there? But no, Kalista Renata up and available, and they will snap that one up. This is, in fact, the entire combo that we saw for the first round of picks yesterday that worked out not quite so well, but I think that had to do with the latter half of the draft, not the very beginning. And this is very, very strong. So Varus going to be locked in here for Teddy. The double 80 carry or the poke 80 carry plus Maokai could be very, very strong here for DRX if they can keep them at arm's length.
Gotta imagine that Teddy's looking to go towards that lethality build. We have seen Opportunity really give it a little bit more boost. I do feel like the mid-game of it got considerably stronger, not just when you're snowballing, but actually do some pretty substantial damage. State of lethality items right now is pretty good in general.
Is the barrel tech going to be banned? That's the question.
I was wondering about that, but to me, it's not even about specifically Hui. I just hope that we get a champion that isn't a melee engaged support. That's all I'm asking for, really. And I trust Pleda. My guess would that be instead you go for something like the Rakan. Varus Rakan is a combo we see a lot. Gives Pleda a lot of agency. I don't like it into Renata, but if you go anything more aggressive, Nautilus is a combo that we often see with specifically the on-hit variety of Varus is quite strong, but into Renata, that's just asking to have a very unfun time. They can save it towards an R5 pick though, but with no top lane pick Jet, I imagine they want to give the counter pick to Rascal.
Ooh.
And I would actually quite like that, but it's going to be one of the two. I like both.
And then Teemo top. So you got Quadra range and Maokai. Yeah?
No.
No?
No, if they no. No, I got
really?
No
Aww.
Teemo, Atlas. Although they do have Kalista, so maybe.
I mean, Blind is pretty powerful, man.
Oh, Jarvan is going to be feeling amazing here into multiple stationary. But okay, Doran, going back to Aatrox. That is coming out of left field. I don't think we've seen a single Aatrox yet. Game
Not just yet. No.
Yet. We'll see how he's feeling.
Zach.
I would love something like Zach. Jarvan is also a good example because there are 2 stationary 80 carries on the enemy bot lane. Varus, I love it. Yeah, Varus and Senna are quite strong in the 2v2, but they are very susceptible to getting jumped on by Zach. And Zach also, one of his key weaknesses is when you are playing into an aggressive jungler that can mess up your jungle. That's not going to be the case. You're playing into Maokai. You don't have to be worried about him invading you like a Xin Zhao or a Lee and making your life very miserable. So I really like the pivot here from Hanwha Life. Do think that the DRX comp is fine, but it is a lot harder to play. And that to me is something that after the last game where they had a pretty, I think, straightforward comp that didn't end up panning out whatsoever, not going to be feeling super confident about that.
Yep, I do quite like the Gwen into Aatrox. It's something that Gwen has performed quite well in. And so Rascal should be having an okay time, depending on how well Doran is going to be able to play out that lane. But yeah, like you're talking about, holistically, really does feel like Hanwha Life Esports have put themselves together something very, very balanced. The team fights can be something that they can excel in yet again, and we saw in game number 1 was something that they are still very, very good at. This Gen G core from 2023 working out quite well so far here in 2024, but it is only one game, and we'll see whether it can happen once again here and pick up the 2-0 for Hanwha Life Esports. Definitely the minimum start expectation for this team up against DRX in their first match.
Particularly given DRX, their rough start, getting 2-0'd by Nongshim. Not going to feel great if they also get 2-0'd by Hanwha here. A 0-4 start to the season, not what they're going to be looking for after all their struggles.
It's a very tough start, though. Very tough. They're up against the best team in the LCK thus far in Nongshim. Ask anyone. They look fantastic. So we'll see whether they can fight back here. Let's jump onto the Rift. All right, feeling a little bit like the voices don't have the gusto that they had in game number 1. Let's hope that the fans can really get their voices up if we do make it to a game number 3. And I did leave you guys on a bit of a cliffhanger there, saying that Nongshim was the best team in the LCK. I think so far, when it comes to cleanliness of video games that have been played here in week 1, Nongshim's winning. So that's what we're referring to. I just like the timeline. You know, it just feels good to be able to say it. It may not remain true.
Yeah, you know what? We're going to disregard the strength of schedule, but yeah.
Well, I mean, they're facing off against what? Is it Gen G? Tomorrow, maybe?
Yeah, well, I mean, they played DRX only.
Yeah.
And, you know, Gen G and T1 played each other.
I mean, Hanwha Life were only beating DRX for 5 minutes of last game.
Whereas Nongshim did it for a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah, but does DRX have Chibu?
No.
No, exactly.
But, I mean, that's not the argument. The argument is Nongshim has Jiwoo, and they have Dundun, and they have the best-looking play thus far this season.
Sure. I don't know if I agree, but I like your argument.
Yeah, it's just fun. Setab just getting a bit of explosive charge damage. Zeka back on an old favorite in the Azir in the mid lane. See how he's going to go against the Tristana this time around as Viper and Delight trying to get some autos in. Of course, the Kalista Renata combo, well-renowned at being very frustrating to deal with the ability to keep the Kalista alive, get those executes, and get those bailouts working out when you want them to. Certainly can be very, very powerful. And having a few extra seconds to get these autos off can really make or break. That's why the combination works so well. And Setab moving on over, get some vision down, make sure that he knows where Peanut is. I feel like Peanut and Cuz, you know, it's sort of like the Longzhu boys from back in the day, were the Zac guys. They were the guys that really did like to play it. I guess, you know, Zeus as well is another one of these players that does like to pick that one up, but that's on the top side of the map, and it was a very different story. So we'll see how Peanut's going to do on our first Zac of the season.
Wait, Sponge is invading him.
Of course he is.
I don't know how, of course, that is. Peanut does know for a matter of fact now. I wonder because the ward timed out last second.
Oh, that twisted advance was pretty cool from Sponge. Avoids the elastic slingshot damage as Delight moving on up. And that was secure by Peanut. As of course the red buff already taken there by Sponge. Had to do a bit of a buff check because I didn't see the money. Delight going to move back down towards this bottom side though. And everything is quiet once again. About 300 gold lead here for DRX. A lot of that to do with the fact that Rascal is kind of dominating here on the top side of the map.
Gwen in the early levels, feeling great. Sponge did waste a little bit of time, but it's not the end of the world as Setab goes in aggressively. Does outtrade Zeka pretty nicely, but oh, that turret shot is going to feel a little bit rough. We'll see if he decides to shove this out. Looks like that is going to be the call before he goes for a back, but just going to leave it at 3 against 3. Minion-wise, Sponge going to be able to pick up the bot side Crab, and Teddy and Pleta able to build a very slight lead due to Viper and the Light rotating over, but nothing too shocking here early on. The Senna, as long as you don't get ganked in the 2v2, is going to be great at mitigating the early aggression that Kalista Renata can definitely bring.
Yeah, and Pleta has been, I think for me, the most impressive part of DRX thus far.
I'd agree.
Just have to see how he is going to do in this particular game. So far, so good, obviously. As, all right, here is the Peanut gank once again. Flash out from Satab, but Stretch Armstrong is not going to let you get away. Zekka is chasing after him. He does manage to get that rocket jump back off cooldown. But still, flash down for a successful gank here for Peanut. 4.5 minutes.
And one of the big benefits of Zac is that you aren't really as bound by the rules of normal ganks the way that a lot of other junglers are, particularly in mid. Zac doesn't really care about the fact that there is way less vision the way that something like a Lee or a Xin Zhao might, so I'll be feeling good, but does really want to try and get to level 9 as soon as possible. That's when you max out your Elastic Slingshot. So small gank here, get yourself a flash. I'll be feeling great. Zekka might get the cancel here, would be huge.
Oh, he is. Satab gonna have to get out of there. He does follow him with that Conquering Sands, and there it is. Zekka gonna grab first blood, solo kill. Satab just backing a little greedily.
Sheepish grin on his face there, and that is a very, very costly kill. You can't afford to give over to the Hanwha Life mid laner. Zekka already going to be sitting on a lead, and crucially, there's no teleport available as well. I think Satan will be able to catch most of the wave, but it's going to take a lot of time as the gank.
Yeah, in comes Peanut, connects one of the arms to Pleta. They are going to back away, I think, understanding that there is a tree in the vicinity. And so they'll take the heal, and they will move on out. As Viper's going to go back home. Oh, that piercing arrow, that was almost just a dead Viper. As now Teddy could also be in trouble, but the chains are going to land. And now Peanut, he's in a rough situation. Does, of course, have his passive, so he's not dead, but losing that passive before the first fight is a bad thing.
Yeah, really big there that the Light actually gets the handshake, cancels the Q from Teddy. I think Teddy wasn't expecting to actually hit Viper there because he didn't... I think he had his W up, at least when the arrow hit he did, as Doran goes in, but I don't know, this is Gwen with Ghost.
She is immune. And yeah, Doran going to try and end the world a little bit, but instead, what we need to talk about is Sponge ending the dragon. He's going to be able to do that. We're going to check this fight out one more time, or, well, at least the catch from Zekka, who even takes the time to get all the minions that he wants to. And then, yeah, unfortunately, a Rise auto, and he's dead.
야, 이거 트타 집 끊겼고 나이스.
Nice.
갑 해주잖아.
Not an overreaction there from Peanut. Still pretty business so far in this game. But definitely a great start here for Zekka. And as you can see, 5 CS ahead. Going to be changed to 2 behind as Satab very nicely tidies up the wave. But Kev, Steve, and Bob going to be taken down here by DRX by the looks. And that means that they'll get both the Drake and the Kevins.
Do also have Doran going for a very, very early Hex Drinker here. Pretty remarkable given that he is playing against, of course, there is Rascal, who is full AP, but outside of that, it's a lot of AD damage from Teddy and Satab, so gonna hurt him when he plays against the rest of the map, as we do see the early Kevins being taken thanks to Rascal, who does a great job helping out Sponge, because Maokai by himself, not really the greatest taker of these type of objectives, but when you have Gwen helping you, feeling a whole lot better. Meanwhile, though, in the bot lane, we really have to commend Teddy and Pleta doing a great job of using this Senna to keep a lot of pressure up, actually building quite a nice CS lead here early on. And Kalista will still have plenty of opportunity. I think the mid-game skirmishes is also where you look, where this pick can really pop off, but if DRX can get to mid-game with Pleta, you know, picking up what I assume will be an early Umbro Glaive, and Teddy with an item or two, it'd be an opportunity to try and win early on, because the team fights, if last game are any indication, are not necessarily going to go any better than they did in the previous game, where I think the comp was very straightforward, and still there were wasn't really the execution necessary for DRX to grab a win.
Yeah, may not necessarily need to teamfight as much. They do have like a setup and poke style composition augmented by a 4-1, which sounds like two options that aren't teamfighting, which might be very useful. As Rascal gets out the needles. Doran trying to fight this one out, though, does have the World Ender running. And without the last remaining R's really doing too much there from the Gwen, it is just going to be R buttons pressed and then some backing away. So Rascal now has Ghost on cooldown. Doran's still with his flash. Certainly good news. Logistics program going to help Delight stay healthy here in the bottom lane.
Peanut's level 7 now, so is going to become more and more of a menace to Satab.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide comes in. He's caught out of the air once again! And those arms, they stretch real far, and the Sand Soldiers are enough to take it down. That is 2-0 now for Zeka.
And it looks like Humble Life have identified a point of weakness on DRX. Satab, 2 deaths now on a pick that is so notorious for being hard to gank, hard to take down, a lot of innate safety. But Satab bleeding gold and Zeka getting further and further ahead. Humble Life will be feeling quite good. Already a 1k gold advantage here this early on.
And we know that Zeka is very capable. They're carrying pretty hard on this champion. Flash out from Teddy. Stretch Armstrong going to go wide, but the Chains of Corruption do not. They hold down Peanut. He's trying to escape from this one. He actually decides to go in. Let's bounce, says Peanut, as now Teddy's in trouble. Dawning Shadow, though, might be enough. Viper immediately gets bailed out, and now Pleta over the wall. He will fall down, but he does manage to get one back. Sponge may not be so lucky. However, he is going to create that distance. Satab just trying to protect his tree, the environmentalist that is the Tristana, but the sacrifice is there, and he's pulled back with these stretchy arms of Peanut. Oh, it's even more deaths for this Tristana, and 5-1 now in favor of Humble Life.
And DRX think they have an opportunity to turn around Peanut's gank, but instead ends up being a disaster. And yet again, the timing has been great here from Peanut on these plays, getting the cancel there on the jump with his elastic slingshot. And then here, this is where you see, even though the laning phase might not have gone amazingly, the turnaround potential with Renata and the Kalista is incredible. Really good use of the ultimate there to take away the biggest damage source. Teddy then gets blown up, doesn't even get to take down Viper. Might have been able to do more damage with his passive if that was the case, but not going to happen. And because his passive is still available, Peanut doesn't really have to care. And then Satab, again, trying to get away here. Did have his flash available, but didn't want to invest it. And as a result, great timing from Peanut.
Yeah.
Goes for the auto the moment that the jump comes through.
Yeah, Satab not having a great time here. On a dying spree. As we, 3 kills in a row, 3 deaths in a row. A little bit unfortunate here for the Tristana. See whether he can sit back, farm, and get himself back into this game. Some side laning might be in order for the Tristana. A bit of licking the wounds, as it were. As this Ocean Drake, not going to be long for the world. Humble Life Esports going to even out the score there on that front. And Doran keeping his eyes on the Kevins. Making sure they're not going to go down. Oh, Cloud Soul. Love to see that. Doran some shellfish before he heads back to the lane. And look at that. Yeah, Zeka in a pretty good spot right now on his Azir. Nash's Tooth done. About 1,700 gold in the lead. There's Peanut just looking to buy some space for the bottom lane. Viper and Delight lapping up some plates. Feeling real good about it as Sponge comes on over. And that could be 6 locked down when it comes to these Kevins. So the Void Mites will be out and about trying to take down some of these turrets. And when you have a Tristana composition, even though Satab is pretty far behind, it could certainly be useful trying to get some of that structural gold. As Rascal has to use the ult just to clear out this minion wave. That is still going to be plates. Handshake going to come forward here as Rascal snip and does go immune, but it is still a lot of extra money. But Kevins do go over to Sponge, and now the Nature's Grasp to come out. World Ender comes through here as well as Pleta coming on over. Doran going to flash to get himself out of the way though, and Peanut, he wants even more here. Dawning Shadow not quite going to be enough to finish off the Aatrox as, yeah, Peanut's bouncing around, but there are not that many people coming up. There was Zeka, but he was a little bit too far away. And the bottom lane had other things on their mind, like killing this turret. They'll take 4 plates and look to see whether they can grab the rest of them afterwards. But there's only 5 seconds left to go, so they will fall down.
And this lane swap not quite working out the way that I think DRX had hoped. Not even going to be able to pick up the Herald off of the back of it, which ideally if you swap your bot side towards top, that's what you'd want, but due to the dive not working out, not going to be the case. They're going to lose first turret bot as well. And a lot of it is the snowball that Peanut and Zeka have created, right? It all started with that early Peanut gank, and then from there on out, Zeka doing a really good job of bullying the one of the newest players on DRX, Satap. I think played, I remember a couple of times last year.
Yeah, DRX
to replace, but
yeah, they called up when we had some COVID exits.
Yeah,
some of our players, but yeah.
Oof, Satap really struggling in this one, and Hanwha Life, good on them for identifying a point of weakness. And from that, you can see as well the amount of vision that's been set up towards the bottom lane, which was the only strong point for DRX, just was completely choked out. They just weren't able to really do anything. And then after that gank, or rather play where Zeka teleported in, the attempted counter gank from DRX didn't work out. It's been all downhill from there. They're going to need I think an overstep of a member of Hanwha Life. Maybe a Doran that's too far up. We know that has happened in the past. Maybe the bounty on Zeka if he thinks himself invulnerable in the side lane. But trying to fight straight up fights when this is the lead that you have, 3.5k at 15.5 minutes. It's looking rough here for DRX. Not looking too good for them getting their first win in the LCK.
Yeah, this is a tough one. It was a tall order.
Always was.
To be perfectly honest, from the get-go. But still, not going to be happy with a 0-4 week if this is a lost game. So we'll see whether they can turn things around. We're approaching the 20-minute mark. It's coming up in about 4 minutes' time where the Baron will be coming out. We'll see whether maybe they can set something up. They still do have the Nature's Grasp, things like this. There are ways to catch out members of Hanwha Life Esports, but I mean, Hanwha were behind all of last game, basically, even though it didn't really tell us too much of that story in the gold. And this is a different scenario. This is Hanwha on the front foot completely, but still, Nature's Grasp going to come down. Doran gets to the safety of his turret, or at least the relative safety. Teleport is going to be invested here as Zeka's making his way in, and Peanut is bouncing around. So Zeka is going to use that teleport to make sure that his top laner stays alive, and they're not going to find too much more.
Small win for DRX, get a teleport out from Zeka. But unless they can turn this into either some substantial damage to the turret on the top half of the map or a dragon, which with 40 seconds still on the clock isn't likely, it's not enough of a victory. And Peanut has also been able to, as a result of all the early assists, gold that he's able to pick up, already a Sunfire as well as an Abyssal. So he is going to be so hard to kill. Seti has to flash.
Another flash, but this time the Stretch Armstrong comes out. That's a big old flash forward from Delight. As he had the Fate's Call, he's going to make sure that Teddy is going to fall down. And now Peanut can take himself a Herald ride if he would like to, stretching himself up. Great Arcane Smash from Sponge to try and deny, but he's going to get pulled back, has to flash to get himself out of there. As Shelly gets a headache, but she deals with this turret as well. And now Peanut, he'll take the reins and send her towards this inner at the same time. It's just going from bad to worse here for DRX as they lose their inner turret in the mid lane. 5,000 gold is now the lead for Hanwha Life Esports, and they are looking at a dragon.
Zach, when you're winning, is so great at this.
Feels pretty good, doesn't it?
It is lovely. And there we saw right there why the Zach pickup right from the get-go to me was just a great call. Jarvan would have been able to do the same thing, where Teddy is just gonna die if he is in mid lane and he's even remotely far up without any further assistance. Just isn't that much that he can do. And right now, Hanwha Life looking good in terms of summoners. Oh no, not again. And you can see there isn't anyone, but we don't know that or we know that for a fact, but Teddy doesn't. So he just never gets to walk up to the wave. And you can see just the full control that is currently available for Hanwha Life, meaning that they can just pick up these side lane turrets and not have to be worried, because DRX can't walk up to the wave, and even if they try to, they will get punished from the fog. And yeah, Teddy just can't be this far up. You see Peanut, even though it's a little bit awkward with the ultimate from Viper, not actually hitting the knockup.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, my brain actually turned off a little bit there. I thought that Delight flashed after the Fade's call came in, but nope.
Yeah, it's kind of, if it's a ranged champion, it's always weird because they get...
Yeah, I think
it
it did some weird reposition-y stuff, but I should have noticed
yeah,
because there wasn't the thing, and it remained off cooldown. So there we go. It's our week 1.
We're all human, Atlas.
Indeed. As Sponge isn't, he's a tree. He's trying his best.
Well, yes, and Zeka as a bird and Peanut is a blob.
He is a blob. That is very true. He is now on top of Teddy once again. Teddy didn't have the flash available, and he's almost just getting soloed. He is, as Viper will just last hit the Varus. Sponge gonna have to blast cone his way out, and Peanut just once again, he's got the elastic slingshot up off of cooldown, and then these ranged characters just tend to get jumped on. Yeah, are we voting already? Yeah, that's fair enough. As he's going to land once again, doesn't get the stretching strike onto the Tristana, but they'll take an inhibitor turret. That's a decent consolation prize if ever I have seen one. The inhibitor going to go down with it. And Hummerlife just not letting their foot off. Peanut just traveling around this map as best he can with this elastic slingshot, feeling like he's the king of the world.
Yeah, you know, when you have a good Zag angle and you actually take it, to me, that deserves credit.
Oh, Nature's Grasp trying to come forward. Let's see whether they can do anything to Peanut here as Sponge in a lot of trouble. Pletter is just going to explode though on the bottom side of the fight as Doran does find him. Rascal as well on this Gwen, looking not like some of the Gwen performances that we've seen so far. Just hasn't really been able to get off the ground as Doran goes back to this mid lane. And Hummerlife Esports can now go to the Baron if they would like to. It's the bowling alley once again. Peanut going to fly on down, and this is not feeling too good for Sponge Enjoyers, although he does... I mean, the scoreline looks kind of fine, but everything is kind of on fire. When you're a tree, you don't really like that.
No, and obviously, I think that you can point fingers at Sponge for not being able to get anything done on the cross map, but this really does feel like Peanut is just having an absolutely great time, and a lot of the laning states were not in the best of spots for DRX from the get-go. Satap really struggling. I want you to pay attention to what happens to Plata and Rasquare, because it is kind of tragic. They're looking for a flank. So first they get ulted, then they get handshook, and at that point Doran is on top of them. So they just don't get to play the game. Because you see, Zeka and Viper are actually decently low. Could have maybe been an opportunity for DRX. And these type of Hail Marys, what are you going to do? You know, game state is already kind of at the point where you're not going to be able to do a whole lot. As off camera, the Baron was taken, and the Red Bull Baron power play is... It's not even going to be the game ender because...
Because the game's already over?
That's... Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I'm feeling, Atlas.
That's what it's feeling like to me as well, Chronicler. 1,200 gold is currently that Red Bull Baron power play like you're talking about, but this stretching strike might increase it. Although it doesn't, because Peanut just lets it time out. Just waiting for the opportune moment. Here we go again. Jonah Strong, thanks for the zoom. Great arcane smash, but a stretch Armstrong once again onto Satab as they do manage to land the ulti onto Sponge, and they'll just take that. The flash does have to be used to get the tree out of there. Hummerlife Esports set up for yet more siege. Doran back to the mid lane is where he can go to keep that pressure up as much as possible, and with the front door open, keeping these side lane inhibitor turrets alive is so difficult. There it is, stretching strike over just for the zoning here from Peanut. Does pull Sponge in, but Rascal, he's a dangerous one. Peanut does have the passive available as okay, Doran diving forward. He finds Pletter somehow as another one comes in. The Emperor's Divide is massive as well. And Hummerlife Esports, they want to go home early. It's a double for Zeka as he takes down his opposite number yet again. And another inhibitor will fall. Looks like Nexus turrets aren't on the menu just yet, but I think we're getting pretty close to that course as Teddy has to flash one more time. Peanut just doesn't care.
He's massive.
Yeah, what his health bar looks like, because what you said, he can just come back up again. The Bloblets can come on forward as, yep, down to 100 health. Who cares? Teddy's on his fountain, can't do anything about it, and there goes the Nexus. Game 2 for Hummerlife Esports, a 2-0 start to the season.
Game number 1 was just a warm-up, Atlas, as particularly the draft I was quite a big fan of in game number 2.
Yeah.
Zach, we mentioned it, against the mobile carries can be really, really pivotal. What was shocking was that it wasn't the mobile carries that were really at the receiving end of the beating from Peanut and Zeka. It was specifically Satap really, really struggling in this one. and not able to recuperate once they lost control of mid. It snowballed to the rest of the map. And for Hanwha, I'll be feeling good. That second match, I think, a much better indicator.
Absolutely. I actually feel like Home Life Esports looking very, very clean in this series and really showing us that DRX struggling a lot. Haven't quite figured things out just yet. Hoping that they can work it out as we move further through the season. But so far, not exactly the start that they were looking for, as Peanut and Dandy, what a combo. They've got Mowgli there as well. Man, there's a lot of pretty decent junglers. We were talking about this with G-Riz, you know, when Grizzly was the jungler for Home Life Esports last season. We were saying that the support staff for him to support the new player was so good. But now, I mean, the brains trust of junglers has only improved.
And for Viper, I gotta say, and no disrespect to Live, but man, playing with the light, it must feel like a breath of fresh air, because this guy was, at the very least, in contention for best support of the LCK for the entire year. The Wolves Spirits, where Carrier pulled ahead of him.
I mean, domestically, I think he was definitely the best support.
Yeah, and then, you know, when it came to Worlds...
There were Lehen's moments, that's true as well. But
there's always Lehen's.
He's a very confusing one. It's hard to adjudicate. And he got MVP, and he also got All-Pro, and it's so hard. I think consistency and just performance, I think you're absolutely right. Delight, absolutely incredible.
And as we take another look here, this was after the Peanut Gang started with Zeka feeling... I think, yeah, actually that ward in the mid lane might have been the difference maker there. Could have been that Setup was backing just on the edge of that. And then from this point on, it really felt like it was kind of over, right? Teleport comes in immediately. Teleport from Setup is a little late. This is where the Kalista Renata can really pop off. And then from this point on, mid was lost. Bot lane was in a very, very rough situation. And DRX never got an opportunity to come back into the game. Hanwha Life really played it out very cleanly from that point onward.
And Peanut was just toying with them. Just throwing around these 80 carries left, right, and center. And you can see landing all sorts of different stretching strikes and elastic slingshots. And we're just seeing it. It's the Peanut highlight reel. Like, obviously, this is a Peanut POG. I say obviously. I said that yesterday, and I got a little bit ruined. But we'll. I think that we're pretty safe with the Peanut POG this time.
Yeah, that is also kind of how Zach feels to me. It's like it's POG or nothing. If you're playing a good Zach game, you should
maybe
be
it's
feeling...
a Zeka angle. There might be some media.
Zeka played a great game as well. But to me, yeah, Peanut was the standout. That was the instigator for so many of these plays and kind of was able to run the map over very early on. As we take a look at the ending here, look at Peanut. Just tiny Zach going at it.
100 health mini Zach. You'll love to see it. And very happily taking down these Nexus turrets. Another day in the office here for Home Life Esports in their very first one. And it looks like not a whole lot of work necessarily needs to be done as far as getting the synergy together, because so many of these players have been playing together for the last year, right? Doran, Peanut, and Delight all together have been just great. And then you plug in Zeka and Viper. And, I mean, Zeka's just another one of these mid laners, really likes melee champions, very similar to Chovy in a lot of regards, I guess, as far as that is concerned. Obsession with creeps notwithstanding. And Viper's just great, so you're probably psyched about having that one. So, Home Life Esports, looking good, and now it's time to throw it over to the space to see what they thought.
Well, that was the game of League of Legends. Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler, for that breakdown. We did have Game 2 going the way of Home Life Esports here in the 2-0 victory. That one, a lot simpler than game number 1, Home Life getting an early lead and kind of just ending it quickly.
Yeah, kind of demonstrating what DRX wished they could have done in game 1. You know, this one they didn't even get the early lead. They kind of just lost pretty quickly. And honestly, I had some issues with the draft, I gotta say. I feel like, you know, having the Varus, the Senna, and the Tristana, it's clear like the Senna was planned as a response to the Renata, so you have that lane pressure. But the Zac pick I really thought was pretty intelligent. The Maokai is the only one who can interrupt it, and against 380 carry picks, you're such a constant threat in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's some problem from the draft, like from DRX, but still, I think this is the type of the game that draft also doesn't really matter if actually inside of the game is this not steady. You know, it was so unsteady, like from the early level on. Tristana needed really help from the jungle because of, I don't know, because the matchup, because he was playing bad, like something like that. But after that, it still gets whooped.
Yeah, doesn't Azir counter Tristana? Is that what we...
Yeah, it certainly helps when you put down a ward and spot your enemy kind of greedily backing for free. We can take a look at some of those early deaths. Unfortunately, it is very critical, though, because Sidtab, a couple of mistakes early on. He gets Zeka very fed. He gets a bunch of items early. They go for kind of a bottom lane play as well. And from there, it was kind of just over. So if we take a look at highlight number 1, we can kind of demonstrate how this game slowly fell apart.
You know what's the frustrating thing? You can see that the ward is actually being pinged. You can see the like red outline. So it's not like this was, oh, it was a ward I didn't know was there. It was just very disrespectful. And the thing is, in this matchup, you need to be ahead. You need to be challenging. After the first death, it's bad. But here, it's just devastating.
Yeah, I mean, like the Zeka didn't even clear the old minion. Like he's coming. Like you have to eyes on him. Like if he come, like actually sacrificing the CS and it's just come for the kill, he gotta run away. And it's like there's no way he actually gave them first pick Azir. It is really strong pick. If it's not endable, like go back to the draft, like has to ban out.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that some of the guys on DRX still trying to adjust to LCK. I mean, Sidtab is a great player, but he didn't really get to showcase it here. Maybe still a little bit nervous, had a rough time in game number 1, but it is what it is, I suppose. We can take a look at the second highlight as well, which was this fight on the bottom lane, and just trying to go for something pretty early on, and Life just kind of dominate them.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the Maokai is very effective in these bot lane skirmishes, but the problem is the composition as a whole. You have a lethality Varus who's going to struggle to cut through, like the Zac. And on top of that, the Kalista is someone who does really well in these early skirmishes. They have the re-engage here, and it ends up being the Kalista they focus out, but thanks to Renata, she survives so long, gets so much value, and the next person to go down is the Zac, who doesn't even actually die when he goes down.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, as we said, like, the Zeka teleport was, like, really, really fast, and just keep watching it as the Sidtab was try his best at helping the Maokai. He did help, but it's a time to back for him, but it was too late. And after this death, the game actually just kaboom, like, because there was a 2.5 thousand gold differences, and there's no way they can actually come back.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty difficult from there. We don't have any other highlights because there weren't many other highlights to show off, to be quite honest. And, DRX struggling first week. They have to play a couple of games pretty early on. They went up against Nongshim and now up against Life Esports. Not a great start for them. Life Esports, pretty decent start. They do get the 2-0. Let's see who does pick up the POG for game number 2. On the side of Life Esports, it will be the Blob.
Honestly, I thought it would be... I actually voted for Peanut. I thought he had a really great game. I thought the Zac pick was intelligent, but I thought it'd be Zeka because he had such a hand in the mid lane. But the duo together was so impactful. Peanut coming in with some solid ganks mid and that bot skirmish here, interrupting the jump with that leap.
Yeah, basically, so you're saying you actually robbed the Zeka POG because you vote for Peanut.
No, I just thought that maybe the other people didn't understand the game well enough to vote for Peanut. Like, who did you vote for?
I mean, personally, I voted Zeka.
That explains a lot.
I mean, the solo kill and is like actually making the ulti play. And I do agree, like, Peanut actually had a really, really great game. Also, I think the decision making from the draft, oh, this is a Zac angle. I think that's what the Peanut did. So I think it's really respectable. Fair enough.
Okay. It's Huni and a couple of media and the entire Korean analyst side. So all going for Zeka. I mean, if you do look at one guy and you look at the damage numbers and you look at Zeka got really fed and he was kind of just dominating everyone with his insane damage, then yeah, you can kind of give it to him. But Peanut was kind of the mover and the shaker, jumping on in, making some of the plays alongside of Zeka. So I like the split here.
Yeah, I like the split. I think both of them given justice here. But Zeka, I think, had a good game 1, good game 2. No POGs, so...
Yeah, that's a little of a set. Also, he got first blood solo kill, and he 1v2, and then he solo kill.
To be fair, maybe people thought about that, and they're like, is that down to Zeka, or was that that was a bit of a freebie?
Yeah, so Life Esports, how are we feeling after this game? I don't feel like we learned too much, when we listen to the comms, like Peanut's talking a lot, and the names obviously are very strong, but it doesn't feel like they've been challenged too much.
They're definitely better than DRX. I think I can say that.
Thank you, Ox. Are they better than Nongshim though? That's the real question.
I don't know. Nongshim looked pretty good. You know, I feel like Nongshim's win against DRX was pretty solid as well. So
I mean, for me, I think I would assume like HLE. I don't think they're gonna be happy. I don't think they're 100% satisfied, especially the game one in all the game, because like they actually deserve to lose that game, which is like the DRX. They make a lot of the mistake, and that actually turn it around because the HLE has a better team, like team fight calm. But the thing is, like, I think if DRX was a better team, better team as a team, I don't think they had any chance to come back to game one.
I have a question here from the production. Is Huni media? Huni, you want to answer that one?
I don't think so.
I mean, you were with the Korean analyst side too, right?
It's been kind of I've been pretty accurate with the media, so like we'll see. Like maybe.
Do we feel like media is getting better this year?
Maybe that's the good point. You got the point. You got the point.
Is that actually the angle? Have they been better? Don't ask Atlas. He would say
I
no.
think it's early to say.
No, actually, I don't think so, because yesterday it happened something bad.
Oh,
Yesterday was
something did happen. There
Something
was
did
the
happen.
incident. We don't talk about that. Guys, we do have the interview though ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Doran and Peanut of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations, guys. Doran, this is your first win in your HLE uniform, so how do you feel? As for the uniform, I really like the colors. I love it. It's my first game match after joining a new team, and I'm really glad that we're able to have a good start. And Peanut, how do you feel? It was our first match. I was pretty nervous, but after we warmed up through game one, I think we were able to grab really good momentum. And Doran, in game one, you got your POG. Although in the early part of the game, it looks like you were struggling a little bit, but one team fight to win it all. Let's take a look at this replay. This was a Drake team fight on the fourth Drake. So what was the team's decision to make this game-ending team fight? So we're just trying to go in. I personally wanted to go in with Ghost and engage to try to end the game. And Peanut, how did you feel about Doran's decision here? Yeah, it was a struggle in game one, but he was able to play really well, and we were able to secure the win in game one. And Peanut, you locked in Zach in game two, so what strength were you expecting from this pick? The enemy was trying to go with a 2 marksman comp, so I just had to deny their way of scaling, so I think that was a decision from our coaching staff. And you guys really grasped the mid-prio and jungle pathing and it was on point from the start in game 2. So let's take a look at this replay now. What were you guys talking about as a team here? Zeka wanted to see if I can get Mink mid, and yeah, we were able to. He was able to grab his solo kill. I personally think he's a really good mid. I feel like we definitely have a long way to go in terms of building synergy, but I believe that there's only room for improvement. Doran, how do you feel about the 2 mid-jungle synergy? I feel like they're building really good synergy right now. How about Peanut and Doran's synergy? Doran? Me and Peanut?
네, 지금
I mean, we've been together for 3 years.
예, 너무 좋죠. 예.
You like me, right? Yeah, of course. I love you.
멋진 모습 보여주고 계십니다. 두 분 다 또 경력이 화려한 선수들이 또 뭉친 하나생명이기 때문에 체급을 제대로 느낄
And
수 있는 경기였던
Hanwha
것
Life
같은데요.
Esports has such great raw strength. So, how do you think of the teamwork so far in the team?
팀워크보다는 지금 좀 아무래도
I feel like rather than the teamwork, we're definitely just trying to stay on the same page with each other.
방향성이 되게 좋다고는 느끼고 있습니다.
I feel like we have a really good direction of how we are trying to synergize with each other.
어려움이요.
And Peanut, what do you think are some of the challenges to build teamwork here? I feel like we'll be able to find out more about that as we get into more matches. I feel like the biggest challenge would be not being able to fix our mistakes. But I feel like so far I have been seeing a lot of improvements, so I'm not too worried about it at all. And 2024 slogan for HLE is why not? To express your resolution to achieve the best you can in your own methods. So, what is your goal and resolution as a well-anticipated super team, Doran? I feel like we're at a stage where we're trying to stay on the same page as each other. And I'm sure that there were moments where we were not able to show our best, but I hope you look forward to us becoming and developing into a great team. And Peanut? Yeah, a lot of people are excited for our team. This is only the start. So I hope our fans can be a little generous with a lot of support. We'll put in our extra effort to become the best team that we can be. And this will be the end of the interview with Doran and Peanut from Hanwha Life Esports. And back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for that awesome translation as always. Good to hear from Doran and Peanut, especially when they said I love you to each other. Very wholesome stuff. Hanwha Life Esports now tied for first place currently at the top here, but Kwangdong Freaks, the last team to get a chance at doing that in the next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if they can 2-0 T1, maybe they could join those 4 teams in the pristine spot at the top, you know, the big dogs like Nongshim.
Yeah. And there's a 4 best team currently in LCK, and there's a
we can't argue.
And then there's a Genji at the 5th.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not? Why not?
Why not?
Anything can happen in esports.
Anything can happen in esports. That's what you need to take away from this desk. Guys, we do have T1 versus Kwangdong Freaks on the way. Don't go anywhere.
서로 소속팀이 바뀌어서 붙다 보니까 되게 재밌는 것 같습니다. 때리는 거는 제가 해너 선수보다 나은 것 같아요. 오케이 브랜드랑 팀을 어떻게 캐리하는지 지켜봤으면 좋겠다.
당신도 언젠가 칼바람 나락으로 떨어질 수 있다. 칼바람 나락 퀴즈쇼로 인사드립니다. 자, 2024 LCK 스프링 시즌이 개막이 성큼 다가왔습니다. 배혜지 아나운서 어떠십니까?
그래도 올해도 이렇게 많은 분들과 함께 할 수 있어서 너무 설레고 기쁩니다.
네, 오늘의 게스트 LCK 분석 데스크에서 활동 중인 전문가 4분을 모셨습니다. 안녕하십니까?
안녕하세요.
반응을 보니까 그래도 오늘 누군가는 떨어지겠다라는 생각이 듭니다.
칼바람 나락 퀴즈쇼 시작합니다. 첫 번째 게스트로 포니 임주환 분석관을 모셨습니다. 과연 포니는 어떤 분석관인지 전지전능한 챗 GPT 통해서 알아보도록 하겠습니다. LCK 분석 데스크에서 활동 중인 포니, 이전에 프로게이머로 활동한 포는 현재 LCK 분석 데스크에서 활동하는 분석가입니다. 포니입니까? 폰입니까?
저는 이제 포니, P-O-N-Y.
칼바람 나락 퀴즈쇼 시작하겠습니다. 자, 포니님. 이번 2024 LCK 스프링에는 신인 선수들이 대거 데뷔를 하게 됩니다. 포니님이 눈여겨보는 유망주가 있으십니까?
혹시 뭐 명단 같은 걸 미리 좀 주시면 제가 한번 골라볼 수도 있을 것 같은데.
신인들에 대해서 잘 모르시는 것 같습니다. 자, 문제 나가겠습니다. 다음 중 2024 LCK 스프링 로스터에 등록되지 않은 사람을 고르세요.
나만 아니면 돼.
원래 저희 업계가 그 닉네임으로 많이 활동을 하잖아요.
저희 업계요?
네, 뭐 이런 e스포츠 전반이 약간
저는 실명을 다 알고 있습니다만.
뭐 대본 있으시니까 아시는 거 아닌가?
분석은 물론 해설까지 맡고 계신 포니님이십니다.
이게 이제 신인 선수들이잖아요. 그럼 이제 연령대가 좀 많이 어린 걸 일단 기준으로 하니까 이름이 약간 세련된 선수들은 신인이 맞고,
아, 이름이 촌스러운 사람을 고르겠다.
그러니까 촌스럽다고는 제가 하진 않았고요.
그래서 정답은 몇 번입니까?
3번 하겠습니다. 김진현.
김진현이 가장 촌스러운 이름이다. 이렇게 생각하시는 걸까요?
촌스럽다기보단 약간 동년배일 수도 있지 않을까 하는 생각이 들어서.
포니님께서 말씀해주신 3번 김진현 정답입니까?
3번 김진현. 정답입니다. 담당 PD였습니다. 담당 PD님의 성함이 바로 김진현이었습니다.
분석가와 해설가를 겸업하고 계신 포니님께서 루키들의 이름을 모르시는 걸로. 이번 롤분 토론에서 락은 외톨이당이라는 당을 맡으셨다고 들었는데요. 외로우십니까?
가끔씩 외로움을 느낍니다.
문제 드리겠습니다. 다음 중 최애 애니메이션을 고르시오.
와, 이거는 진짜.
이걸 고민하십니까?
저게 뭐야?
우선 아케인 굉장한 명작이죠. 그 라이엇 게임즈에서 이렇게 제작을 또 했고, 또 제가 봤던 장편, 그러니까 이 애니메이션 중에서는
그래서 몇 번이죠?
소환사육국에 있는 캐릭터들에게 다가갈 수 있는 아주 멋진 또 자매나, 근데 이제 보치도록 같은 경우에는
또 죄송한데 지금 시간이 별로 없습니다.
보치도록 하겠습니다.
뽀로로를 이겼어?
뽀로로는 얘기도 안 해?
그러니까 대한민국과 라이엇보다는 더 사랑하는 보치더락 명대사 한번 해주시죠.
무리.
취향은 존중해야겠죠? 여기서 보너스 문제 드리겠습니다. 이번 문제는 대답만 하셔도 포니님의 이름으로 팬분들께 게이밍 마우스를 선물로 드릴 수 있습니다. 가볍고 성능 좋은 게이밍 마우스가 걸려있는 이 문제 도전하시겠습니까?
당연히 도전하겠습니다.
소데스까?
소데스.
네,
이키마쇼.
문제 나갑니다. 다음 중 가장 폐지가 시급한 컨텐츠를 고르시오.
1번 리플레이, 2번 롤리나잇, 3번 시크릿 보드룸, 4번 롤분 토론.
사실 이제 저희 시크릿 보드룸이 또 2024년에도 계속 하게 되었고 롤분 토론은 말할 것도 없죠. 또 양질의 내용들이 담겨 있고 저희 또 이제 리플레이는 또 저기 있는 저희 헬리오스나 이제 캡틴 잭 같은 친구들도 나왔고
롤리나잇이다?
안 나가는데.
그럼 롤리나잇?
롤리나잇은 또 이제 훈이와 또 김유중 그러니까 당군 MC님도 나오시는 굉장히
선택을
좋은
하시겠습니까? 포기하시겠습니까?
팬들한테 마우스 주기 싫은가 보다.
아까 사비로 뭐 준다거나 뭐.
리플레이 고르겠습니다.
자, 리플레이를 고르셨는데요. 담당 PD님께서 제가 알기로는 어제 밤새 편집을 하시다가 오늘 새벽에 귀가를 하셨다고 들었는데 어떤 게 그렇게 마음에 안 드시는 거예요?
아래 둘은 제가 되게 재밌게 하고 있고 또 롤리나잇은
네,
또 이제
알겠습니다. 포니님 이제 끝났으니 자리로 들어가 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 전체적인 포니님의 의견은 라이엇에 잘 전달을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 두 번째 게스트 캡틴 잭 강형우님 모셨습니다. 안녕하십니까?
안녕하십니까?
네, 캡틴 잭님에 대해서 챗 GPT에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 캡틴 잭은 본명은 조한규입니다. 독수리 부리는 왜 노랄까? 본명이 조한규입니까?
아닙니다. 제 본명은 강형우입니다.
칼바람 나라 퀴즈쇼 시작하겠습니다. 다음 중 하나를 캐삭해야 한다면 자, 제가 입은 불가능합니다.
아니 이거 너무 쉽다 이거는.
들어간 돈은 왼쪽이 더 많아.
얼마 정도 쓰셨죠?
약 1억 정도가 아마 들어갔을
건물이
가능성이 있기는 합니다.
하지만 리그 오브 레전드에는 추억이 담겨 있죠.
그렇죠. 하지만 또 리그 오브 레전드는
직장이죠.
무료로 또 즐길 수도 있고.
공짜다.
스킨 없어도
그렇죠.
된다.
즐기는데 아무 문제가 없는.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만 제가 입은 불가합니다.
로스트 아크를 삭제하겠습니다. 네.
1억이 넘게 들인 계정을 삭제하겠다. 알겠습니다. 자, 그렇게 사랑하는 LCK의 초대 우승자인 캡틴 잭님, 문제 드리겠습니다. 다음 중 가장 감동받은 뱀픽은?
이건 좀 너무한 거 아니야?
난 솔직히 진유민 할 만했다고 봐.
아무래도 감동은
왜 여길 봐?
모두가 다 공감할 수 있게 럼자오 자레를 모두가 감동 깊게 보지 않았을까.
실례지만 어떤 부분이 그렇게 감동적이셨나요?
어떤 특정 하나를 감동을 이렇게 뽑기보다는 저 5개가 이제 하나에 모여서 그게 감동이라고 생각을 합니다.
그러니까 상대팀 입장에서 감동이었던 거죠.
잘 알겠습니다.
자, 그렇다면 보너스 문제 드리겠습니다. 이번 문제 음질이 굉장히 훌륭한 게이밍 헤드셋을 선물로 드릴 수 있습니다. 도전하시겠습니까?
무조건 대답하겠습니다.
아내분을 얼만큼 사랑하시나요?
최고로 사랑합니다.
네,
이건
사랑꾼
대답
캡틴
빠르네.
잭님, 보너스 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 문제 주세요. 본인의 이상형을 고르세요.
극악의 남자.
뭐예요?
누구니?
죄송한데 왼쪽은 어느 분이신지 제가 잘 인지가 안 됐어요.
접니다.
그런데 이게 꼭 여기서의 선택이 그 와이프를 사랑하지 않는다라는 건 아니잖아요.
그런 말씀은 드린 적이 없습니다.
큰일 났다. 이미 큰일 났어. 이건 진짜 나락이다. 이거.
고르는 것도 웃긴데?
그리 어려운 문제가 아닌 것 같은데요.
절대.
그래도 제 와이프가 그 이제 앞머리를 가지고 있습니다. 앞머리가 그래도 그 있는 사진을 가지고 있는 그
네?
왼쪽이
배혜지가 싫다.
왼쪽이 제 와이프와 그나마 비슷하다고 생각하여 왼쪽을 고르도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 캡틴잭님. 캡틴잭님 이름으로 게이밍 마우스인가요? 헤드셋을 선물 드릴게요.
이제 알겠고요. 이제 들어가세요.
안녕. 잘 가. 꼬꼬가 고수진 분석가님 모셨습니다. 안녕하십니까?
안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다.
챗 GPT에게 물어봤습니다. 코코가는 꼬마 버스 타요에서 주인공인 버스로 활약한 적이 있습니다. 버스셨습니까?
버스 기사였습니다.
재미없습니다.
코코가의 칼바람 나라 퀴즈쇼 시작하겠습니다. LCK 대표 꽃미남인 꼬꼬가님, 남주혁보다 내가 더 낫다 뭐 이런 발언을 하셨다고 들었는데요. 사실입니까?
농담식으로 이렇게 섞여서 한 거지만 그게 좀 와전이 된 게 있는 것 같습니다.
남주혁보다 잘생긴 꼬꼬가님께 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다.
아니, 제 말 할 권리 없나요?
나와 가장 닮은 연예인을 고르시오.
이걸 고르는 것도 제가 되게 웃긴 것 같은데 1번과 2번은 아예 없어요, 저한테.
그럼 3, 4번은 있다?
4번은 있다?
와, 3,
이렇게
4번은 있다.
이렇게 말하는 것도 좀 웃긴데
정말
저희가
본인과 닮았다고 생각하십니까?
기분이 너무
아니.
안 좋습니다.
아니 그런 거 있잖아요. 뭐 박재범 닮은 사람도 있고 뭐 박재범 닮았는데 뭔가 쥐 같다 그런 느낌도 있고.
박재범이 쥐 같다?
아니 그게 아니라 박재범 닮은 쥐 같은 사람도
진짜
있다.
나락이다. 이거는 진짜 나락이다.
그런 사람들도 있다. 뭐 그런 느낌인 거죠. 제가 어떻게
그래서 몇 번을 고르시겠습니까?
3번 하겠습니다.
자, LCK의 박서준 꼬꼬가님. 다음 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 다음 중 가장 못생긴 사람을 골라주세요.
와, 이거는 야, 근데 잠깐 사진이 진짜.
이건 잘해야 돼요. 아니, 형 우리 잘해야 돼.
잠깐만요.
이거는 진짜로.
이거는 제가 이거 담당 작가님 때리고 올게요. 이거는 사진을 다른 사람도 군대 있을 때 사진 가져오라 하세요.
이건 지금 누구한테 하트하는 거죠 지금?
와이프한테.
와이프에게.
혹시 저한테 하시는 겁니까?
아니요. 전혀 아닙니다.
멋있게 코스프레를 많이 동진이가 원했었거든요. APL리오스 막 밀고 해보고 싶다. 그걸 했는데도 저 퍼포먼스라면
네, 박서준님 얘기하시죠.
네, 헬리오스로 하겠습니다.
네, 헬리오스가 가장 못생겼다라고 LCK의 박서준님께서 얘기하셨는데요.
이들아, 너가 그래서 여자친구가 없는 거야.
면전에다 대고.
앞으로 못 보겠네요.
미안하다.
자, 꼬꼬님.
네?
작년 롤분 토론에서 광동 프릭스의 광세를 예측을 하셨습니까? 기억나십니까?
그랬었죠.
이 광동 프릭스가 서머 시즌 10위를 할 걸 예상하셨습니까?
전혀 못했습니다. 어떻게 했죠?
자, 그렇다면 문제 드리겠습니다. 2024 LCK 스프링 정규 시즌 꼴찌팀은
진짜 너무하다.
주관식입니다.
약팀 쪽에서는 일단 피어 폭스도 뭔가
피어 X입니다. 피어 폭스는 혹시 어떤?
피어 X. 죄송합니다. 스스로 무덤을 파네요.
진짜 나락이다 진짜.
그래서 꼴찌팀은 어느 팀이죠?
아니 씨 이거 좀 너무한 거 아니야? 근데 씨 이거 어떻게 오르라고 시작도 안 했는데. 저 브리온 할게요.
누구요?
OK저축은행 브리온 하겠습니다.
OK저축은행 브리온 밤새서 엄청 열심히 연습하고 있던데.
자, 들어가 주시면 되겠습니다. 더 이상은 이야기를 하고 싶지가 않습니다.
아니 씨 이거 뭐 어떻게 하라고.
다음은 헬리오스 신동진 분석가님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 퀴즈를 시작하기 전에 전지전능한 챗 GPT에게 헬리오스님에 대해서 물어봤습니다. 헬리오스는 CJ 엔투스에서 서브 정글러로 활동한 적이 있었습니다. 현재 LCK 분석 데스크에서 활동 중인지 정보는 알려져 있지 않습니다.
난 저게 더 슬퍼.
반이라도 맞춘 것 같네요. 네, 반이라도 맞췄고 분석 데스크
칼바람 나라 퀴즈쇼 시작하겠습니다. LCK 팀들 중에서도 이번 시즌에는 유난히 눈에 띄는 변화를 맞은 팀이 있습니다. 바로 피어 폭스 아니고 피어 X인데요. 자, 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 다음 중 피어 X의 로고를 고르시오.
일단은 가볍게 추리를 좀 해보면은 3번은 절대 아니에요.
3번이 좀 똘망똘망해 보이지 않냐?
3번은 오히려 눈이 징그러워서 아니에요. 근데 뭐가 다른 거예요?
진짜 뭐가 다른지
뭐가 다른 거예요?
뭐가 다른지 모르겠어.
일단은 갈기 디테일이 살아있으니까 저런 거 괜히 살릴 필요가 없는데 2번, 4번은
5초 드리겠습니다. 5, 4.
저는 1번 하겠습니다. 1번.
정답은 2번입니다. 말씀해주신 1번은 갈기가 확연하게 다른 것을 볼 수 있습니다.
미안하다 상우가. 미안하다 내가.
분석가가 팀 로고도 모른다.
죄송합니다.
만약에 지금 프로게이머 제이가 온다면 도전하실 생각이 있으십니까?
연봉 많이 주나요?
네.
연봉 많이 주면 하죠.
프로게이머에 다시 한번 도전해보고 싶은 헬리오스님에 대해서 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 프로제이가 온다면 가장 가고 싶은 팀을 고르세요.
근데 저는 예전부터 정해놨었어요.
제일 올 리가 없는데?
프런트가 미친 거지.
죄송한데 혹시 왜 정해놓으신 거죠?
꿈이었어요, 꿈. 드림. 저는 연봉을 안 줘도 T1 가고 싶습니다.
너가 돈 내야 돼. 뭔 소리야?
그러니까 오너 선수를 밀어내겠다 그게 아니라 오너 선수
보너스 문제입니다. 이번 문제는 대답만 하셔도 헬리오스님의 이름으로 팬분들께 키보드를 선물할 수 있습니다. 게이밍 키보드가 달린 이 문제 도전하시겠습니까?
갈 때까지 가서 뭐 이 문제 정도는 쉽겠죠.
네.
도전하겠습니다.
문제 드리겠습니다. 누구의 자리를 빼앗을지 골라주세요.
이게 준비가 돼 있네.
와 진짜 아니 이게 문제가 제가 제일 센 것 같은데 아니 아까 뭐 남주형 뭐 그런 거는 아니
뭘 진지하게 고민해.
헬리오스님이 들어가기 위해선 반드시 한 명이 방출되어야만 합니다.
실직이 되는 거죠.
방출이에요 심지어?
예.
방출이에요?
네.
포기하시겠습니까?
포기해도 되나요?
키보드를 많은 분들이 기다리실 텐데요.
팬들한테 키보드를 안 줘.
그러니까 팬들은
여러분
있다,
키보드
이건가?
받고 싶으시죠?
마우스와
저기서 내하는 게 어딨어요 저기서.
마우스와 헤드셋 다 있는데 키보드가 없습니다.
알겠습니다. 저는 정했습니다. 마음을. 1번 제우스 선수의 자리를 뺏겠습니다.
월즈
왜냐면
2023 월드 MVP 제우스를 방출시키고 헬리오스님께서 T1에 들어가겠다. 알겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 헬리오스님의 이름으로
저도
게임 키보드를 팬분들께 선물할 수 있게 됐습니다.
저도
2024년 LCK 분석 데스크도 많은 응원을 부탁드리며 칼바람 나라 퀴즈쇼 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. LCK뿐만 아니라 다방면에서 현재 활동하고 계신 배혜지 아나운서. 월클을 꿈꾸십니까?
월클이면 좋겠죠.
그렇다면 월클을 꿈꾸는 배혜지 아나운서께 질문 드리도록 하겠습니다. 문제 주세요. 다음 중 월클 라인에서 빠져야 할 사람은 누구일까요?
와 이거 진짜 나라
아니야?
아까 웃을 때부터 알아봤어.
맞아요.
어떻게 골라? 어떻게 골라? 어떻게 골라? 아니 어떻게 골라? 어떻게 골라? 이거 어떻게 골라?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronically here as we take you through our second series of the evening. And this might look on paper like it's somewhat one-sided. The world champions versus the 10th place team at the end of last year. But you may not have watched what the sister teams of these two squads did in Challenger just a few days ago.
Don't bring up Challenger, Atlas.
Upsets aplenty, Chronicler.
Do it. I don't even know if that was an upset. Which you know very well.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So, I do think that, T1, they lost a 2-1 against Gen.G. In of itself, losing against Gen.G, it's something that T1 has a lot of experience with. And they took some drafting liberties that I imagine today they won't. But maybe we get the promised Kwangdong. The Kwangdong that apparently was a great scrim partner. And they have Cuz. And Cuz, to me, is severely underappreciated because the fact he ended up with Kwangdong somehow when he was one of the best, if not the most consistent jungler throughout the entire year in 2023,
well,
strong feelings toward that one.
What I'm looking at is the fact that they made one change, and so Kwangdong invested extraordinarily heavily into their jungle. I think that's the positive way to look at it. As you can see, World's scrim partners. Of course, it was Kwangdong Freaks that did help T1 out when they were practicing for the final last year. So that was pretty successful for T1. So maybe that means that they have leveled up a little bit in the off-season. We'll just have to see how it goes. Let's hear from Komi here. We'll be able to display our strength through adaptation. We promise to give you a T1-like performance down the line. And I don't think too many people are reading too far into the loss against Gen.G. If you are, then maybe take a step back and realize that it is week 1 of spring. And you don't really need to win every single game.
I know what
they've already done that, you know? Like, you don't need to do it again.
And it didn't matter.
No.
I mean, I guess you could argue it does, as 23 Summer First Jungler Cuz picked up. There were some parts of the All-Pro lineup that I think deservedly got memed a lot. I don't think this guy, though, deserves to be part of that. Cuz, to me, was a incredible jungler individually, and I can't wait to see how he's going to transform this Kwangdong roster.
Exactly. Already has a lot of strong players to join up with, and let's hear from them right now.
첫 경기부터 T1이야? 사실 이런 생각을 했고 오히려 T1이라 저희가 더 준비를 더 빡세게 할 수도 있고
롤드컵 우승을 하고 온 팀이 그대로 1년을 더 하는 거고 긴 시간 동안 합을 맞췄다 보니까 얼마나 더 잘할지 궁금하긴 합니다.
네, T1이 확실히 스노우볼 엄청 잘 굴리는 팀이기 때문에 그거에 대한 방법을 잘 찾아야 될 것 같습니다.
광동 사실 기억나는 거는 4강 때부터 많이 했던 것 같은데 광동 선수분들이 되게 열심히 해줘서
휴가도 반납하고 저희가 원하는 막 일정이나 뱀픽 같은 것도 다 맞춰서 해주셨어가지고 감사하다고 생각했습니다.
두두 선수 제가 또 아시안 게임 때도 많이 도움 줬어가지고 감사하게 생각하고 있고 뭐 일방적으로 저만 도움을 받는 게 아니라 롤드컵 우승 탑라이너랑 연습한 거다 보니까 오히려 더 도움이 많이 되는 부분도 많죠.
즐거울 것 같다라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 왜냐하면 또 많이 해본 상대이기도 하고 기대가 돼요. 그냥 서로 이제 어떻게 될지 그냥 재밌을 것 같아요.
롤드컵 우승을 하긴 했지만 경기를 다른 베테랑 선수들에 비해서는 많이 뛴 편도 아니니까 그냥 건강하자.
월즈 때부터 계속 연습해온 팀이 이제 첫 경기부터 붙게 돼가지고 스크림 하던 대로 재밌는 경기 한번 만들어 보겠습니다.
성적에 대한 목표는 정해두지 않는 게 좋을 것 같아서 정해두지 않았고 그냥 건강하고 재밌게 게임하고 있습니다.
작년에 사실 성적이 안 좋았어가지고 이제 올라갈 길밖에 남지 않았다고 생각합니다. 더 높이 올라가서 프로를 진출해 보도록 하겠습니다. 광동 프릭스 저는 많이 까다로울 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 연습 되게 오래 했고 팀합이 되게 좋을 거라고 생각해서 잘 이겨보겠습니다.
a lot of respect for one another, Chronicler. It was actually really heartwarming and beautiful. Sometimes we call this trash talk. Definitely was not that. It was just appreciation across the board. T1 going to be making their way out for the second time this week up against Kwangdong Freaks, who we haven't seen anything of just yet. And with all of this experience facing off against one another, I think that it does create some more interesting drafts. The more knowledge you have about one another, the deeper you go with the counter strategies and options and things like that. So hopefully that will spice things up when it comes to not too spicy, not like what T1 did in Game 3. We don't want to go that spicy, but maybe some interesting picks, some fun ones. And you know, Cuz is playing, and Zach was just really, really good in our last series. So hopefully we get to see maybe some Cuz Zach.
I'm just excited to see Bulldog and Cuz play together.
Aww.
You know I love me some Bulldog, and he had some great moments last year. Also some moments that were not necessarily that much of a highlight. And against T1, the opponents here today, he'll have to come out in full forces. There they are. Kwangdong getting ready to make their way down to the stage.
Yep. Bite it is the tagline for this team. They failed to do so in summer last year. 10th place was not where they were aiming. But we saw, you know, Andal, he got on the all-support team for our season opening that we did have. Praised for being able to make it a challenger, playing every single role in League of Legends. Going to be interesting to see what he's going to be able to pull out with the fact that there has been a little bit of a change up to the bottom lane meta. Now, what do Kwangdong Freaks have for us here, as this is their first time in LoL Park for 2024 together as a team? Oh, a 10.
They were 10th.
What is this? Oh, never mind. It's a first. All right, Cuz, I hear you. And Cuz wasn't 10th.
Bulldog and Cuz immediately bumping into each other. Cuz was first in the regular season.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, the fact that
Cuz didn't need to rip it, actually. He'd done it. It was okay. Oh, man. So, as we mentioned before, Bite It is the tagline for the Kwangdong Freaks. And let's have a look at the amount of games played. Because, yeah, Dudu has been around for a while. Taeun has been here for a while as well. But Cuz has been here for a lot longer than everyone else. And in fact, played for T1 that he's now facing off against in their first match.
Yeah, could combine everything, and still the rest of the team wouldn't quite match, because Andil's win rate in particular is unfortunate, but did join during the era of Kwangdong, where they were one win away into 10th. That was a very tragic timeline for them, but it does mean that maybe that is the experience that they need. Now, I do think one of the other big weaknesses last year for this team was not necessarily Youngjae, but the bottom lane. And that has to be in an at least manageable state today, because if Taeun and Andil give too much power over to Karya and T1, we know what happens. We've seen them do it a million times. We've seen them do it to a world championship. And a lot of pressure of that, I think, is also going to be on the shoulders of this man, trying to impact the map more than Owner is going to maybe salvage some of the lane states that I don't think will necessarily be favorable.
No, I don't think so either. And I think that T1 are going to be coming into this one with a lot of seriousness. I think that they probably built a lot of respect for Kwangdong Freaks as well, as they were scrim partners, as we heard in the little interview that we caught just before. So these guys are really going to have to be giving it their all if they want to make a good first impression here today for 2024 on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. T1 just wanted to get back on the horse after their 3-game loss against Gen G. It was very competitive. It was very messy, but it was a whole lot of fun in that series. And T1 probably not taking things like completely seriously or like super duper seriously at the very beginning of the season, because it's a marathon. It is not a sprint.
Yeah, if they lose here, then I think the general talk about the team will definitely change. Say that they really struggle here.
Oh yeah.
But even then, as mentioned, we'll see what they actually are able to make happen today. Bulldog, same haircut, but now blonde. Definitely noteworthy. We'll see. I was very excited.
Absolutely.
I was very excited about Bulldog coming in to last year, and I think we saw that in some games, but Kwangdong as a whole never really felt like they meshed well together, as yet again Coma sitting there pensively.
Very pensive. I wonder what he's thinking. He's just waiting for this draft to start. See exactly what is going to be picked up for both of these teams. Very interesting. Like, this is the most fun thing about Kwangdong Freaks is seeing how it's going to work with Cuz there. And whether Bulldog can reach that potential that we know is going to be there. Whether Dudu can be that fighting force that we know he can be towards that top side of the map. I actually am, really keen to see whether they can actually put up a fight, especially towards the top side. There is a little bit of a delay, by the way, getting into Champion Select. But we will make sure that we hop in there as soon as possible. I believe it's just a bit of a headset change to happen for the coaching staff. And then we're going to be diving on in to see exactly what champions are going to be picked up. Let's have a little bit of a meta discussion then, shall we? Like, just talk about what we're expecting to be taken away, picked up, things like that. Has there anything... Because for me, it doesn't really feel like one of these metas where, oh, there are these 3 champions that have to be banned, otherwise the whole world is going to explode. Like, it's not that anymore so much.
It's the moms of Kwangdong that have yet again graced us with their presence. And talking about meta, the one thing I am fairly certain is going to remain extremely high on the ban priority list is the Ashe, specifically because you want to play Ashe against T1. No, you don't. You don't want to do that. That is going to make your life very miserable. And that, to me, is basically the one where I'm 100% certain. Another pick that I think will be highly contested, but we have seen some development towards the Azir. Azir is one that I think is quite strong, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it yet again be at the forefront of the picks. But yeah, we'll see.
We will indeed, just like you're seeing us right here, as we wait for that headset to be put back together. So yeah, I'm just hoping that we don't see Bel'Veth again. No more of this 80 cannon. If there is a Bel'Veth in the game.
I didn't mind the 80 cannon so much. I thought 80 cannon was fun.
I think if there was a tank in the jungle. I think
the combination. Combination was.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I mean, in isolation. I'm a big fan of looking at things in isolation. No, the Bel'Veth 80 cannon combo was not. It wasn't great.
No, it was not our all-time favorite. Another thing that I did want to talk about as well is after yesterday's performance from KT, the telecom war could be another thing that might be on people's minds. That's in a week's time, Chronicler. The 25th. That's when we get to see it.
I'm cautiously optimistic. You know, I'm not putting too much stock in a single series, but even when KT have, on paper, I think looked worse than this current roster, the telecom war has just been delivering for like the last couple of years. And I can't wait. Can't wait to see what is going to happen as we great crowd shots, obviously. A lot of artwork, as right there, very nicely done. 4 stars for T1. So they need a 5th one, really, so they can have one above the head of every individual player.
No, I think if you got 5 players, you do need to have
it's just
5 stars.
Otherwise.
That's absolutely true. There was something that I was going to talk about, and it's gone. Oh,
that's on me for talking too long.
No, I guess we could have a bit of a sneak preview of what we're going to be discussing on the Pog State.
Fun.
It's going to be coming up. We're going to be filming that one on Sunday evening. And our first Pog State of the year is always outrageous predictions.
Oh, do you want to give away yours yet, or are you just going to build up?
No, I think we just need to have a little bit of discussion about, like, is it super obvious this time around where all of the teams are going to be going, or is it something that's going to be a little bit more contentious?
Are you still? I'm not going to spoil it, but are you still going to stick with? Yeah, he is. Okay, you're gonna want to watch it, and I'm not actually. It's going to be fun. I think we're going to have a very entertaining discussion. The best part to me about that Pog State is always you go back and there's some stuff that we're like, oh man, they were really on the money, and then some other stuff was like, what? No.
Yeah, it's like me last year. It was absolutely terrible. It's what we were talking about throughout the entire year. It's always referencing back to how incredibly wrong our predictions were.
One do-over. You get one swap.
Yeah, you can swap one team.
Well, and 2 teams, but once.
Yes. So it is quite difficult to land it correctly. I think I know exactly where all the teams are going, though. Actually,
this is the year of Atlas.
Yeah, I don't know. I figured it out.
Predictions.
Yep. I got my 10-sided die. I got it. I've rolled it already, actually, to decide where KT is going to be going. I could give it away, but I won't. We'll save it. We'll save it for the actual.
No, I don't think you want to give anything away because I think I know, but I don't know if everyone else knows, and I want to see the reactions.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ready, really. Will Carrier pull out the Hui support is my question. He is definitely a chef, you can see, with a fry pan right there, looking very happy about it. A little bit of a Conker's Bad Fur Day reference in my mind for that one. You remember walking around slapping people with a fry pan?
Did not play that game.
You didn't?
I did not. I'm very sorry.
Oh my goodness. Probably one of the best games on the Nintendo 64 that was ever released. And that system has some of the greatest games of all time. But I have to say, it is extraordinarily good. The re-release, not as good. So
well, I won't play that one.
Don't play that one. Don't play that one. Just play the OG. It looks like we're around the corner. There was a slight delay, guys. That's why we're talking about all sorts of things like Conker's Bad Fur Day and the Pog State. It's because we're getting that headset all sorted out and make sure that everyone can communicate with one another. And it is, I believe, almost done. I think based on the estimates, I think we're getting closer.
Any second,
and
guys.
closer.
It's really.
I did just have Jisun tell me that it's not really getting.
I was leading up to. As everyone knows, how this works is that they're actually waiting for us to wrap up all our topics. I think it's just one big thumb, and his pinky is really. I don't know. I think it's supposed to be blitzcrank, but the eyes they're a bit scary.
Yeah.
The eyes they don't have as much life in them as I'd like. But no, we have the button here, but we can't press it.
Oh.
Because we're not done to start the game.
Oh, yeah. No, we have the big red start the game button. But we felt like the last series didn't quite go for long enough, and we really do need to kind of extend it out as, oh, yeah, we really needed to adjust the brightness there just a little bit. Owner's hair color really blowing out the lenses of our cameras here. And I think that says T1 win. And that's why they did it. So there was a sign that said Owner was the light of T1, and so they just blew out the camera for that shot because it was hilarious.
And he's the only one with blonde hair on that team.
True.
So it makes sense.
They need to do the same thing for Bulldog.
Yeah, but they got a different theme going on. Because, he's the Bulldog.
And no one has a sign saying that he's the light of their team.
Well, I'm sure his mom would.
That's true. He does have a sign that said something about Bulldog, but I just can't quite remember what was said. And by can't remember, I mean can't read. Although, actually, it just says Bulldog. Because I can see it's actually just over your shoulder towards the left there.
No, there's some stuff underneath as well. I just don't.
Yeah,
don't
someone's head's in the way, actually. So even if
Is
I
it
could
my head?
I couldn't. No, it's not.
I do have quite a large head, so it makes
You
sense.
do. Physically and metaphorically. That's actually
What does that even
completely
mean?
untrue. If you're big-headed, then you're a bit full of yourself.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
No, that sounds very much.
That's absolutely you.
Yeah. Everyone knows.
To a T. But yeah, we're really, it's. I mean, this must be acquiring this headset. Must be very difficult. It's like it's a very fancy headset, gold encrusted headset.
You got to go to the headset room, Atlas. And that's a while away.
The headset warehouse. And actually, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we will reveal the gold encrusted headset and possibly have a game of League of Legends. See you there.
내일은 희망일 뿐 약속된 건 없어.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take. Hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here, where the stakes stay like haunted eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind.
Oh, okay, here we are. We're back again, and I think we're ready to dive into the draft for game number 1 between T1 and Kwangdong Freaks. T1 on the blue side, as you can see in the lower third just there, and as we can also see, the draft haseth begun. Let's spin around from the roof here and dive into it.
And yeah, the only thing that that could tear me away from a cinematic like that is an actual game of League of Legends.
Yes,
I'm very
me
happy.
too. I was quite enthralled.
Goosebumps
Every time, yeah.
every time, especially because we're here with the
Why
headsets.
does Tryndamere look a bit like Sean Bean?
Well, I imagine phonetically it makes sense.
I know, because it's just like kind of dying.
Yeah, they die all the time. Yeah, except
Yeah.
Tryndamere doesn't if you're doing well.
But he does look a lot like him. Next
Oh, I
time you
get it.
watch the
I can see
cinematic, please see whether you can see it as well. What I can see is some bans, Chronicler. They have come through. We have a Cassante, an Aphelios, and an Udyr ban. The Aphelios is standing out. We also have an Ashe and a Renata taken away from Keria.
And the Renata is, of course, an incredibly strong pick, but I do think we have already been shown by none other than KT that there are, in fact, tools to deal with this.
Indeed.
At the same time, if you're Kwangdong, do you really want to put Taeyeon and Andil into a skill matchup against what, without a shadow of a doubt, will be Renata and Kalista? Probably not. It's going to be Lucian,
Please,
most
no.
likely, and Milio should be the pick away here from Kwangdong, but because of the preemptive ban on the Aphelios, not going to be the opportunity for the Kwangdong Freaks to immediately go towards a really strong hyper carry combo. Can go for Varus if that is picked, and they do go for Kaza Sejuani, which is of course one of his comfort picks, must mean the Milio will come through here for Keria. Because going back to one of his comfort picks, Sejuani not necessarily in a top tier position right now, but Kuz has been able to make some miracles happen. And we do know Dudu loves his Jax.
Oh yeah.
What they're looking towards.
Not to, and also we can't forget the fact that Bulldog is pretty good at some of these more melee-focused champions in the mid lane as well. Can be quite aggressive there. So looking to see whether there's going to be some of that Permafrost synergy being picked up. The Milio, no surprise, will Faker just collect an Azir. Would make a fair bit of sense. You could also lock away a jungler here to make sure that Ona has as much comfort as possible with the Sejuani face-up. Does make some sense, but we'll see what they do have in mind. Right now, the camera is expecting a Faker pickup, and that's a Corki. Not going to be banned this time around, was banned a whole lot in our first series, but going to decide against it. Looks like some orbs are going to be necessary here as he waits until the very last second. And then the Lulu, the consideration, has often been picked into this Milio.
And Lulu is both great with the on-it variety of Varus and actually has a decent matchup into the Lucian. Lucian dashing in can actually punish him to a certain extent. The Orianna, not as, I'd say, versatile as the Azir, but still an incredibly strong pick. Very high on the ban list as well. Still has a 100% presence, if I'm not mistaken, unless it changed in the last series. So not too shocking that we're seeing the priority on that to be quite high. Now Rumble taken away here from Zeus, definitely one of his best picks. We did see the Aatrox earlier today, pulled out by Doran. Could be something. Zeus obviously quite adept at the champion. Not necessarily in the best of spots, but I wouldn't mind something that can help this Orianna, either from Owner or from Zeus to really get a good ball delivery system. And Jarvan is the one that I'd look towards just because of the fact that Jarvan feels great against the Varus specifically. Lulu makes it a little bit worse, but still two stationary characters against the Cataclysm. And the fact that Owner played a hella clean game against Genji, wouldn't be surprised to see them going towards that.
No, I wouldn't be surprised either. I actually think that the Rumble ban might have been a little bit of a mistake. Like, we know that Nocturne very strong at the moment, but that Jarvan, he was very, very good on it and fits the composition so beautifully. The Cataclysm Shockwave combo, very dangerous. So the Azir going to be taken away from Bulldog. We'll see what he is going to be picking up here. Few options as far as things that they could grab. We'll see where he is going to go. Could, of course, be a Dudu pick, but I expect that that is going to be... Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Okay, the Aatrox going to be picked up.
Oh, they're cooking something. There is no way otherwise that they would go for...
Mid Sejuani?
You know, if Bulldog pulls it out, I'm curious to see what'll happen. The other pick that could happen here is a Xerath, which is, you know, something that we have seen Bulldog go towards, but into the Ori, I don't know if you're going to feel as good as you would into the Aziras. Unfortunately for junglers around the world, look like we might have some fun as, yeah, this should not come as a surprise to anyone that watched Worlds. Zeus is an incredible Yone, one of the best we have in the LCK. Loves to pick it out against the Aatrox. Basically gets through lane unscathed and then becomes an unmanageable threat in the side lane. And very importantly, also a big threat for Taeum down the line as we close it out with a great ball delivery system in addition to the Yone, which is owner's Rel, which had one of the best plays as Bulldog pulling out the way, unless we go for some crazy Lulu mid, but I expect it to be our second or third appearance, I guess, of Wei, played twice by Barrel in a support role, but now in mid.
Looking forward to seeing what Bulldog's going to be able to pull out here. I've seen a few of those videos saying, oh my god, how did he do this much damage on Wei? I think half of them are Chovy videos of him just sort of popping off in solo queue. We know that Bulldog has some pretty incredible hands. And after seeing what Beryl was capable of doing on the Wei, I imagine that Bulldog might have something special planned for us. And against an Orianna, not going to have as much of that threat when it comes to really displacing you, right? Like an Azir would, like some of these other picks would. And Hui can be somewhat susceptible because you can run fast, but you don't necessarily have a dash to get out of the way of things. So looking forward to seeing what Bulldog's going to be able to come up with in this mid lane.
And I'm really excited to see Hui. I really feel like the character also fits Bulldog, because as you mentioned, he's a very versatile player, plays a lot of stuff, and the range that he has can be a problem for Orianna. We'll see how it's piloted though. The jungle matchup to me is the big thing here. Rel is really good. All the lanes have a ton of damage, and Owner can provide the necessary setup. And for Cuz, it's really only going to be top lane that he can play towards with that permafrost.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But still, the Glacial Prison going to be very, very dangerous. Let's jump into the Rift here for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. Respect Kwangdong fans. They are out in force, or at least they have loud voices. That was louder than I was expecting, especially when it is versus T1. And we are on the T1 side. Oh, no, we're on the Kwangdong Freak side. So maybe it was a little bit...
I think this always happens.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit enhanced. But still, very impressed. Often it is a little bit drowned out by the fandom of T1. As already, first damage going to T1. Faker going to be doing that with his orb. And we were talking about, you know, ball delivery system and things like that. Yone is pretty good at it, but I think Rel might just be the best shockwave setup in the game. What do you think?
Well, that's a tough one. I would go for Rel for if the combo works. I think Jarvan, to me, is still one of my favorites just because of the speed with which he engages.
Yeah, true.
Zek's another one. Which obviously is on
What about
mind.
Nocturne if you can deliver the ball as he's flying by?
Yeah, I love that one.
That's my favorite, but it is a little bit...
Thematically also very cool. As we do see, I'm a big fan of going for the scaling runes on Hui, but Bulldog instead going for absolute focus and Scorch, so really trying to play for the lane, which shouldn't be a surprise given how we know Kwangdong ideally likes to play. And I think that is something that to me is really interesting with this team, is that despite them being 10th, they have had a very clear vision in how they want to play out their games. Obviously courtesy of their coach, CV Max, and actually delivering on that hasn't always been the case. And we'll see if this split is any different. Also, as mentioned, Taeyeon with the Lulu, as expected, opted into the lethal tempo variant of the Varus, also has the barrier available, and actually doing a good job here in the early lane, as they should with this Varus-Lulu combination.
Yeah, we haven't necessarily seen the Lucian be super successful so far, and we'll just see whether Gumayusi Carrier can change our minds and really allow us to understand why the priority is so incredibly high on this champion when the win rate isn't necessarily reflecting that level of priority. Making his way over, you can see Bulldog already down relatively low as Cuz doesn't know. He just does not.
The Rel steal.
And yeah, it's just gone. Only going to steal that one away. And Cuz going to let his team know that that is not a position where you want to be. Bulldog also going to be hit by the dissonance here as Owner. He has the flash, and he decides that he's not going to use it. Just going to get it from Bulldog and move away. Very successful from the jungle already.
And that's a really big mistake from Bulldog because that's a known factor. You knew or Owner rather was on that side of the map. Cuz getting caught off guard, that's one thing. Well done by Owner, solid invade, but Bulldog forced to flash and use his teleport because he's too low is going to be a really costly error for the mid laner of Guangdong, and a big win for T1. Owner, at least from the get-go, setting up a ton of pressure here in this lane already. I'm also going to be looking towards Guma's itemization, because my guess is that we're going to see him again go for the support item as the heal is used.
Yeah, this is a lot already invested towards this bottom side, as you can see. Cuz lurking was outside of vision.
Yeah, they don't know. Is there an angle, though?
It's
no,
not.
He won't carry ya.
He has cancelled one of his backs. And Gumayushi very low on that mana, like we were talking about. Does have barrier and flash both available. Getting those cooldowns definitely important, as Bulldog without flash, very susceptible. This could be good gank from Owner, but he's not going to go in. Doesn't want to give away his position. Okay, there it is. And the E is down, and now Bulldog is just dead. There's first blood, and it goes to Faker.
Really good timing window there from T1, because there was Bulldog used his E on the wave, meaning he doesn't have access to his CC skills, and he also was still waiting for his W to come back up. I think he used the I forgot which combination is exactly.
The crushing more.
Yeah, no, it's WE, the one that gives you the extra mana on attack and extra damage.
Yep.
And
the
then
pool of reflection.
Yeah, and I think
I've got the cheat sheet.
Yeah, I was about to say. But because of that, don't actually have the shield available. Both the shield and the speed up might have gotten out of that situation. And Owner, it's really good read here, using the fact that his opponent doesn't actually have the flash available, forced it out earlier. And right now, T1 building up a solid lead.
Zayas just going to ult in. Does pick up another turret shot and takes that one away. Duda going to survive on about 120 health after all is said and done. It's not the end of the world or anything like that right now for the Guangdong Freaks, but it's a great start here for T1 and a snowball opportunity. This is something that Guangdong already spoke about, is the fact that T1 are scariest when they can get that snowball rolling, and it is beginning to do so. Watching Bulldog as well, he's playing nervously even when he's just farming. Has missed a few CS just from, unforced error as well. So hopefully he can sort of get himself together, and this is really rough. There we go, the crash down, and Bulldog is just going to get clockwork wind up to death. Faker finds him with the edge of the shockwave, and that is the end.
Yeah, Rice Smile. It's not that much that he can do after the early summoner is forced. Really nicely done by T1, continuously putting pressure. Second time in a row that we see this, a mid laner really being bullied very heavily, and now Faker already sitting on 2-0. Also do note Guma did indeed go for the double support item.
Yep.
So we'll be seeing him go towards Bloodsong. I do expect him to actually finish it, unlike what we saw from Viper, who
it was very strange
early.
I don't know why he sold it, but I guess that'll just remain a mystery. Guangdong Freaks are going to be able to grab the first Drake of the game. It's going to be an Infernal. See what the next one is going to be. See what our soul options are as Taeun. Oh dear, this could be a flash over the wall, and there it is. Cuz is going to be able to secure the Drake, and Owner is just getting flashes left, right, and center.
Faker doesn't have his flash, did use it defensively, but in the 2v2, I don't know how good Guangdong are going to be feeling. They do spot Owner, so maybe Cuz wants to do a delayed wraparound. Don't think that, yeah, they're never going to see this coming.
Yeah, Cuz actually
Owner
just
goes
trying
back.
to move out.
Might
Information
work.
being gained is now, like you were talking about, Faker flashless, but is just going to be able to control Cuz a little bit here.
And this goes back to the early steal that was found. If Cuz is actually level 6 there, well, he isn't that close yet. We see as well Owner actually sitting on the 5.5 as well, so I imagine Cuz is pretty close to that same amount of XP. But these are the type of moments where an early blue buff could have made a big difference, right? Maybe Cuz is able to get to 6, then I think he would have flashed for the play there. But especially knowing that Owner is in the area, trying to force on a full health Faker. Not going to work as on deal.
Yeah, going to get polymorphed, but now he's out. We're going to get some more damage down. Good fire kick there from Carrier just to get Taeun out of here. Good trade for T1. As ulti comes through from Bulldog. A little bit of damage onto Faker there, but Just trying to deter Faker from really playing with impunity in that mid lane. It's not quite working out just yet as Gumayusi with the culling throws it onto Taeun. He moves behind the minions to try and mitigate it. It does work out somewhat. Now some of these autos coming in. Goes a campfire, Carrier just keeping Gumayusi safe. And it's even in farm, but it's not going to be even in gold. Not even a little bit, because these double support items, the World Atlases, just really printing money here for the T1 bottom lane.
And you could see there as well, I think Kwangdong's bot lane were really looking for an all-in window, but they weren't really given one by T1 unless they really wanted to hard commit, as this is the third time we've seen Cuz look for a play and be greeted by a control ward. Not going to be able to get anything done, and this lead is building and building. They cannot lose. Very cleanly done, right? Bulldog hesitates for a second there, but I think with the flash, Faker was always going to find him. And that is the second kill, meaning that Faker already gets to invest in Mercs, which is going to be really good against Kwangdong's team.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough, and it does kind of illustrate a few of the things that we were talking about when adjudicating Hui earlier on, because you're just a bit susceptible when it comes to ganks and things like that. Damage potential, definitely very high. Lots of utility because you have like 4 million extra buttons compared to any other champion. So you can do a lot of different things depending on what the moment calls for. But unfortunately, none of those options are dash out of the way of person coming to kill you. There is run out of the way of person coming to kill you. There's use a chompy thing, and there is fear, and there is get some extra vision and stuff like that. But none of it is dash away from them. And that's a little bit of a shame as Ona moving on in. Because just going to archically assault away, and Kwangdong Freaks will be all right for the moment.
And that's where some of the worries, I think, for Kwangdong really set in, because it feels like they're taking this game pretty slow, which, you know, laning phase isn't going that well, so it makes sense. But scaling to what is my question, because I don't think that a lot of these matchups are necessarily going to be better. You do have a great amount of power with Taeun and Bulldog, but actually getting the most out of that, I think, is going to be hard. It's not like the T1 composition scales poorly, right? We have, sure, Lucian isn't as great in isolation, I think, but for Taeun, actually dealing damage as on-hit Varus, I think, is going to be very hard in this game. There's so much backline dive and ways to get this ball towards Bulldog and Taeun, so the execution for Kwangdong needs to be extremely crisp, and right now, not really seeing it.
No. Does manage to land the crushing maul. That's pretty nice there from Bulldog. But otherwise, Faker able to ignore it for the most part. 26 CS in the lead, a very similar story on the top side of the map. As this wave comes towards Zeus. He is relatively low. Ona in the vicinity. Cuz will know exactly what's going on here as Ona is moving in and out of the Kwangdong Freaks' vision. And there it is. Flash has to be used, but is used, and used very well here by Zeus to make sure that he is not dying, because the drive-by continuing. Winter's Wrath going to slow down the pursuit of Ona as another combo comes in from Bulldog. Not able to find the full thing, though, onto Faker.
Yeah, old use there. Was looking for a kill opportunity, but not going to find it. Maybe with the slow, thinking he has the burst. Not going to be the case just yet. And this is what we're talking about. Obviously, Faker is monstrously far ahead. That is to be expected, but the real story for me is look at Guma and Keria. That is not a normal gold lead, given the current state of the game. I don't think they're able, maybe they were able to pick up like a single plate, but this really is all the gold being generated by those double support items. Picked up one plate, very close to 2, but already such a big lead.
Yeah,
for T1. And for Kwangdong, we're going to need to see a win somewhere. You know, maybe trying to take down Faker. That would be really big. Pick up the bounty. They do have the one dragon, which will buy them some time towards a certain winning condition for T1. And maybe with some help from the Kevins, we can see them do a little bit of damage to turrets, but
yeah,
they need a win.
Kev, Bob, and Steve got 1 each on each side. So 3 grubs picked up for T1 and 3 for Kwangdong Freaks. That is certainly good news. Going to aid them in their destruction of the turrets. Going to be a Mountain Soul this game. That's a bit of fun. Spaker, Man Protect, pretty strong here as Worldender comes forward. Dudu does his best to stop Zeus from being able to get too far away. And in fact, Zeus kind of winning out on these trades. As, Yeah, Undil and Taeyeon continuing to have a rough time underneath this outer turret in the bottom lane. Cuz trying to clear out some vision where he can. Zeus coming on over to spot out what's going on here and does notice that, yeah, the Gromp is not there. So knows that he'll have to play a little bit more carefully. No ult, no flash, and not a lot of options as he moves towards possible demise. It is going to be an ult going into the win, though, as a teleport is coming in down towards the bottom side. Faker turns up. That's going to be another kill for the GOAT of the mid lane. Not going to augment it with a fourth. That's going to go to Gumayusi. 4-0 here for T1.
And the moment that they realize that Cuz is towards the top side, it looks initially like Faker is moving towards top to try and salvage a play there, keep Zeus safe, but instead opts to teleport down towards the bot lane. Cuz also starting off your combo with an ultimate against a player like Zeus, can't really expect that to work out as Faker sidesteps Bulldog skills.
Yeah, how many options do you have here, really, as in he goes, and out he goes once again. Zeus just going to come and collect the kill, and Bulldog finds himself 0-3-0.
And it's a 6k gold lead at 14 minutes.
Yeah.
And it feels like a lot of the lessons that I think were learned by Kwangdong, unfortunately, have been unlearned. As mentioned, against Zeus, I don't think you can ever expect that ultimate to hit. Maybe was trying to predict and try and get Zeus to commit something and then still be able to take him down. But not going to be the case. And as you see, Fake already halfway towards his opponents. Doesn't matter. Instead identifies that he can help out here towards the bot side. Barely even necessary, but the damage ensures that the play works out. And then Bulldog here feeling safe because he has Cuz close by, but moment Zeus' spot is, I think he knows he is very much dead, doesn't use his flash, and I don't think it would have made a big difference.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy that he didn't invest that one, as we saw picture-in-picture that Kwangdong Freak's getting a little bit frisky here around the Rift Herald. Undil and Taeyeon just holding down this mid lane as best they can. And Bulldog moving towards the bottom lane. There was no one there, allowing him to get a little bit of farm back, but as you can see, he is super far behind. Not really what you want. 35 CS deficit in that mid lane. And Ona, putting his head in, is going to go for a flash. Magnustorm connects it onto Taeyeon in the end as the fire kick comes out from Carrier. Gumayusi going to get crushed, but there's just no damage here from Bulldog as Zeus. He's turning up now, gets the flash out with the ulti, sweeping them up. That is a bit of permafrost, so that Zeus is not going to be able to do too much more. But now Taeyeon is in the death chamber because Faker just found him in that raptor pit. Easy pickings here for this very fed Orianna.
Mid lane turret is going to fall, and even though we might not hit the kill them under, what was it, 20, 25 minutes, 22 minutes for shellacking?
Yeah, 25 minutes, under 25 minutes.
Well, you know what, that we might hit that. Right now, Kwangdong is just losing on the entire bottom half of the map, and all their attention towards the top lane also hasn't netted them anything. They've tried to play towards this Aatrox and Sejuani, but it just isn't enough. Owner with a turn, it is found out. They do respond in time, but as you point out, it just doesn't matter. There's no damage available here. Carrier is able to keep everyone alive, and by the time Zeus arrives, they know that there is no way that this play is ever going to work out. Faker is 4 levels up.
Yeah.
And Taeyeon is like, I'm in the camp. I can dodge it.
Yeah. He's like, I'm a raptor. Please ignore me. As Taeyeon, oh my goodness, he's exploding. All right. Well, Gumayusi is going to send him his regards and send him back home.
Oh,
by the looks of things.
Didn't have to do him like that.
Oh,
He's
wow.
10 stacks Magi's.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you got too many things that you need to write down. You're gonna have to buy yourself a diary, and that's what Faker's diary looks like here today. And it's only going to have potentially more Kwangdong Freak's bloodshed in it if this game continues the direction that it is going. 7,000 gold, approximately the lead here. For
That's
T1.
a win, right there.
Oh yeah, Cuz taking himself a Rift Scuttler. There we go. Zeus wanting to get back towards this turret, and Taeyeon once again taking a huge combo here as the culling comes in, while Growth comes out, Chains of Corruption goes wide, and Gumayusi wants to find it, but Taeyeon standing his ground. Oh, Undil, unfortunate. Nice little target change there from Gumayusi to get that kill, and now Ona is cantering towards the Varus, and he does avoid some stuff, but the Magnustorm...
Wait!
Oh, never mind. Sometimes you just get aftershocked, you know?
Oh, Taeyeon giggling as well.
Okay, ulti going to get him out of there as teleports coming in. Teleports from everywhere, actually, as Faker's going to flash. Ult comes through from Bulldog there as well as the flash forward from Dudu. Pulled back by the Infernal Chains, 900 gold goes to Kuz as Zeus is dashing forward. Not sure about that one, not dead for a little while. Actually manages to take down 2. Never you mind, he is a monster, it's a triple kill.
Then Kwangno's like, Hail Mary play, let's give it a go. And Zeus looks at them and says, no. That was a 1v3. Man,
that looked like he was just definitely dead, and then he was very rich.
And yeah, we're at the point where T1 is monstrously far ahead, and they're like, what if we just styled on them? And it's working, as we see here. The gold lead is quite large. Andil ends up going down. Gumiushi does so much burst damage with the Blood Song. He'll take Cyclosword done as well. Taeyun, even with Bone Blading, even with some happy feet, it's the Aftershock that gets him.
The good old Aftershock kill.
And I think you can see on Kwangdong's faces as well, after every death, they kind of giggle because they scrim T1 a lot, so they must have known that this was coming. But this play, to me, is kind of mind-boggling because they do actually find Faker there able to land the root, and even with the ultimate, they're able to burst him down. Actually, the Infernal Chains from Dudu coming up huge there. But then...
yeah, we need to see how he managed to do it. Shockwave helping to soften them up, but now he's very low. Finds the dash forward, that kills the last minion. And now we've got another team fight as Owner is going to be taken down relatively low. It's a decent Chains of Corruption, but there's just no items, there's no damage, there's no options here for the Kwangdong Freaks, and now Gumiushi is chasing down Andil once again. Oh, that's a heavy wallet. Right in the back of the head, Chronicler.
One of these players being as fat as they are would already constitute an unsolvable problem, but it's
everyone. Yeah.
It's every single one.
As Bulldog's going to get ulted here by Zeus, whose soul is unbound, and now somewhat pleased as, a little bit of a roundabout there. Carrier just going for it, just wants to, okay. Just a bit of a crash into the side of the wall.
He's playing Mario Kart!
He is, and he's going to need Cooper to put him back on the track, I think, as now Kuz diving forward. Gumiushi is going to be taken down. All right, there's a little bit of something here from the Kwangdong Freaks. Wild Growth helping Kuz out there a lot as Faker was in the top lane dealing with this pesky outer turret. It's an 11,000 gold lead, but at least there's a second kill for Kwangdong Freaks.
As far as at least go, Atlas, it's not.
It's not
where you want to be.
It's not my best, I have to admit, yeah.
You're trying, but we're not given a lot in this game as we take another look at an attempted kill on Owner here from the Kwangdong Freaks. And there just isn't enough damage. Especially once Karya and Guma show up, able to do a whole lot. Bulldog, at this point, can't really try and defend, but should have just stayed underneath his inhibitor turret, I guess. Gets dove by multiple people, just gets blown up.
Oh, yeah. He's coming, but he's taken a ride. He's going for the headbutt. Okay. Where's the turret? Where's the turret? Where's the turret?
He's playing Mario Kart, man!
Yeah. He takes his hands off the keyboard and is like, I can't get there! I think he was just having a really good time.
Something that's been said a lot by many of the T1 players were, we just want to have fun. Well, that
looked like fun to me. That looked like fun to me. As Kuz loses half of his health bar, it's not very fun to beat this Sejuani in this game. Was able to help get a kill just before, but the immediate revenge there from Gumiushi does come forward. Inner turret now going to go down. And Kwangdong Freaks, I mean, there's bounty gold on the table here, Chronicler. 3 minutes until shellacking has been avoided, perhaps. I'd probably still call it that.
Even if they don't end, has it really?
Yeah, no. Well, Zeus is now buying a little bit of attention as the Baron is going to be taken down here. Pretty basic Baron this time around. Just the regular one. And yeah, all right, there's no chance of doing anything about this.
Let's get ahead of ourselves. POG, is it Owner or is it Faker?
I'm giving it to Karya for the Mario Kart.
Okay, but if we're doing that, then you give it to Zeus for the 1v3.
No, I'm giving it to... I mean, Zeus is the correct call, but Karya is the based call.
Red Bull Baron power play. Definitely gonna have an impact on this game.
Oh.
As there they go!
All right, can Zeus get POG right here, right now? He is going to ult towards Arndil. Oh, that's a bit of a cute one. He's dead. Okay, so maybe not. And now Chains of Corruption coming in. Faker, all right, the ulti is going to pop. Another Infernal Chains does a lot of work. He's not dead just yet, though. And now Cuz is going to get stunned up. Taeyin was thinking about going for a back. He is very, very low. That is true. And Carrier, the frontline Melio, he is bloodthirsty. He is dangerous. And Ona has a Magnet Storm. Taeyin, oh dear. He does have a barrier, uses the shield quite effectively and stays alive for some time. But Gumayusi is going to say no to that one. It's a double kill. Cuz is also dead. And we mentioned wallets before. They are going to once again come crashing down like a stack of bricks on top of Kwangdong Freaks. And T1 are going to follow that to the Nexus, I could assume.
I don't think they are. They're not even pushing mid in here.
Well, maybe not right now, but I think eventually a Nexus will fall this game.
Yeah.
And I think the likelihood of it being a Kwangdong Freaks Nexus is looking high.
This is the type of game that hairbats are built on. That's what I'm thinking. There is.
Oh yeah.
Might be able to just end it on this push. Health bars are semi-low, but with the amount of effective gold available for T1, I don't think that's going to matter a whole lot.
Yeah, if Kwangdong Freaks win this game, I will grow out my hair and make only pigtails on each side. Just pigtails.
Can we make them
like
blonde?
I'll have a circle hair
can we make them
on
blonde?
each side. Can you make them blonde?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Whatever color you like. I'd prefer pink.
Okay, there you go. Pink pigtails.
Just
Bratless.
think like the the gnomes from World of Warcraft, the pigtail option.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's what I want to look like. That's my bet. So we'll see whether Kwangdong Freaks can bring that to us, but it's not looking good as T1 close in on the inhibitor turret towards the top side of the map. Jisung gave me a lot of question marks in the teleprompter, just to let you guys know. So she is really confused about what this hairbet even means. It's now Taeyin. He's getting taken down extraordinarily low. Cuz now 50%. Zeus is right in towards the back line, and a wild growth means nothing to this Yone. He will still cut you down where you stand. Good flash there from Cuz. Feels like a delaying of the inevitable. And I don't know whether the pigtails are going to be a reality chronicler. It's a little bit unfortunate. As Kwangdong Freaks, one last opportunity for defense. Flash forward there from Zeus. So much damage from this Yone. Magnet Storm is fantastic, but a fountain is still somewhat dangerous. Gumayusi not too worried about this whole situation, though. He's got a pocket Melio and a Dream, and he's just feeling invincible. The Nexus is exposed. The flash forward from Gumayusi. So much DPS. This is what the Lucian is first picked for, I guess. And the Nexus will go down. Pop goes the Lucian, but so does the Nexus. T1 win game 1.
What do you even say after a game like that, Atlas? Because I'm at a loss for words. I was kind of at a loss for words about, I want to say 13.5 minutes in.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know,
I think it was the second Bulldog death, and it was not looking very good.
So we do this a lot, where we make the joke because it's very early in the season, where we're like, man, this was the most one-sided game of the season. Because we're only a week, but this was the most one-sided game of the season.
Oh yeah, it might
actually
still be when we get to the spring final.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time it was this over this early. It was an 18k gold lead,
and it was just the gap
everywhere.
Kind of absurd, as you can see as well. The gold lead just linearly advancing towards the ultimate end of this one. Yeah, it was not close. It was an 18,000 gold lead, and it was 1 Drake and 5 kills. That's what separated T1 from a perfect game. See whether they can do it again. Of course, Kwangdong Freaks back to the drawing board now. They can try and make some adjustments. Looking real difficult. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space. Then game number 2. We'll see you there.
각풀 있거든? 오케이 오케이. 잠깐만 아직 2턴.
오케이 오케이 각 볼게.
한 번 떼고.
나 W 5초.
아직-
와봐 아무 해봐. 내가 바로 생각할게 이거. 볼게. 아 까비.
하트.
나 살아있고.
천천히 해봐.
아,
천천히.
미카엘 있어, 나 미카엘 있어. 나 뭐 안 돼? 나 미카엘 있다.
천천히 해볼게. 천천히.
W 3초. W 2초. 잘 끝내라. W 있고. 밀면 될 듯?
내일은 희망일 뿐 약속된 건 없어.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take. I don't like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here with a strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. Reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. fighter.
I hope you guys enjoyed those epic clips because that was an epic beatdown of T1 over Kwangdong Freaks in that first game. I'm still Valdez with Ox and Huni. And yeah, that one was, I don't know. How would you describe that one, guys? What do you think?
Brutal. Pretty quick.
Savage.
Yeah.
Bird. All right, let's break down the draft. What do you think about the draft? Did that have a big impact on this game?
I don't know if it really had that much of an impact, but I will say that some of the issues I had with it was, you take the Varus into the Lucian Emilio. One of the stronger builds for Varus right now is that poke Varus, but by going the Lulu, you're ensuring it's going to be on hit. You don't have as much power in this situation. You're going to get constantly challenged by the Lucian Emilio in the later stages. And we end up with the Hui as well, which really struggled to survive against this Orianna and Rel combo, which was so potent.
Yeah, and also 4-5, like Zeus was obviously, he kept playing Yone into Aatrox pretty easily. He had a great counter pick, just 1v1, be able to burn his flash and be able to lead the laning phase. Basically, as what Dan said, as what he said, just 1-3 on Kwangdong Freaks. I just didn't really understand. I don't think it's able to actually sync themselves that be able to just build a synergy between three. So I think just clearly T1 draft, even 1-3, I felt way better.
Yeah. Also had the opportunity, if you wanted to save top counter pick, just wait, but instead they just opted to hide the Hui until the very end, and it didn't end up working out too well for them, as we are going to take a look at our first highlight, which is going to highlight that exact fact. It was very difficult for Bulldog to survive against this.
Yeah, Flash was already down from an earlier gank where he actually had seen Ona and disrespected a bit, and with the Flash down, it's just so easy to chain these plays together on a mobile carry.
Yeah, I mean, basically these two plays actually happened before 10 minutes, which is you just lost whole control around mid. And also Faker gets his Orianna. You just play it out just smoothly, and it's just gonna be, connected to the next play, which is he's gonna be able to move all around everywhere. Just see if this is 10 minutes, what happened.
This is 10 minutes as well. Sometimes we look at laning stats at 14 minutes, but at 10 minutes, he was already this far ahead. And I feel like at that point, the game is just in such a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, he's got Luden's Companion. He's already got a 10-stack Dark Seal. He eventually built Magi's, and he did die, but then stacked it up again towards the end, which kind of tells you how one-sided it was. We can take a look at the second highlight as well, which was pretty soon afterwards. They just go for a dive on the bottom side, and it's a quick 2 kills for T1.
And this is the power when you have this much pressure coming out your mid-jungle who have won the mid lane so heavily. You can just set up these plays in the bot lane, you have the engage potential of the Rel, the TP to follow up, and suddenly the game is over.
Yeah, I mean, this is how the T1 actually was ahead, just tipping in the mini creeps and it's just making dive play. There's no any single counter play. And if they actually just did, even though they didn't die, the game would have been just over anyway, because it's gonna be just a 6,000 gold differences. So it's just not possible to come back after.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about how Kwangdong Freaks was scrimming against T1 during their run to winning Worlds in 2023, and this kind of looked like a scrim that went awry, right? So I think that Kwangdong Freaks, they got to go back to the drawing board. They're like, okay, Bulldog's got these unique picks, but then you just have T1 going with standard Orianna Rel. They got kind of everything they wanted, and they just took so much advantage of it very early on. So it's going to be interesting to see. We did have some funny moments in this game, including a Keria Herald incident, which was kind of funny, where he turned into a Mario Kart driver. We'll take a look at that now.
Like I expected when they introduced this, there were going to be a lot of shenanigans with the fact that you can now ride the Herald.
Yeah, I think he kind of wanted to hit. He's asking, "Where's the turret? Where's the tower? Where's the tower?" And Bing Anzo just headbutted at the wall.
Good effort, enjoying the game. Clearly, getting some fun out of it.
He missed the turret, and then he just went around in a circle, which was very fun. Didn't have any effect on the game at all, which is kind of where we were at the end there. But let's take a look at the POG here for game number 1 and see who does pick it up. It was going to be Owner or Faker. Ends up being Owner. as one of the catalysts to get that massive mid lane gap going.
Yeah, I think there's arguments for both, but I think Owner was such a strong presence in the early game. The consistent ganks really set Faker up, who had a strong laning phase already, but demolishing this mid lane matchup just ensured the game was completely down to Owner and Faker to set the pace.
Yeah, I mean, starting from like him actually invading the blue buff, like just using the prio on the mid or bottom, like actually just stealing blue buff immediately and then just passing by the gank on mid and just keep attacking mid and just also not stopping the making play around like bottom on top. Like, so I think he really well deserves.
So we had a couple of Zeus votes. I was worried about this one. I felt like this was kind of like on the easy level in terms of like POG votes. You know, you got the two guys in mid that made everything happen and had the dive happen. But then, of course, we had Zeus who dodged a couple of things and got a couple of kills. So
yeah, I mean,
I'd throw him some votes.
My view was like the game was so over by that point. I'm like, there's no way he's getting POG for this one. But you know, little media vote here.
He still got some.
You know,
he still got some.
Jonas Strong also being pretty spicy nowadays, I feel. He's kind of gone a little bit off the rails. He's kind of, I don't know, for 2024, he's just going for some new votes or something like that.
He's new media.
New media. You know, he is on the bottom row now. They used to be in the middle.
That's true.
Something has changed. Like
what if they put us on the bottom row? Will we become media? Will we get the same viewpoints?
The vibe has entirely changed. So, yeah, bottom row, I guess for now is media. Huni before was media, but things have changed. So, guys, we're done with game number 1. Let's move back to the casters for game number 2.
I agree, gentlemen. Media has indeed changed. They have gone from being a laughing stock yesterday to based today. 100% Zeus vote. Definitely warranted. Amazing.
You're still not over the barrel thing, aren't you?
Oh, I'm definitely not. I won't be over that until maybe 2027. That might be when I forget, but I will not forget.
2017. So, Kwangdong.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, stay on the red side. No, I don't think. I think they can just draft different champions, and things will be very, very different going into the next game. At least from what they're playing's perspective. So here we are into the draft for game number 2. A lot of change-ups necessary here for Kwangdong Freaks. We need to not see the classic CV Max stubbornness when it comes to draft, trying to defend something that definitely did not work.
And it's not even that, and I kind of want to echo the desk on this, I do think there were some issues with Kwangdong's draft, but I don't think it was bad by any means. But after a game like that, just give him something entirely different. Don't let them play the same thing.
Yeah.
Because it's going to feel so easy to just... As soon as one thing goes wrong, I think you're going to be completely taken out of it and get flashbacks to last game, which was just immeasurably rough as the Orianna is going to get taken away. Lucian or Razir have been our most prevalent B1 picks, and it's gonna be Lucian, which has really only looked good in the hands of Guma and Keria, which doesn't tell us a whole lot.
No, not really. Even then, against Gen G, it wasn't as dominant as it was here today. The Melio going to be picked away, though. This time around, this is a tactic that we have seen employed very effectively. Of course, with the Aphelios to pair with it, it does work much better. We saw that demonstrated by, of course, Nongshim in our very first match of the season. This was the pivot that was utilized by DRX, which was to use the Nami as well. We saw that earlier today, and that might be where Keria is going. I have always massively enjoyed watching Keria play the Nami. He has been very, very good in the past. And Faker, now with the Corki, Tidecaller's blessing value out the wazoo.
I mean, Keria is a solid Nami, but is he Plata? That's what I want to see.
Oh, that's big shoes.
Yeah,
big shoes.
I know. And want to echo what Orcsman mentioned earlier, although I do think it's not as pronounced. But with the Melio, you're probably going to go again for the on-hit Varus, which I do think is considerably weaker, as has been mentioned. It really feels like the Lethality with the buffs, the Lethality items, really is a great option. Again, as opposed to the I play Lethality and then I don't really do a whole lot. Even in mid-game, where it's supposed to be a very strong spike, probably going to get taken away. And I do think that the moment that the Lucian comes through as Kwangdong, you're kind of locked into picking up the Melio and the Vi, because if you pick Vi, but they have Melio, then you're not going to be very happy about that. It's going to take away a lot of your threat. Not easily. Lucian, Milio, extremely strong. Rel also going to get denied. Now Owner still can go to Maokai or Jarvan or Lee, and he will be perfectly happy.
It looks like a very Maokai draft so far. I'm a little bit worried.
No, he wouldn't do that.
He wouldn't?
Well, I mean, I don't know. He wouldn't. If he had the choice, he would play Lee every single game.
True,
We both
true.
know that. We'll see if that is what comes through here. Dudu still will be respected. And last time, they went for a blind pick for Dudu, and it looks like, again, they do it. This time, I like it a little bit more because it is Rumble, and Zeus has shown time and time again that he is not to be trusted by the enemy team. You don't want him in Rumble.
No.
Because he will toast your top laner and your team.
And it does mean that both teams have an equalizer, which is a bit of fun.
Hey!
As Faker's package or Valkyrie, either mini equalizer or huge equalizer. There is a Jarvan. Okay, a little bit of a different tack here, as Owner going for much more of that engage. Bit of a hover on what Dudu played in the last game. The Aatrox into the Rumble hasn't always been the easiest, and man, if this is what happens, think of the teamfight opportunities. Not to mention the front line provided for both Corki and Lucian. It's pretty crazy.
We've gone full circle where if you want to have fun now, you're like, I haven't played a tank in so long.
Yep.
Get out of here with these carry matchups. I'm doing it. No Gnar, unfortunately.
I really like that sign. So G-Sun just told me the sign says pick Gnar, and we get an Ornn instead. So that's not exactly the same thread as LeBlanc going to be the last pick here for Bulldog, something that has been on the ban list a lot. And in fact, feels like blue side bans are often, the LeBlanc slides in their third. This time around, it was, of course, the Aphelios that was on the list to not allow that to be the answer to the Lucian that T1 picked up as their first pick. So I like this draft a whole lot more for Condong Freaks, and we'll just see whether the outcome is going to be different, because the amount of lane domination in this game should be much lower, because Ornn and Corki not necessarily known for early laning prowess.
For the viewers and the Kwangdong fans' sake, I hope that you're right.
Yeah.
Because I do agree with you. That bot lane is, of course, still going to be a point of strength, and Owner is on a pick that has an incredible amount of early game agency. So would expect him to try
What was that
and
fan
do as much as possible.
It was like
the
Faker
head
took
was
his
the rose.
head
Yeah, I don't
off,
know.
put it on a stick, and he had a rose on his neck.
I'm not sure.
Very strange.
We'll see if T1 actually gets the late game with a late game draft, or if it's more of a repeat of game number 1. For Kwangdong, mid-jungle, way stronger. And that, to me, needs to be big here, or we're going to see a repeat of that first game.
Yep, Kwangdong, it can't get worse than game 1. See whether it goes better in game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, we can hear some desperation, a little bit of Kwangdong fans kind of off sync as OK
Bulldog.
He's upset about what happened in game number 1, and he is ready to play ball.
This is the only way to come back after a game like that, though, where you get absolutely
bodied,
mega bodied by Faker and Owner.
Yeah,
that both of them.
But also, after
individually-
being chain ganked like that, to have the bravado to say, "Well, I just won't take flash.
Yeah.
If you're not going to let me have flash to use in lane, then I just won't take it." How about that?
He is playing against Corki, so I do think it feels better because Corki has zero way of actually denying you escape from the Jarvan, right? Owner can obviously EQ flash on top of you. That is something that you're going to have to deal with, but we'll see. Bulldog, what he can do this time around.
Let's have the fleet footwork. Looks like we are going to go for the more AD flavor of the LeBlanc. Corki pretty good in this matchup, as it turns out, in the LCK. I think we have Showmaker to blame for a bit of those statistics.
And I do wonder, because we don't know, obviously, as a Dudu did not pass the Humi test, unfortunately.
Yeah,
went for teleport.
This is also the Zeus on. So I did mention that they shouldn't have too much laning prowess, but when Zeus plays on, it's more like a bully champion.
It harkens back to the days of Ornn of old.
Yeah.
Where he would just go until Spellbook and solo kill you at level 6. Yeah, I remember those days.
Yes. Okay, Tycall's Blessing here is Gumayusi looking to try and get rid of Taeyoon and Andal's Summoner spells. Does manage to get the heal out of the Melio. And now they're getting zoned away. Cozy Campfire coming on in as finally level 2 is gained. Gumayusi has to use the barrier. So slight Summoner spell advantage for Kwangdong Freaks towards that bottom side. As one thing I was going to say before is I feel like Corki is one of Faker's weakest champions. Purely because Corki has some of the best skins in the game. And Faker doesn't use them. So he can't be a doggo.
That's a really interesting angle. I haven't heard that one before. And you know what? You do have a point.
Yeah.
Never thought about that. The same reason why Veigar is like, eh.
True. He can't be Gandalf.
Makes sense. Yeah. Same with Ahri, right? Like there's a ton of great skins that he doesn't get to use.
Yep, there are definitely a lot of Ahri skins. Although it feels now like base Ahri skin is the Faker skin. It's really weird because no one ever uses base Ahri.
Because there's 20 skins.
Yeah.
Sure.
So anyway, that's just my little opinion there. So far, so much better for Kwangdong Freaks. Look at that. Down, no gold. Everything's... I know I'm talking about things like this at 3.5 minutes.
Hey.
However, I'm going to stay positive until something proves it otherwise, okay?
Cuz got a full clear off and has his buffs.
There we go.
This is already a great improvement.
It's way better than last time. Ooh, fire kick, not quite going to land there from Arndil, but we do have the hail of arrows from Taeyoon connect.
Now, I do got to say, obviously there is a possibility to go for a 4-1 style of composition, but to go for outside of the poke, I think a champion that mainly is going to be looking to side lane in the LeBlanc, particularly with Ignite, is somewhat of a risk when you're playing against an enemy team with Jarvan and Ornn. So we'll see to what extent they can use that as the gank on top.
Oh dear, okay, Dudu already flashing, does avoid the knock-up, but Ona's able to close the gap. Great knock-up there as the Bellows Breath comes in. Brittle is procced, and Dudu is dead. Ona collects first blood yet again.
Very far up the lane was Dudu. Well, at least he has teleport to get back to lane quickly. It's something, and maybe now an opportunity for Cuz. Don't forget, heal was down, barrier still down as well.
Oh, the answering play. All right, let's see. As Gumayusi trying to get himself to safety, does get pulled back, will be taken down. Let's see whether they keep themselves alive under the turret here as Taeyoon really wanting to get this kill. Is the barrier going to be used, and now Ona will turn up. That will keep Keria alive. A second World Atlas is going to be picked up here by Gumayusi, but the 1-1. Kwangdong Freaks able to actually answer this time around.
I'll take it, Atlas.
Absolutely,
that's
we're
a
staying
win.
positive.
The cross map worked as we take another look here. Unfortunately, Dudu just about to get this wave fully pushed in, even with the sidestep. As soon as Zeus is able to get the knock-up, I already know Dudu's fate is sealed, was overheated as well, so no last-minute shield to keep him alive. And here we do see, I think it's actually Arndil that gets the Q, which makes sure that Guma can't flash because he did have his flash available, otherwise could have gone for the Q on that, or for the flash rather on the Q of Cuz. And as a result, a win for Kwangdong, which is the first legitimate win that they've gotten in the series thus far.
Absolutely. Still not going to be reflected in the gold or anything like that, but looking for some Kevins here. As Cuz already taken down Steve, only got Bob and Kev to go. So that is going to help out, especially when, like you were talking about, there is side laning opportunities, especially for this AD LeBlanc. So some positives. Kwangdong Freaks this time just hoping for a more even game of League of Legends. The last one was certainly a little bit more of a show match here for T1. They're going to start off the first Drake here, going to be Hextech out of the gate.
And I'm not convinced yet that this is a good trade. And we're going to have to see as the season progresses, whether or not giving up an early dragon is worth it. But Kwangdong, just with some threatening and some posturing, is actually able to deny an opportunity to T1 to trade. So Kwangdong going to be feeling good about that one.
Yep, not the end of the world. Do have a Spectre's Cowl now built up by Zeus, going to make things a little bit harder for Dudu. Also has a gold advantage. And for Ornn to be, a CS advantage. For Ornn to be in the lead by about a wave against Rumble doesn't feel fantastic if you are the Rumble player, but it's sort of the result if you do get targeted for the first owner gank. And he's been very good this year. Just being able to be in the right place at the right time, get T1 off on the right foot. Because there were, you know, some criticisms levied towards Owner, especially during the summer season.
Yeah.
I think so much of that was remedied at Worlds, and it looks like he's carried that forward here into 2024.
As Cuz is 6, that is quite big. Owner isn't just yet.
Yep, they're dashing forward. Gumayusi going to get slowed down. There's the cease and desist. They pick up the Lucian, and he is going to be taken down. 0-2 now for Gumayusi out of the gate. Kwangdong Freaks find a gold lead.
Cuz with a really crisp timing there, actually hitting level 6 before his counterpart. Owner doesn't have his ultimate just yet. As a result, Cuz is able to lock down Goom at the biggest damage source. And Kwangdong put themselves on a gold lead. Not just that, but Taeyeon definitely going to be able to, at the very least, pick up a plate here. And now T1 is a good position that is extremely happy to get towards the later stage of the game. There's Corki and Ornn. I feel like that's fairly self-explanatory. But if Kwangdong can get a good mid-game going, there's opportunities there.
Yeah, chains do connect. Decent little knock up there from Owner, but he's pretty squishy into Cuz right now, who is really feeling himself on one of his favorite champions. And we know that when Cuz gets off on the right foot, he is a man to be reckoned with. Just going to have to carry that momentum, because I think that there's a gold number that's much higher than the lead that Kwangdong Freaks have that they need to get to really be in a properly winning position based on the compositions. Faker ticking up to level 8 now. He's got a big one in the chamber.
Yeah,
and yeah, Corki is, we've already seen that he just does a pretty ludicrous amount of damage.
And the main reason for that for me is that Kwangdong doesn't have a traditional frontliner. So take another look at this. Really, to me, the level lead here is the big thing, as well as the fact that Taeyeon actually is able to sidestep thanks to the heal the bubble. And no ultimate is available for Guma or Owner. That extra damage RCC could have been crucial, but instead, it's a really nice timing there from Cuz. Guma and Kerry also wanted to play towards it because they thought that with Owner they would have a man advantage. But Taeyeon is quite fat, is actually sitting on a gold lead, but we do have another gank from Owner. No flash on Taeyeon.
Yeah, tidal wave comes in. Taeyeon going to avoid it. There is the sidestep on the Chains of Corruption as well, as Owner has one thing on his mind. There's the knock-up. Bubble connects as well, and the culling to finish it off. Cuz just not going to break his stride, going to stay on that dragon. No way that he could have saved his AD carry there. So Taeyeon sent to the death chamber for the first time so far this game. Still better than game number 1, but this is T1 moving themselves back into a good position as the Ornhorn has been rang. There's the knock-up onto Dudu. Equalizes decent as now he's looking to try and turn it, but oh my goodness, there's the flash forward. Zeus wants to find even more. Needs another Bellows Breath or a dash. As there it is, he does dash on forward and the Bellows Breath comes in. That's the solo kill for the Ornn.
Zeus doesn't even need Unsealed Spellbook Atlas. No problem whatsoever. Just takes him down into 1v1.
Yeah, we mentioned it before. It is Battle Ornn. You know, he is certainly a fighter. We've mentioned this for many years now, that Ornn has a lot of different classes. If you're making a D&D character, of course something that LS spoke about all the time.
Faker's package.
Yeah. Can get out of any situation here as now the Rocket not going to quite land there as Bulldog just trying to be frustrating. Remember, these two, if they do go to Kwangdong Freaks, they will have the Void Mites, the mini Kevs. As they are standing in here, there is 4. And this last one, Cuz is able to grab it, does mean that they will have a lot of assistance taking down these turrets. So there we go, able to lock down 5. Nicely done.
Yeah, solid decision on T1's part to give this up, but very well done by Kwangdong to identify that even with Dudu, none of his ultimate is hold up, Taeyeon.
Yeah, another big teleport towards the backside. Faker's turned up and Taeyeon's going to flash in. He's looking to try and go for the 1-for-1, and he is going to be able to find it there. Faker, though, he'll collect 2 for himself, and it is a T1 trade. Still making the best of a bad situation there, you could say, for Taeyeon. And Bulldog going to be able to return the favor as well here in this mid lane, grabbing a couple of plates for himself as Owner turns up. Also, shout out to their new challenger support there with his skin choice, picking up the Fnatic Jarvan. You love to see it. I believe that's Cyanide's skin, is it not?
As far as I
was
know,
on the
yeah.
team then, at that point in time, it's season 1, it's a long time ago. Let's have a look at this one again.
Yeah, this is the one that happened way earlier, where you do see initially, because it's like, maybe I can go over, but you're able to do the dragon quite quickly as Vi, because of your W passive, does a lot of damage, so decides to go and secure the dragon instead. Definitely the right call, in my opinion. And then here, it's the continuous brittle procs that make Ornn so deceptively strong. Here, everything looks fine for Dudu, and then the moment that hits, he knows he's in trouble. Zeus just waiting for the cooldowns, doesn't even have his item yet at this point. Doesn't even need to get the empowered auto.
No.
Just the breath is enough. We take a look here. Taeyeon actually becomes quite close. He actually autos a minion there once, but fortunately still was able to get the kill in, because if that is a 2-for-0 trade, even with the plates taken in mid, I don't think it's worth it. Now for Kwangdong, obviously Cork is going to be a problem. It's a really big win for Faker, but on the whole, that's the best you're going to get in that scenario.
Absolutely. And Ona now in position. Cuz moves on down as well. Both of them standing on their own control wards. Feeling pretty safe about the situation. Another plate does go over. Gonna have a look at it again. Oh my goodness, 17-game winning streak, because now Gumayushi takes Cuz on a merry jaunt, but he's still going to go down. Ona fighting them within the Cataclysm here, but it's not going to be a good sign. And now Bulldog's turned up. Oh my goodness, this turret really has... Yeah, it's a bit angry, as Keria is looking a bit like a fish out of water, Chronicler. What do you reckon? Yeah, Cuz going to be able to take that kill. Nice bubble to grab one on the back end, but that's a bit of a disaster for T1 on the bottom side of the map. Nicely played here from Kwangdong Freaks.
Really big win there for Kwangdong, and this game looking very different from the previous one. Taeyeon also going to get a ton of extra gold there with the pickup, as it's just Guma. He's trying to bait it out, but the rest of his team isn't actually close by enough, and then he doesn't actually get to do any damage, which means that once Owner is on top of Taeyeon and Andale, they can stay in the cozy campfire, heal up enough, and are completely fine. Bulldog makes it look very scary, tanks the initial turret shot, but I think it's mainly to make sure that Keria can't actually get away. And then the wave is pushed in, Cuz hits the Q, and then Keria, nicely done, does get the bubble to get at least a counter kill, but Kwangdong, and at the hands of Cuz, looking way better, like night and day between game number 1 and number 2. It's not enough by itself. Obviously, T1, as mentioned, with Corki Ornn are always going to have a chance and are going to still be very scary to deal with in team fights, but I'm impressed. That's a turnaround from a mental perspective as well.
No, absolutely. Really have gone in with the mindset of a clean slate and now currently have about an 800 gold lead. As the Kwangdong Freaks now moving Taeyeon and Andale towards this mid lane, try and get that siege worked out as we tick towards the 15-minute mark. Bubble going to connect onto the Varus. Tidal Wave, I guess just sailing by majestically, having a good time. Sometimes you do want to just throw out some of that damage. Taeyeon with the most damage dealt in the game. And they're looking for their second dragon. Kwangdong Freaks will be able to see exactly what kind of soul we're dealing with, and Kwangdong Freaks are going to be very close to it as well. And it is going to be Ocean Soul. Oh no, Chemtech Soul. So we'll have some Mega Cones to deal with. Sorry, Valdez.
Don't think we had a Chemtech Soul. Maybe we had one, but
I don't think we've had one yet. But it's also, you know, it's okay, because, you know, stopwatch is removed, so I could imagine that Valdez is like feeling like it's not the worst thing in the world to have a few of these ridiculous plants around.
I just thought you would say that he needs a new enemy. So.
Oh no, this was already his enemy.
No, I know, but it was secondary to his main antagonist.
I don't know about that. I think that, like, Valdez respected the stopwatch a lot, you know? Like, it was the best item in the game. Like, he knew that, but
the cones are just
the cones
pure
he's
evil.
just always hated. I
Look at that. Look how fun that is.
much. I actually think they're really cool, the Mega Cones and stuff like that. But I can see how they could frustrate. As Cuz moving in, looking to try and get some damage onto Ona. Faker getting out of there.
Cuz? There's no turrets.
Yeah, the flash has to be used, and he's going to flash. Gets that cease and desist, and now Bulldog with the Mimic Distortion, able to get in there and grab that kill. Taeyeon could be in trouble now as well, as Gumayushi gets the double tap, and now Andale could be in trouble as well, but the Tidal Wave, a little bit short there as Keria, optimistic use of it. Try and lock down the Melio. So a 1-for-1 in the end. Gold very, very even. Kwangdong Freaks still firing, still finding these opportunities.
Big mistake from Faker. Could have been an opportunity for T1 to just take a big win, as Guma is toasted.
Yeah, welcomed by an equalizer as he walked towards that brush. And Dudu will just obliterate him. Owner with the Mega Cone does make it all the way towards this mid lane. Clear out these minions. So that outer turret will stand for the moment.
And I was not the biggest fan of Dudu going for the Rocket Belt as opposed to what we were all expecting, which is an early Leandris. And I'm sure Huni will have choice words as he does about Rumbles and their itemization. In that scenario, though, it was nice. Got on top of Guma a little bit earlier, and here, big mistake from Faker as Corki. I think you're always going to feel very safe. They also had a decent amount of vision, but this was on vision. He knew that Cuz was there. He was spotted by Owner. And then here, a really nice counter punch from specifically Owner, Taeyun, and Undo getting a little bit overexcited, wanting to try and push their lead. And you can do that if the game is in a very rough spot. But you had a shutdown. It's a lot of gold going over to the enemy AD carry.
Yeah, and Taeyun got a bit baited by Carrier there, who is pretty squishy, but he avoided a lot of abilities. Is now Cuz running away from Owner here just a little bit. Doesn't exactly have the largest of health bars right now, but does make it to relative safety. It looks like Herald on the minds of T1. And this is the problem, right? When T1 now start fighting around Zeus, that's when things become dangerous. He is very scary. Oh, okay, yeah, Gumushi is apparently pretty scary as well. Bloodsong now completed.
Yeah, 2 and 5, but the 2 part is the important one, as well as the fact that, as you point out, he does have his support quest. And possible counter answer for Kwangdong, but with the teleport, I think it's just going to be the mid lane turret.
Yeah, so Outer is going to be claimed. And the Rift Herald goes over to T1 here as well. So Faker coming up to tidy up the top lane. The inner turret does stand for now, but it is getting pretty low. Zeus having to invest the teleport to defend is good news. Quantum Freaks trying to keep this map as open as possible, keep themselves in a bit of control. And I think it's all about trying to get towards that soul, trying to get as much power as you possibly can. Probably would have liked there to be something other than a Chemtech soul, I guess, but it does give you still a little bit of added power in these fights.
And right now, itemization breakpoints are being hit. We already mentioned Guma, even with the fact that he's died a bunch and obviously isn't going to be as high in the CS numbers, still looking great when it comes to his finished items. A lot of burst in that Storm Razor and RFC combo. Is somewhat reliant on mid-game though. And that's the one caveat I would have, is that as we get into the later stages of the game, most of T1's damage output I think is going to come from specifically Faker as opposed to Dilution. I think this build skills as well as some of the other variants that we have seen. But for Kwangdong, my one fear remains the level of execution that's necessary, because in these type of skirmishy, you know, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 setups, I think their comp actually does quite well with the Vi to set up a lot of these plays, with the slippery LeBlanc and the burst of Rumble. But will T1 let them 1-4 and 2v2 and 3v3, because they do have the tools, right? Jarvan and Ornn to start these types of fights.
Okay, Andal just kind of exploding here as Erna not wanting to invest the flash. Try and get a knock up onto Taeyun. Kuz moving on over to get rid of some vision here. Gumushi just always looking for these opportunities, kind of bloodthirsty on this Lucian. And it's crazy because he's down CS, he's down kills, he's died 5 times, still got 3 items, never you mind. Just kind of crazy. He has an upgraded Storm Razor here as well. Yeah, it's just another day in the office here, even though the early game went not so good. T1 getting to work on their first Dragon of the game.
Oh, they're actually going to contest. Kwangdong taking a risk. Packages available for Faker.
Yeah, feeling the clock a little bit here. Kwangdong Freaks not wanting to give this one up, this advantage that they do have. Oh my goodness, the Light Sunga doing so much work. There's the package delivered to Taeyun, who misses the Chains of Corruption, and Faker will keep himself alive. It's a double kill here for Gumushi, as now Kwangdong Freaks going down solo. Make that one a triple! As Faker looking for these rockets. Gumushi desperately wanting a quadra kill. He's not going to get it, but they'll grab... Oh, he almost gets it. But they'll grab themselves a Dragon. And Kuz and Dudu just going to run for the hills.
And the Dragon will go to T1. Kwangdong is able to stay away from a full disaster, trading 3 for 2. The Dragon not going to them is going to sting though. As we take another look here, it's Faker that sets it all up. Crucially, as you pointed out, in the moment, Faker not only does an incredible amount of damage, and I think even if he ends up dying, isn't really going to make a difference for Kwangdong, but then Taeyun also isn't able to actually take him down. Big mistake there. And then Guma he just goes, he sees the squishies being low, and Ondil also took a large amount of damage there. The top half of Kwangdong, I think, looking way better, but the bottom half still struggling a little bit, and they're going to need to keep it together, because even though we are looking at a 2k gold deficit, I think right there you see some of the glimpses of the power that T1 will have in the actual 5v5.
At this time last game, it was a 12,000 gold deficit, so I'm saying that Kwangdong Freaks are moving up 100%. I do want to say that, like, watching that replay once again and following Zeus around, this guy's on is so stupid, man. He wasn't taking any damage, and he was just burning everyone, breathing on everyone, throwing rocks around.
That's rude.
And just
can't breathe on people.
I know. Just looks absolutely immortal this game as Ona gets into the brush. Cuz not going to quite find him there. Once again, it's going to be the bowling alley Baron, the one with the hands. And Taeyeon and Ando back in the mid lane one more time. Looking for a few of these piercing arrows. Not the most dangerous part of the on-hit Varus' kit. Still trying to soften up the members of T1. Faker over here is down in gold, as we can see here. Bulldog's been able to get around the map and get some stuff done. And on the bottom side of the map, Gumayusi, even though he was 2 and 5, with that triple kill, has moved to a 300 gold advantage over Taeyeon, not to mention the support item helping out. So, Shelly makes her way in. Ona going to drive this one towards the outer turret in mid. Hope Carrier is taking notes. And there it goes. Now could be another charge as Gumayusi looking for Taeyeon, gets a double tap with the light slinger, but not going to do too much meaningful damage. Will guarantee the charge though, as now Bulldog looking for that flank angle. Let's see what he can find. Cease and desist, Cuz goes in. The equalizer is decent, but Cuz just evaporates. Faker going to be taken down though, as now Bulldog's clone is running amok. And they're going to have to flash, and oh my goodness, Taeyeon! He was there, then he wasn't, and it's another triple kill for Gumayusi. From 2 and 5 to 8 and 5. Chronicler?
That's a comeback story that I'm sure Kwangdong fans aren't too happy about. And they do take down Faker, but at what cost? Way too much, that's what. That was not a good deal for Kwangdong. Bulldog is going to try and salvage something here. Maybe can somehow get himself a miracle steal.
Zeus headbutts the wall, and Bulldog gets caught by the bubble. Still makes it out as the Mega Cone is going to send him to Narnia. And that should mean that the Baron is going to go over uncontested. Dudu not even in the area, wants to get themselves a consolation prize, and he will be able to sort that one out. So the Baron going to Screech and go back to the Void for a moment. T1 going to have a big old purple buff.
And it feels like the trigger is just pulled a little bit too easily here by T1, or sorry, by Kwangdong. You're going into a full 5v5, all in on Faker, who is very, very in a safe position. So the ultimate from Taeyeon ends up being used on Zeus, which Zeus doesn't really care about whatsoever. As we take a look at the Rebel Baron power play, I'm sure T1 will be able to set up with a lot of these outer turrets still available. And then is also forced to flash away from the Ornn, which means that once Owner comes around, he is just that. And that cooldown isn't just not available now. The Owner can now just EQ and ult, and Taeyeon will probably die every single time.
Yeah, or he stands back really far and all of his structures die.
Yeah, because he does need to hit people.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe Kwangdong, I do hope they can hold on. Game still is a market improvement over the last one, but T1 pushing in now at 26 minutes.
Yeah, these turrets do not stand for very long against this Corki and Lucian, especially not with Bulldog not there to defend. He is going to be able to get themselves a turret on this top side. So there's going to be 5 turrets taken here as now Kaz goes a little bit too far forward. Gumayusi with the culling just goes straight through the Vi, and the rest of the team are also just turning to dust. A double for Faker and a double for Guma, and they are not stopping there. Nexus turrets in their sights, and T1 earning themselves a pretty early night here with a 2-0 over Kwangdong Freaks. Bulldog not even safe on his fountain as T1 get to work. My goodness. They are looking like they're a bit angry about the result of the match against Gen G, and they've tidied things up here, taking down Kwangdong Freaks pretty comfortably, although with a little bit more difficulty in Game 2.
I'll chalk it up as a Kwangdong win in the mental department.
All right.
It was better than game number 1, but T1 still very clearly showing, particularly in game number 1, that they are a class above. And
Yeah, have you done a POG vote yet?
I'm kind of like, is it Zeus?
I mean, I'm a Zeus voter, but I'm not a voter.
You know what? I'm going to be a Zeus voter. I think you can make a lot of arguments. Faker won that fight around the Drake. Obviously, Owner had a good game again. Guma's comeback story from Rex to Riches was very, very inspiring, but I think the Oranges did a little bit too much, especially without too much help from the rest of his team.
Apart from First Blood.
Very true.
But
it set him
I
off.
think he was still very impactful on the Ornn. Very much liked it. Team effort here for T1 as Owner gives us the good old thumbs up. Wouldn't mind if he grabs himself a POG as well, because he's had a really, really good day today. And Quantum Freaks, yes, they were 10th place, right? Like, this is to be expected that T1 are a lot better. They won Worlds and Quantum Freaks were 10th in the LCK. They picked up Cuz, but otherwise the team hasn't changed. And you can't instantly solve what can be a difficult problem, but hopefully they use this as learnings to move further forward and find themselves something better. Because as the series went on, Quantum Freaks got better.
And in that second series, I think if Kwangdong end up being a solid team, we saw some of the glimpses of how that could look. Bulldog on a pick that does have a lot of mobility. He doesn't get focused down early and actually was able to do quite a lot. I think in terms of map impact and in terms of damage in team fights. Kaz on a proactive pick that allows him to set the pace, because he did actually do a great job of snowballing the early game. And then for the bot lane, a couple of the skirmishes went well, but I think in particularly that mid-game positioning against that Lucianami combo didn't quite work out the way that it needed to for Kwangdong to get a win. And that's something that, even against some of the weaker teams in the LCK, you're not going to get away with.
Nope. Let's have a look at some of these highlights here, as this is the First Blood that we were talking about. Zeus finding a pretty nice angle there for the knock-up, and that spells the end of Dudu. But this was an actual response here from Kwangdong Freaks. Game number 1, you know, it was Bulldog just back-to-back dying, right, with no response from Kwangdong. This time around, Cuz finds his angles. They put Gumyushi at 0-2 very early on. Just wasn't ultimately enough to actually win them the game, but I think allows them to feel a whole lot better as they exit the stage.
And for Kwangdong, despite the fact that they have scrimped a lot against this team, I think you can also kind of sense, particularly in the first game, that maybe you're not expected to take a win. I think game number 2 is probably much more representative of what you'd want ideally, which is a loss that feels competitive, which game number 1 most decidedly was not. But for Kwangdong, they do have a really rough start to the split, and particularly for a team that struggled as much as they did, I do think that that can be a little bit scary, because next they're facing Hanwha. And given what we saw today, I think Hanwha is not going to have any trouble living up to the expectations that are going to be thrust upon players of that caliber.
No, absolutely. They didn't struggle very much earlier on today. And they are looking like they have come into the LCK feeling pretty mesh, to be perfectly honest. And that does make sense when 3 of them were on Gen G, who picked up the 3-peat over the last 3 seasons here in the LCK. So Hammer Life Esports definitely looking like another contender, as they tried to go for the countdown, see who was going to dive the fountain, and then no one actually succumbed to it. And some GG is going to be called. T1 very comfortable 2-0 here today. As Gumyushi once again, even though he was, you know, put relatively far behind, still does a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, worrying trends. You know, cooldown not or countdown not being followed. Oof.
Yeah.
If you can't trust your team to fountain dive for you, like what can you trust them for?
Well, maybe winning the game, World Championships, stars on jackets and jerseys.
I thought you of all people would know what's more important, Max.
What is more important? Can you inform me?
Diving the fountain with your buddies.
Oh, that is the most important thing? I don't like diving the fountain. The fountain's dangerous. It's scary. All right. I think it's time to head over to the space, see what they thought about the T1 victory. Take it away.
Well, there's not a whole much to say. A whole lot to say after that one. T1 do take the 2-0 victory. It was pretty messy after all, but they did get across the line to, you know, a little bit of that Worlds hangover. You win a championship, you're like, you know, I'm playing well, but I'm not playing 100%. And Quantum Freaks, they looked good in the beginning, But after that, it was kind of all downhill after a couple of team fights once again.
Yeah, I feel like they were a lot more active in trying to, punish Guma on the Lucian. I think, a pick like Vi is really effective at doing that because obviously Lucian, his range is pretty short. If he does step up, you can punish. So I think even though it was obviously the 2-0, T1 coming with that roster who just won Worlds, the expectation was this is how the match would go, but I'm glad we got a bit more life from Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, after I see the T1 draft, like, I'm pretty sure they can just run it back as the same, like, or like similar type of the, like, what happened game 1. But I think it was, like, more tryable. Like, just that they actually pick, like, Ornn into Rumble, like, really slow starter. They blind pick Corki, like, those kind of things. The fact that it's, like, they're probably just, like, trying on the stage to get used to it. And the both thing, like, I think it's like a little bit unlucky happened. Like, that's why I think it seemed like really slow. It started the start of it from the T1, but I think the other way, I think the other hand, like, I think the Guangdong Freaks, they really managed well around like both Dio and especially Viola getting level 6 ahead and playing around bot, like they're getting lead, like those kind of things where they needed it and they actually did accomplish it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of our teams here in the LCK, even if they're not a top-tier team, they can still manage to put some stuff together. I think for a lot of our teams, they struggle with finishing the game. Like we saw earlier today, DRX had a pretty nice lead over Hama Life Esports, and then just like one team fight, and all of a sudden, everything goes out the window. So draft be what it may. T1's trying some interesting stuff, not entirely meta right now. It doesn't feel like a lot of teams are going with that kind of style, but they did go for it, and it does work out in the end. We can take a look at the first fight here, which was this Drake fight. Again, this was pretty decently into the game as well. It was like 20 minutes in.
Yeah, I feel like it was so tragic what happened with Taeyun. He actually predicted Faker's Valkyrie with the ult, but the dash got interrupted by Andel. And then the following fight, it's like Faker creates so much space for the package, and this is kind of how a lot of the fights went, where like Faker's kind of creating the space, and Gumayushi's just cleaning up on the Lucian, able to slide in and pick up all these kills.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as like Ornn was like super tanky, just be at the front, at the same time, like Faker actually be able to land on Taeyun on the top of the head, and just be able to finish on Taeyun with the Gumayushi. I think the team fight was over. I think this is a thing that like when we're expecting the strong team to do well, like even though they are not leading the game, like they know how to win as a behind at the team fight. This kind of thing that make that strong team actually become stronger. That's how I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. T1 has showcased that even in Worlds and here in the beginning of Spring. We can take a look at the second highlight as well, which is basically the next team fight, 23 minutes in. They take a good fight here once again, right in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the thing is, they put so much into killing Faker, it ends up backfiring, because like they've been Rumble, they've been all the Blanc cooldowns, Violed, and it means once again, Gumayushi, there's nothing left in the tank for him, and he can just kind of do what he wants to follow up on the rest of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, this is what I said. Like, Ornn is just super tanky at the front, and they can't just pass the way. They can't just pass the line from the Ornn. And there's a J4 there who can actually disengage, and they barely finish the Faker. Like, which is like it wasn't like pop. So I think the fight is just like really one-sided to T1.
Yeah, and I think if you give T1 an inch, they will take a mile. So if you're going to use everything on one guy, everybody else is going to be able to shore up the rest, especially as the game got a bit closer there towards the end. So T1 take it in the end. Let's see who the POG is for game number 2. This one felt a bit more difficult, but it is going to be Zeus who does pick it up here. 1 solo kill. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think Huni was a little bit frustrated with the fact that a solo kill happened in this situation. Like, the Rumble priority has been so high in the LCK this spring, but this game really did not work out. And just a really solid, consistent game from Zeus, not on a carry.
Yeah, I mean, I did vote for Zeus. But the thing is, like, first of all, like, speaking of the Rumble, it's like, I feel like if you don't know how to play Rumble correctly, it's just better to not to pick. That's how I feel. Like,
pick one.
That's what I mean. You can just solo kill Rumble as an Ornn, and you're not even get. Well, Rumble doesn't even win against 1v1 against Ornn. So like, I don't know what to. He built a Pearl Bell too far. Got the Leandris against Ornn. Like, I don't know what to say.
Do you think if he had Leandris, he would have been able to kill
him?
No. No?
He already lost?
So 7 out of 12 here. We did have some assorted votes. I think in this game, it's kind of okay. Because it was like everybody was kind of struggling until we had a couple of team fights. And everybody did pretty well in those team fights. So, not a lot of kick W's on my mind. There's one Faker vote in there. That's
a bit of an interesting one.
Maybe there is like a small kick W in there. But yeah, again, it just came down to the 2 team fights. It was very straightforward from there. And Yeah, the Rumble malding will continue as long as we have Huni on the disc, and maybe might even spill over into some of our other analysts as we come along here. Yeah, I mean, Orn seemed pretty strong.
I have my own things to mold about.
Yeah,
so,
you do.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
I don't know, man. Like how mad, like even after yesterday, how mad I was. Like I just went to home and I played solo queue and playing Rumble. Like if I'm trolling, like I know Rumble is strong, but what I see the Rumble was not strong.
Okay, which was worse, today's Rumble or yesterday's Rumble?
I think yesterday was a little more.
All right, well, on that note, let's go ahead and introduce and interview, actually, our team, our winning team here, T1. Let's hand it over to Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Owner and Zeus of T1. Congratulations! Owner, what a refreshing performance for your first win of Springs. How do you feel? Of course, every time we win, I am very happy. So I just have to say I'm very delighted. And Zeus? I was really worried about losing today, but I'm really glad that we were able to get a 2-0 victory. And KDF was the team that helped you with your Worlds run as a scrim partners, and you must have a better understanding of them as a team by now. So how was it playing against them today? I feel like the champions and the draft flow is pretty similar to our Worlds run. And all the top champions that I've been seeing are very similar and very familiar. And I feel like it was actually everything that I was familiar with today. And Owner, you were setting up early mid-game so intelligently, and the analyst us was so amazed by the way you utilized vision for some mind games. Let's take a look at the replay here. Can you walk us through how you set up your pathing here? Instead of really setting up, I feel like I wanted to focus around mid as our win condition so that it's set up nicely for the rest of the game to snowball well. The blue seal, were you happy about that? Yeah, I was very, very happy. And Zeus, in game 2, a lot of the people, a lot of the fans, and the casters were hoping that you would play Gnar, but what made you think that Ornn was a better pick? It's because I really wanted to play a tank. And as you have said, yeah, your play with Ornn was very reliable. It looks like they have a nice art regarding your POG. And remember your solo kill against Rumble? Let's take a look at the replay again. How did you see the solo kill angle here? I was getting beat up here, and I just wanted to fight back for once. I was tired of just getting one-sidedly beaten up. So, I guess because I was scaling and I was farming pretty well, I got pretty tanky enough. And Zeus and Owner, there was a 3, 2, 1 countdown for the fountain dive, but no one went in, and only Faker blew his splash. So how come? Let's take a look at the replay here. Oh, 1, 2, 3, and no one went in. So how come? I meant to say, 1, 2, 3, let's hit the Nexus. And what about you, Zeus? I think my hand just slipped off my mouse. You must be quite happy about today's win. Your next opponent is KT. And Pyoshik, who has made his comeback to the LCK, is going to be there. So what is your resolution into that match? I hope that we get to keep this momentum and fight our way through our victory again against KT. And Zeus, what is your goal?
KT 경기 봤는데 되게
I watched KT's match,
잘하시더라고요. 단단하게. 그래서
and Pyoshik is a very great player. So I think we have a lot of preparation ahead of us. I hope that we get to continue our winning streak. This will be the end of the interview with owner and Zeus from T1, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Zeus and owner. Pretty confident, cool, collected after that victory, not too shaken or rattled. T1 will move to 1-1. And Quantum Freaks have only played one match, and they do not join the guys that are +2 just yet. They're on the left. We'll have to wait and see about the future.
Yeah, so I think we pause here, and those are our 4 Worlds representatives right there. I think that's, yeah.
Nongshim.
Yep, Nongshim for sure. I mean, they're at the top 4.
Nongshim.
Yep.
They're strong.
They're good.
Strong team. Well, let's take a look at the next matchup. Starting off, by the way, with Saturday Showdown, Match 7, starting 2 hours earlier. I want to remind you guys that weekends here at the LCK do start 2 hours earlier, so check your clocks. OK Man Brion up against Fear X, and then we do have, of course, Nongshim Red Force up against Gen G.
Yep, slugfest between 2 of our top teams right there.
I mean, it's a really important match. It's gonna change it's actually both of them has a 1 wins, so whoever wins goes to number 1. Really important one.
Very true. And at this point, every team has played a match now, so we know kind of where the power level is at this point in time. But we'll have to wait and see about the future matches, guys. Hope you do join us for Saturday Showdown tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
서로 소속팀이 바뀌어서 붙다 보니까 되게 재밌는 것 같습니다. 때리는 거 하나는 제가 해나 선수보다 나은 것 같아요. 오케이, 그냥 얘들아. 그 팀을 어떻게 캐리하는지 지켜봤습니다.